Alrighty, welcome to all who's going to be with us and who's going to listen to the recording later. Now, with you, Odysseus Ethica from Equatoria Free Forum, in Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and other social medias, and back in Clubhouse, you say Equatorial Nation, Greater Equatorial Nation. I mean, that's also the Clubhouse of our forum over there. So, and with me is Mr. CJ, and Didi was with me in a minute ago, but she will be back. I think she had just technical issues. While we prepare the main topic, we're going to just start with, we've been playing music for a while, but we're going to play one and two notes, the countdown, and I think automatically what's so called our favorite song, We Equatorian. For those who are joining us in Facebook, welcome. Those in Clubhouse, welcome. And this message is very important. The title of the topic, the reason why we came up with it, I'll explain in a minute. And one of them is we're trying to really diagnose the correct diagnosis into the problem of South Sudan, because there's a lot of misdiagnosis, and this misdiagnosis have been, immaturely just spoken out without real kind of like clear understanding, or that there is a hidden thing behind that, the way how they are misdiagnosing it. Because if you look at it, it's not like they are really telling us the truth. They keep giving us the runaround, not to solve the issue. Hello, Sister Halima, marhab beki. And the misdiagnosis is really very dangerous, and that's why today we Equatorian are stagnant. We are living in a stagnant water. Um, and if you look at it, also the country is not going forward. What we see is only the tyrants and those groups who are benefiting are managing to continue abusing and exploiting the situation for their own interest and for their own empowerment, as we see. And that's why they're thriving in chaos and disarray, and keep displacing our people, killing them, and all that. And then our people also, in the other hand, those who are implicated with this mess in South Sudan, they also are not helping, and they're not sincerely honest with us. Most of them, they just want to play the game of leaders without any action or any real truthful solution, because they want only us to be just followers and slaves to them, because only slaves will worship those who are useless, but those who are wise, they are free, and those are the free people who will always challenge anyone who try to go against the will of the people. Unfortunately, these things, uh, somehow, as much as we speak about it, I'm so saddened to say that a lot of our people are not grasping it, are not in that understanding, because they seem to understand, but a lot of time they misunderstand when they are looking at it in their own personal, like I won't say personal, but their own uh views that has no maturity. Like there is immature views where they will see, they think this is what it means, but actually they don't want to kind of like release themselves or open to the fact that when we are talking about some issues, we have to be very much open minded to prepare for criticism, to prepare for critical thinking, where we can actually overcome anything that try to hinder our understanding from the truth. Because the truth is not simple. The truth is simple when you are more open to receive it. But when you're not able to receive the truth, you will always going to be in that position of lacking understanding, confusing yourself, and rejecting the truth and the facts. And then you become the loser in this factor. So this is the problem with our people. As much as we speak on the facts, you could see people are not really grasping the fact that we are telling them for their own interests. Instead, they still keeping themselves enslaved with this behavioral immaturity of what's so called a slave mentality, where they don't want to progress themselves out of the mindset of being abused by authoritarian groups or individuals where they will manipulate them very well to the extent they have no more common sense to think for themselves, only to think with the same majority, foolish majority, because the foolish majority always put people in a destructive um, position. And this is what we're going to talk about. But I'm going to diagnose very well about this South Sudan issue, and then coming to the point why we put the title, or the main objective of our topic is that South Sudan problem won't be solved by arming communities, because I've heard a lot, even from the some so-called oppositions and others, are claiming that now communities have to carry arms everywhere. And I've told them there is an example in front of us as Equatorian in particular. We are proud Equatorian, and I'm a proud Equatorian nationalist. I'll stand for my people with all heart, even willing to die for it. And this is not something just to talk about. This is something I believe in it. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm speaking. I'm not speaking for popularity. I'm not speaking for you to like me or not, but I'm speaking for the truth that when we rise as people, let's rise together. You know, divided we fall, but together when we united, we strong. And I wish some of our brothers, instead of them being jealous fools, being characters of envious characters, people who have no any clue in life, you could see them in their life, and they're, instead of coming together for the purpose of the future that we're looking for, instead they are trying to create, instigate some troubling problems, where it's very hard sometimes when you meet such people to convince them is that they understand this is what we're saying is true, but in their heart, out of ignorance, out of this primitive mindset of, because any primitive man will be jealous of other men. Any primitive man will be angry when the truth is told to them, because a primitive person is the one that behaves such thing. And unfortunately, some of them live in the Western countries, and yet they behave like they are very much caveman people, where they have no understanding, no grasp of the truth. Instead, when you tell them the truth, they become so much in a cocoon of ignorance, and they always get encouraged by other fools, and that's when they really get lost. And that's why I remember in Christianity it says, like Jesus said, if a blind lead a blind, they will always going to fall. And the saddest thing, we have seen so many blind people today. Even the ambition is not to learn from mistakes and to progress themselves. Instead, their foolish ambition is they want to be leaders when they have no tools for it. They lack this knowledge, they lack this opportunity, and we're trying to help them for the sake of our people, for the future. It's not about leadership, it's more about responsibility. If they understood that meaning, they would have never fallen to this lame position where you could see so much ignorance, so much it's really heartbreaking. Sometimes I sit down to myself and I ask myself, I was like, what is going on with our people? Why are they not able to come up and join us in this call, this noble call for the salvation of Equatoria? Instead, you could see them pickering. Some people begin to incite others not to be around us, or to, like they feel like they are doing something good, but what they're doing evil to the future of our people. Our people are dying. Instead of them being hypocrites, pretending they're feeling the pain and making all these crocodile tears in front of us, let them really have a heart and support the people in Equatoria, support the people who are fighting for Equatoria, who are speaking for Equatoria, who really want to see a change, because Equatoria belongs to us. It does not belong to other people who are non-Equatorian. It belongs to us. And if we don't fight and save it, no one will save it. Trust me. Don't expect Messiah will come from heaven. Even yes, Messiah, when he was on earth, to the people of Israel, he was telling them, you guys, you need to listen and look at the truth. They rejected him. And then guess what? Because they rejected him, he said, you guys rejected the cornerstone, um, you know, you will lose everything. And today you could see, and that country of Israel was destroyed after a while, and the temple of Jerusalem was destroyed. So the rejecting of what is good for them will come in a consequence that will be very much dire and sad, to the point where our people will never find any salvation again. And we have only this opportunity today. Like I said before, if Equatoria, we don't rise up today, there will be no more Equatoria for us. It's still, some people don't get it. Some people still are living in there. in their, this muddy water. They're enjoying it like pigs living in a mud, where they don't want to learn, they don't want to progress themselves. Our community is dying outside and inside. If you are in diaspora, tell us what Equatoria did establish in diaspora. What Equatoria did establish within the country back home. Nothing. We are so lame. We could have now got the chance. This is the moment for us. We are calling for every Equatorian, noble Equatorian, Equatorian who believe in Equatoria, not in a tribe, not in South Sudan, but in the greater Equatoria that our ancestors have left it for us. We can make a difference. But I wonder if there is any ears to listen. I know there is few who really have the heart, and I'm thankful to them and I'm proud of them. But the rest, the majority fools that are fooling themselves with this delusional thinking that they actually, you know, very much concerned about Equatorial, but there is no any real progressive kind of action taken so we can save our people. It is really heartbreaking. When I speak to you this, I speak from the heart. It's really annoying. I tell you this because some of our people, I've seen them for no reason. They will try to just block the way for the future of Equatoria, for the truth that Equatoria could be liberated. Instead, they want us to be slaves. They want us to be under this tribal regime, this hegemonic regime, that this tribal hegemony that is controlling the country from top to bottom. These people have invaded Equatoria, killing Equatoria. How many times they will come like so? And I hate that when I see those people come out with their hypocrisy. Yet they have the right, they have the good choice to make. But instead, they will come out and act like they feel the pain of our people. And they will only just for a moment, they will talk about it and they will disappear. And Equatoria is not, to save Equatoria is not just, like sometimes I wonder, I'm not going to go far. Let me just finish. I'm going to play this and then from there we're going to stop because it's really, I'm just sometimes I want to know majority of these Equatorians who are fooling themselves, what they really want. What do they really want in life? Is their life only just to be fools, to be running around like chicken with no objective in life? Like because you could see a chicken if you throw a beans or some those seeds in front of them, they will all go to the seed. They don't think maybe that seed is their place where they will be captured. So they're like, majority of them I've seen them, and these are the people who you always see them in groups of you know those who are useless groups, to be honest. I'm sorry to say it, and I'm going to be frank. They're useless group because if they were really wise people, those groups, they will understand the message. I know the message is harsh to them, but it's better to hear the thing that makes you feel the pain than those who will make you laugh while you're suffering. Those are the one who want you to be slave. And if you will never wake up from this slavery, my fellow Equatorian, I swear to you, and God is my witness, that will be the end of us, Equatoria. It won't take us 10 years, 20 years. Equatoria already in the end of its era, end of its time, because these people have destroyed everything. Because they have seen the foolishness of our majority of our Equatorian, especially in diaspora, and those back home who are working with the enemy. Those are the people who are giving the land, the future of Equatoria in the hand of dogs, in the hand of animals that has no right to even rule us. Today, they are ruling us, they're destroying us. And I'm sorry to say, we are done if we cannot stand up for our right. It's very shameful. I feel so shame sometimes when I see such people who you could talk to them with all your heart. You speak to them from the heart to tell them, wake up and let's work together so we can save our people. You will see them, they will go out behind your back and turn like an enemy, worse than the enemy. Even the enemy have respect. The enemy, he comes to you directly and fight you. But those ones, they will conspire against the truth that we're telling them to help them to wake up and change the situation for them. Unfortunately, it breaks my heart every day when I see that. It really breaks my heart, and even to the point sometimes I think, I wonder those generations that will come after us, what they will say about us. They will weep. Even some of them, I bet they will commit suicide because trust me, already suicide is happening in the country back home where people are frustrated. They don't have any future. They give up because they see their community around them are useless. Most of them, they don't think about themselves. They don't think about how to change the future of Equatoria. Yet they are so heartless, those fools, because they think, they are wise enough. Just arrogance, that kibriya, al-Indo Equatorian, that we need to break it down. Wala na mahankun nas fi mujtama, mahankun bashar mutqaddimin. There is societies have developed through the hardship they went through. That's the time they learn to be better. They learn to be great. They learn from the suffering to progress themselves. They don't want to be in the same position of failure. They want to go up to the progressing. Unfortunately, I wonder if any ears could hear and any heart and conscience and mind can accept what we say to them and work with us on the purpose that we need to change Equatoria. But if they still going to act on this behavior بتاع أطفال كأنه في مراهقة, those teenage, immature teenagers who are going by their hormones, then I'm sorry, we have failed society. Like I said, it won't take 10 years and you will never hear again this word Equatoria coming out of everybody's mouth, because these enemies of ours are working on it. They are working on it. And I'm going to tell you this, الببكيكم أحسن من البضحككم. You like it or not, is the facts. I wish Equatorians will wake up now, not tomorrow, now, by taking the right decision, by standing on the right things, by rejecting what is not right, rejecting حاجات الغلط في community, those hypocrisy, مجاملات, حاجات اللي بيخلينا نحن نكون weak, they must destroy it, وإلا Equatoria will never be. I wish يا Equatorian, majority of you اللي عاوزين يقفلوا أذانهم كان بيتقطن, wake up before تيجي تموت زي كلب في دول تاع غربة. already عندنا ناس كتير died in foreign lands. لحد متى هنداي في جوا بلدنا زي حيوانات وبنداي برا زي حيوانات. ما نكونوا ناس شخصية نقدر protect ourselves. إيكواتوريا ده يكون عنده معنى. إيكواتوريا الأجدادنا اللي خلوه لنا والله هم هسه بيبقوا قاعدين يلفوا في جوا مقبرة بتاعهم. they're rolling in their ground. if there is مقبرة ذاته, مقبرة بتاعهم حتى شالوه من الأرض بأعداء بتاعنا. So I'm really heartbroken, to be honest. Heartbroken to that core. But anyway, المهم أنا هبدأ countdown and the music, and then from there we start. This is just a brief message, 17 minutes message, but it's really hard, Sometimes when I look around, I wonder. That's all I could tell you guys. I wonder.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Na sawa. Anina Equatoria. بلد واحد أننا إيكواتوريين أننا إيكواتوريين Oh yeah Kanita min Yambio Kanita min Tori Weleta min Juba Yeah أننا إيكواتوريين Teresia Samagesi Manena We strong, we stand together Kanihna guluwahi Equatoria biraba Yalbilwa pijama Asan belet na biraba So give us pen and give us guns Oh yeah Give us Ibanabule Oh yeah Anina Equatoria Nasawa Anina Equatoria Beled wahid Anina Equatoria Nina Equatorian Oh yeah Kanita Zande Kanita Mai Au kukuye anina Equatoria, kelele na hivyo nefusina, kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino, Hassan Bele na biraba, Arif ma beside. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Anina Equatoria, Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Beled Wahid, Anina Equatoria. Anina Equatoria.
Nina kulu sawa jama. Zoma pel fanan ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buka ya baka, Tini kabalanda bari, Kaku wakili kukuku, Lambo lukoya, Asante tokosa mundo, Nyangara moro zemari, Mundare, Nyangara, Otumu kari makotudo, Lubara bunga ya lobe, Lolo tezinari,
Mundo,
Nare,
Anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena, siasa ma bigesi manena, Anina Wahid.
Okay, Mr. CJ, I hope you're hearing me well because أنا هبدأ الموضوع اللي هتكلم عنه. You can hear me well? Hello? Can you hear me well, Mr. CJ? Are you there? Guys, can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. That's all I need to know. Okay, شكرا. بداية مرحب بكم جميعا. Greeting to you all. أنا كان بتمنى أن أشوف إيكاتوريا إن هو بيجتمعوا كلهم لموضوع استوائية، لكن للأسف الظاهر ما في اهتمام كتير، لكن ما مشكلة. الناس اللي بيهتموا ديل أنا بقول لهم شكرا لأنه ده القضية بتاع استوائية وهنتكلم عنه، لأنه إحنا كاستوائيين لازم نتكلم عن قضايانا، ما نضيع وقتنا في حاجات التافه اللي ما عنده أي مواضيع يخصنا، وخاصة الحاجات اللي بيخلينا يلهينا من موضوعنا أو من قضيتنا. أنا هحول الموضوع بالعربي عشان يساعد باقي الناس اللي ممكن ما بيعرفوا إنجليزي كويس أو ما أكتريتهم في إنجليزي. so just drinking some water. Alright guys, الموضوع طبعا بالعنوان طبعا بإنجليزي and I'll explain بدي اختصار الموضوع ده شنو كاتب عنه. The main topic, it's about South Sudan problem won't be solved by arming communities. ده عنوان الرئيسي. نرجع تاني طبعا اللب الموضوع أو الموضوع topic. It says this is a topic discussion on the conflict of South Sudan, and the conflict seems to continually being misdiagnosed by those who are either had a part or directly implicated with the complex and never-ending crisis now threatening Greater Equatoria as a region. الكلام واضح طبعا. So before we start on that, I'm just going to brief on what this is one of the things. The misdiagnosis of this conflict is now leading some people big يقولوا like it's time for all the communities to arm themselves. والكلام ده خاطئ جدا. احنا عرضنا الكلام فكره لو اتكلمنا عنه before، لكن انا عدت في الكلام ده الان. انا شايف بقى في some individuals واختاريتهم هم بيجوا من المعارضات اللي اليوم قاعدين بس منتظرين كيف يرجعوهم جوا باتفاقيات وكلامات فارغ ده. They'll عاوزين misdiagnose it for a purpose. It doesn't seem that they might misdiagnose the conflict or the issue على أساس هم ما عندهم إدراك أو they don't have any knowledge of it. They actually know what they're doing, and they are good at doing that. It's what we last time we talked about: misinformation. وأهداف بتاعهم طبعا عاوزين يلعبوا بعقول استوائيين في هدف إن استوائيين ما يركزوا يشوفوا المؤامرات ده قدامهم، لأن المؤامرات ده خطير جدا. يعني هنا لو ناس، لو في وعي، يعني عندنا أغلبية واعية، أنا بقول لك استواء ما بيكون في المرحلة ده. أنا بأكد لكم 100% استواء ما بيكون في المرحلة ده. لكن لأنه الأغلبية ما واعي، الأغلبية عايشين على النموذج بتاع إنه بس كان في زول هناك قالوا لي ده، حتى لو إحنا ما اخترناه automatically إحنا خلاص بنشجعه بالعمياء. يعني blindly we will support him blindly without knowing that this person is not for our interest، ما لمصلحتنا. And these are the people today اللي قاعد يخلي إيكاتوريا يكون in this weak position في مركز الضعف. وهم اليوم بقى عندهم حقد على أصوات الاستوائية اللي بيتكلم بالحق زي إحنا بنقول. أنا آسف أقول I will point it to us because when we talk about ourselves we stand for Equatoria. We never go outside the outside the parameter of Equatoria. إحنا قاعد نتكلم بحق وبموضوع استوائية مقارنة مع هؤلاء الشخصيات الآخر اللي بيحاولوا يتلاعبوا بعقول بمشاعر استوائيين على اساس انه هم، ما هم قاده، هم رموز قاده، هم كانوا يعني موجودين في حلقه السياسيه، لكن ما عملوا شنو في الحلقه السياسيه؟ هم فشلوا الاستوائيين. هم جابوا الاستوائيين رقعوا الاستوائيين لمركز. لما الاستوائي اليوم بقى في مركز الضعف. استوائي بقى ما عنده مكانه عشان زول يتكلم عنهم. يعني استوائيين اليوم احنا بقينا مركز تاع مسخره واستهتار واستغلال. وده كله بيجي من نتيجه بتاع الشخصيات اللي هم بيتعاملوا كعملاء لاعدائنا، اللي بيعمل مش diagnosis ده purpose. يعني بيحاولوا يعمل تعريف بتاعهم خاطئ على تعريف خاطئ. حتى الحرب لما نحن قاعد نسال الحرب ده تعريفه شنو اساسا؟ هل ده يقولوا ده حرب اهليه؟ حرب اهليه كيف بدا؟ ففي مش diagnosis جامد. وبعدين بقى الشخصيات ده الاحد ما قلنا ناقد المؤامرات بتاعهم، لانه هم بقوا جزء من المؤامره. الشخصيات اللي هسه بيتلاعبوا بممثلين استوائيه او كرموز سياسيين او عسكريا او whatever، ان كان جوا ولا برا، هم بقوا يشكلوا خطر شديد. وانا قاعد نقول الكلام ده آلاف مئات تكرارا. احنا كاستوائيين ما فتحنا عيوننا وما وعينا نفسنا وشفنا الحقيقه بحقيقته، احنا هنكون ضحيه بتاع جهلنا، ضحيه لان احنا كنا غافلين على اساس انه ما عاوزين نشوف قدام. نقول لا احنا بس عندنا زول خلاص قاعد منو. انت لازم تعرف ده منو قاعد يسوق عربيه. ما تشيل بس اي زول بيسوق لك عربيه وهو ما بيعرف، ما عنده حتى الرخصه ولا بيعرف يسوق عربيه، يمشي يكبكم في بحر او سواق مركب او سواق طياره. يعني خدته كمثال ديل. فعندنا شخصيات ما قاده بالمعنى ديل، رموز، مجرد رموز يعني خارجي، او رموز بس يعني حاجه رمزي، لكن ما عنده اي اسس ولا حتى المقومات اللي بيوري فعلا الناس ديل عاوزين يعملوا تغيير لمصلحه الشعب. ديل مصلحتهم انفسهم، لانه هم اصلا ناس استغلوهم على اسباب، يعني مجموعات مستغلينهم على اسباب انه عندهم الخبرات والكفاءات، وهم استخدموا كفاءاتهم ما لمصلحه الشعب الاستوائي، استخدموا كفاءاتهم لمصلحه بناء هؤلاء الشخصيات اليوم احنا قاعدين نشوفهم بيتصارعوا في السلطه. وهؤلاء الناس يا واسع الحركه الشعبيه ده، الحركه الشعبيه جاب لنا كارثه كبيره في جوا استوائيه. واليوم الاستوائيين بيتعبوا تعب شديد، ولسه التعب ده ماشي، لانه لحد هسه الناس ديل بيحاولوا يتلاعبوا بمشاعر الاستوائيين وبقول تسنن يا جماعه. والله only thing we do احنا لازم نسلح الناس كله عشان هنا نحارب. وانت طيب انت قلت انت يا معارضات سياسيه وانت يا ناس بتجيفوا لمصلحه الشعب، وينو هسه انتوا قاعدين تجيفوا وين؟ يعني في العاب اباطيل ونفاق واذلال واستغلال في نفس الوقت لمصلحه شخصيه، لاسباب انه عاوزين يدمروا ايكاتوريا بطريقه هم ما فاضيين. اصلا ايكاتوريا ده ما موجود في راسهم، هم اكثر ناس قبليين من موجود. يعني انت كان شفت الزول زي ده اتاكد هو ما وطني زي ما هسه هم بيقولوا ما قوميين، هو قبلي، وكمان هو ذاته في نفس الوقت هو زول اناني لمصلحته الشخصيه، لانه حتى قبيلته ما بيساعده. ما عندك واني ايجا، واني ايجا عمل شنو؟ واني ايجا ركع لناس على النيل، واني ايجا ركع لناس بحر الغزال، واني ايجا ما عمل شيء بيكرم استوايا ولا حتى بيخلي استوايا يفتخر به. بالعكس هو زول طالع خاين بكل المعنى. وده الشخصيات زي ده كثير ان كان جوا ولا برا. ونيجا مثل الاكبر والاعلى لكل يعني ربنا قاعد يشوفنا حقائق ده قدامنا، لكن في ناس عاوزين يقفلوا عيونهم واذانهم انه يشوفوا الحاجه ده. لا 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 لا، زول ده اخونا في النهايه. اخوك ده شنو؟ كان اخوك ده هو يعني كان اخوك ده بقى قوم لوط يعني بدون مؤاخذه، او بقى قوم بتاع بابلون ده بابل، قوم بتاع بابل اللي كان في عصر القديم، لما ديل كان قاعد يمشوا في فساد ضد ربنا وكده. انت تقول خلاص ده معناته ده اخوك لسه تتجامله؟ كان اخوك فاسد انت ما تكون فاسد زيه، كان اخوك مجرم ما تكون مجرم. ما this is the point of humanity. احنا كبشر احنا عندنا مبادئ بنمشي فوق. انت ما عندك مبدأ كانسان، انت معناته ما عندك شيء ثاني. انت يعني ذات الزول الميت احسن منك. لكن للاسف احنا شايفين كثير عدم المبادئ وعدم اثبات في حقيقه بتاعنا قاعد يخلينا ان احنا نوصل للضعف ده ومجاملات، وده كله بيرجع في اسباب كثير. لكن الشخصيات اللي عندهم كان الفرص ان ينقذوا استوائيه رفضوا لمصلحه بتاعهم الشخص، عشان كده هم استغلوهم وهم استغلوا مراكزهم لمصالحهم الشخصيه بالجهل كمان، لانه بوريكم جهله. فحاجه لسه انا بقول هنا في الموضوع ده كله، these are the problem اللي هؤلاء الناس اليوم بقى بيتكلموا بجراءة، بيجيبوا مرات حتى ما هم بيتكلموا، لكن في شخصيات أخرى اللي استغلهم من الشخصيات الغير استوائية بقى بيتكلموا في وجوهنا قدامنا إنه يا أخي بعد كده خلي كل الناس يسلحوا ويعملوا لنا دعاية. يا أخي حركة شعبية، أنا نبدأ مع حركة شعبية بداية. زي ما أنا قلت the first let's see the conflict through a naked eye. SPLM history انا ما هقوله بالتفاصيل، لكن يعني بسيط briefly. and the internal conflict طبعا SPLM لما بدأ يعني تاريخه معروف، دخلوا في بور، وجون جيرين ياو كان القائد بتاع الحركة الشعبية. وقت ده طبعا في صراعات حتى ما هو أنجز أو أسس نفسه وعمل الدعوة بكامل إنه هو قائد بتاع الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان حسب كلامه. المهم الزول ده طبعا ليه دور سلبي. يلا أنا بستغرب عشان كده يعني sometimes that we don't have to be surprised نلقى اخواننا اللي لقوا يعني الحياة او الرفاهية في حركة شعبية في ناحية قيادة والسيادات ومناصب سياسية عليا. ديل كثيرين منهم بيمدحوا جون جارين كان عنده رؤية. وانت كان لاحظت اليوم كل الناس بيقولوا كلام ده، خاصة الشخصيات اللي بيتفرعوا من الحركة الشعبية، يعني all these people who came from الحركة الشعبية بيدعوا انه كان جون جارين عنده رؤية. well انا بناقض الكلام ده، لان جون جارين رؤيته نفس الرؤية بتاع سلفاكير، مع انه الخطوات السلفاكير ماشي فوق خطوات يعني مكشوفة، لكن تاع جون جارين خطوات بتاعه كان خطوات يعني very much مدسوس، يعني داسينه يعني في اذا ما بتعرف واتس gonna happen. يعني كل يوم هو بيجي بيقول كلام، لكن كلامه بيجي بيتغير. ندي مثل واضح، لما الحركه الشعبيه حارب لمده كم 20 سنه في غابه، اكثر شيء اللي هو اسس شنو؟ اسس ملوكيه الدينكا في السلطه، عمل نزاعات قبليه بين القبائل الموجوده في على النيل بحر الغزال واستوائيه. اوكي، وقدر يستغل الضعفاء بتاع استوائيه، لانه استوائيين ما قعدوا تحت كمجموعه كامل وقال احنا كان جاي ندخل في جبهه بتاع زول ده. هل احنا what is the next step؟ وزول ده هل هو نيته شنو لنا؟ المشكله استوائيين كان عندهم ادراك، يعني احنا عارفين، اهلنا دول كانوا عارفين كثير، خاصه الاجيال اللي كانوا عايشين يعني في عمر كبير راشدين، يعني عمر كبير كان they know about الحركه الشعبيه عمايل بتاعه في الغابه. اكتر شيء كان بيقتلوا الاستوائيين بيجزروا الاستوائيين، يعني مجازر وحاجات كتير حصل. عشان كده في شخصيات قامت ضده، يا زي ناس كليمن واني قام ضد الحركه الشعبيه وحارب. حتى كان في قبائل من النوير حارب الحركه الشعبيه ومن فصائل، وديل كان والتانيين ديل كان مشاركين مع الحركه الشعبيه، ونزاعاتهم كان نزاعات تاع السلطه ونزاعات قبليه. طبعا المشاكل القبليه الموجوده في على النيل عنده بيرجع يعني نقول مئات السنين او الاف السنين فينا نقول، لانه ده قرون you know. so this نزاعاتهم ده لما جاء دخلوا بقى في حركات ثوريه تسلح بتاع معارضات مسلحه. معارضات مسلحه ده اداهم امكانيه يقدر بقى يرفعوا يعني من شانهم. بعد كده بقى نزاعاتهم القبليه اللي كان معروفه في اوساطهم، يعني في مكانهم اتجه بقى شنو؟ بقت يعني ادى امكانيه، يعني وصل في وسطهم النزاعات اللي في وسطهم ده، قدام يعني يجي سياستهم بقت اتغيرت. سياستهم بقى شنو؟ بقى هم بيعملوا نفس السياسات القبليه اللي كان موجود، بقى حطوها في مجال السياسي الحكومي وكده. and they really did manage to play the role, you know, as majority and minority، as انت بتسمع اغلبيه واقليه. وفي نفس الوقت قدروا يعملوا التهديد للمجتمعات اللي ما عنده ادراك على الخطوره الجاي. يعني واحد منهم احنا كاستوائيين، مع انه استوائيين في انديفيدوال مشوا دخلوا جوا ولعبوا دورهم، وكان دورهم طبعا هم فاكرين ده دور ايجابي. وكان جينا في الجده ما كان دور ايجابي، لانه الايجابيه كان بيظهر في استوائيه اليوم، لكن ده دور سلبي، لانه السلبيه بتاعه ظهر واضح، انه استوائيه طلع الخاسر الاكبر في القضيه ده كله، في الحرب ده، في الصراع ده. ف this is what brought Equatoria to suffer today. فإيكاتوريا احنا وصلنا لمرحله مؤسف، والمأساة بتاع إيكاتوريا لانه احنا ما قادرين نقدر نستوعب اخطاء ده. بقينا بنخاف ان احنا نناقض شخصيات زي ده، قال يا اخي ده كان ابطال، لكن كان بطل ده هو كان لمصلحه على الخائن اللي احنا قاعدين نقوله ده خاين الاول والاخير. معناته ده ما بطل، ده بيكون ذاته هو نفس الخائن، هو استخدم بالخائن، هو خائن ذاته. ده يعني بيقولوا شنو؟ عميل الخائن. ف this is what happened to these people. joining John Garang was a mistake. رغم انه قال احنا قاعدين نحارب عدو واحد. الشماليين في رغم ده كان في استوائيين شغالين مع الشماليين في الجيش، وكان بيحاربوا الحركه الشعبيه، you know. وفي نفس الوقت كان في استوائيين كمان جوا الحركه الشعبيه بيحاربوا النظام في الشمال. انتوا لاحظتوا الكلام ده؟ ده اللعبه كيف يدق رؤوسنا اثنين مع بعض، يلا هم يابوا يكونوا ناجحين، وفي النهايه من ينتصر؟ احنا ما انتصرنا، هم ينتصروا. هؤلاء الناس اللي استخدموا استوائيين، ان كان شماليين ام ان كان الدينكا بالاخص، وهم يا ماسكين السلطه ده كيف. ف this جون جارن قدر يلعب بعقول استوائيين. لما كليمان كان واقف لمصلحته، انا بس سالت سؤال: why people didn't join him by that time to empower Equatoria to be one. Unfortunately they شافوا ده موضوع بتاع واحد زول. وده حاجه اللي احنا لازم نراجع انفسنا. This was a sad history to us. لانه كان اخواننا قاعدين يحرقوا بيتهم، زي هسه بنشوف هسه في مناطق بتحرق وبيقتلوا مواطنين. يلا احنا كيف؟ this is what we are calling. we have to لم بعضنا عشان نقدر نعمل تغيير. للاسف تلقى في قلوب وناس يعني عندهم نيه عاطل، ما عاوزين يساعد بعض، بالعكس هم بيجوا بيحرضوا اخوانهم، واخوانهم بقى بيقبل اخوانهم كمان جهله. وفي نفس الوقت انا بعتبرهم هم ناس ما عندهم ضمير. يعني انت كان زول لك ضمير ما بتخلي زول ثاني يحرضك عشان انت ما تقف مع اخوك لمصلحه بتاعكم جميعا. يعني انت بتفضل العدو بتاعك اللي قاعد يغتصبك ويقتلك عشان تيجي تقول لا اخي زول ده كويس نقدر نقعد معاه. وده حاجه لحد هسه قاعد يتكرر في الوضع بتاعنا احنا كاستوائيين. نرجع للكلام. الاحداث اللي حصلت ده عنف والنزاعات الداخليه في الحركه الشعبيه، وقبائل تاع النيل بقى مسلحين اجمعيتهم اغلبيتهم، بقى يتصارعوا. يا واحد منهم نوير ودينكا قدروا يوصل لحلول ان هم يعملوا يعني قوات بيتحدوا بعض. فنرجع these people have brought يعني stand what you call stalemate، او في مركز تا I don't know in Arabic، لكن stalemate is like no winner، لانه صراعاتهم كان دمويه. وصراعاتهم الدمويه ده ادى لمجازر كثير. يعني واحد منه كان سلفاكير جاء ذكره في وضع بتاع 2013 لما هو قتل النوير، قال يا اخي ده عشان حاجات اللي حصل في 1991، you know, in 1992 one of those these years اللي خلى الحركه الشعبيه يجي يعمل جريمه بتاعه في 2013. وطبعا ده ما حركه شعبيه بس، الحركه الشعبيه اصلا قاعد يمثل قبيله واحد، كان جاء في الجده قبيله واحد قاعد يمثل. فالمهم الحركه الشعبيه لعب دور very interesting terrible اللي خلى الحركه الشعبيه يلعب دور لتدمير بتاع مجتمعات دي. but anyway نوير دينكا after 2005، نرجع ل 2005، اوروبيين دخلوا في موضوع ده كلام الموارد الموجوده، لعب دور على اساس انه اوكي ناو اجبروا الناس كلهم يوقفوا اسلحه، لانه طبعا ما في حل لمشكله جنوب السودان باسلحه بتاعهم كثير. وده كمان نرجع انا بجي بتذكر المقطع ده، انه الاسلحه نازل مسلحين، كل القبائل ده بيتصارعوا مع بعض، يعني تقاتل مع بعض، بيتقاتلوا، ما في اي حلول، يعني حلول جذريه كده ما موجود. لانه الحركه الشعبيه من هو قاعد يقول هو الحركه الوحيد في جنوب السودان قاعد يحارب، لكن كان في حركات ضد الحركه الشعبيه وضد النظام بتاع شمال السودان كمان ظهروا في اوقات ديلك. وقت هم قاعدين يتصارعوا، في النهايه امريكان اتدخلوا ب one solution is to bring only this thing to an end. We have to come to a resolution. وقفت وقف اطلاق النار، وقف عدائيات زي ما بيقولوا، وقف العدائيات وكل شيء، ويقدر يقعدوا شنو لكومبريهنسيف بيس اجريمنت. وهنا في تنازلات من كل الجهتين واجبرهم، ده حاجه مجبور عليهم، ده حاجه اللي هسه الحركه الشعبيه وحتى المعارضات ما بيقدر يقولوا كلام ده، انه الناس مجبورين. كان اتفاقيه 2005 ده ما كان اتفاقيه على انه اساس هم كلهم يعني راضين به، ده اتفاقيه اجبرت عليهم، يعني this was forced upon them to stop fighting عشان الشعب قاعد يموت. ووقت ده كمان اوروبيين كان عندهم، يعني امريكا عنده حرب ضد الارهاب، وفي نفس الوقت الثروات المعدنيه اللي اكتشفوه في السودان بقى كان قاعد بقى يكون يعني في ناحيه اقتصاد. الصينيين بقى يستخدموا شمال السودان، يعني بقى يدعموا شمال السودان عشان يلعب دور ضد الشعب موجود في إكواتوريا وعلى النيل بحر غزال. فهم شافوا امريكان بقى كمان مع اللوبيس الموجودين برا في جنوبيين حتى استوائيين كثير يتكلموا ده حرب هناك قاعدين يقتلوا اهلنا واهلنا مسيحيين. فالكلام ده عمل يعني تأثير بالمجتمع الكنسي وكده، وفعلا جا ليه بدور يعملوا كمان نيغوشيشن مع حكومة بتاع أمريكا إنه لازم يتدخلوا. فعلا لما أمريكا دخل في وقت المناسب، وقت حرب بتاع إرهاب أمريكا أعلن حربه للإرهابيين. that was the time اللي خلى أمريكا بقى يفرض سلطته على دول كتير including ليبيا العراق ودول ده، بالأخص including جنوب السودان والسودان يعني شمال السودان. فده جاب الحل إنه الناس يوقف إطلاق النار. ده بقى بداية بتاع شنو تحركات امريكان في كيف يعملوا يحلوا القضيه. فجا قال لهم انتوا خلوا الشعب الجنوبي يقرر مصيره، ده ما فوق اي يعني نيغوشيشن، ما فوق اي نيغوشيشن ان ذات ماتر، ما في نقاش. فده ادى فرصه للحركه الشعبيه بقى يستغل المحل ده من خلال القادات الاستوائيين بالاخص على النيل. وقت ذاك كان كل زول خاطي حسابه، خاصه النوير وهناك هم عادوا قالوا احنا بنشارك حكومه. لكن استوائيين ما قعدوا وفكروا قال يا اخي احنا مكاننا وين، بالعكس القاده قال تعالوا هنا خلاص هنكون دوله بس ليتس جو سيبريت. دينكا بسيطين ما مشكله، احنا بنحل مشكلتنا مع دينكا اصلا هم اخواننا في النهايه. وده كلامات الدعايه اللي قالوها الشخصيات اليوم الحسه، في تانيين بيقوا معارضه وفي تانيين كانوا هسه لسه جوا. these people have put us in danger من اول الطريق. يعني كانوا هم كان ناقضوا الناس، قال لا يا امريكا احنا كوميونتي بيختلف من كوميونتي تعال النيل. الناس ديل مشكلتهم بدا ريجاردلس تقول احنا نعمل تقرير مصيرنا لكن لازم استوى يكون له مكانه. they did not speak like that, they spoke opposite. they spoke انه يا بقى يقنعوا استوائيين انه خليهم يسلموا سلاحهم. يا ايكوتوريان كثير كان سلموا اسلحه اللي كانوا في الجيش whatever، ادوا اسلحه بتام. while the same time دينكا هناك مسلحين. يا هو بتشوف اليوم هم بيجوا كقبائل وبيدمروا Equatoria and then they become so much chaos where Equatoria are no longer able to go forward. and this what caused الاتفاقية ده يوصل لمرحلة أقنعوا باقين ديل يا ناس كليمن واني وعندك بولينو ماتيب. طبعا ده كان أقوى الشخصيات اللي قاعد يعمل مشكلة يعني يأثر في موضوع بتاع الاتفاقية ده. فأجبرهم وأدوهم يعني محادثات ده هم يتفقوا قبلوا، لأنه في this is come from an American woman who worked as a diplomat within South Sudan during that negotiation. She told us this directly. انا متذكر الكلام ده كان واضح، وان شاء الله يعني كان نلقى فرصه. لكن she spoke it very clearly. قال نازل we have the most difficult كان كليمن وهنا بولينو ماتيب and those are the people اللي هم convinced to kind of like put their arms and come to negotiation table. and that's when they gave Gering the authority. وده حاجه هنا خطا. Gering got the authority انه هو ياو leader بتاع South Sudanese Liberation Movement when none of us agree on that. but طبعا هدف بتاع الجنوبيين ادونا بس اهم شيء في الورقه كله اللي كان مركز هو انفصال بتاع جنوب السودان من شمال. when this thing happened, what happened is that people of Equatoria of course naively again following our leaders. احنا كنا نتابع leaders بتاعنا العميانين ده وخدتونا في مركز تعطوف لما بقى they want us to just separate without guarantee. ما في ضمانات، والضمانات ده ما موجود خلى إيكاتوريا اليوم يكون في المركز ده. بدوا بانه هم جايين يدخلوا في جوا إيكاتوريا كعاصمه بتاع جنوب السودان and then they brought their forces without the consent of Equatorian بدون اي رضا او قبول تاع استوائيين كشعب الاستوائي. دخلوا هناك بدبابات كانوا هم انتصروا، كانوا دخول امريكان في بغداد. يعني عندك لاحظت دخول امريكان في بغداد بدباباتهم وقت دمروا حكومه صدام حسين. the same thing ناس الحركة الشعبية دخلوا بدباباتهم كانوا منتصروا، وكل ده كان على اتفاقية. والخطأ الخطير في الموضوع ده كله إن القادة الاستوائيين هم اللي فتحوا الباب يجيبوا الناس ديل بكل دباباتهم وجاس مسكنوا وتعسكروا في أرض الاستواء وفي العاصمة ياو جوبا. And then they control the whole territory. Now Equatorians have no other choice. بقى بنسمع قضايا أراضي بتقلع، قتل مواطنين you know secretly and publicly. It was just like كانوا الطالبان دخل في جوا إيكاتوريا. يعني لأن الطالبان نفس الشيء عمل حاجات ده في أفغانستان قبل دخول الأمريكان وبعد دخول الأمريكان وبعد خروج الأمريكان. الناس شافوا حتى this time people have seen how Taliban were killing people in the street. The same thing this SPLA done the same thing to Equatorians في أراضي بتاعهم ولمواطنين تاع استوائية. ولحد هسه هؤلاء القادة رافضين يقبلوا إنهم أخطأوا في الموضوع ده. لكن الموضوع الأهم في الموضوع ده 2013 حدث 2013 لما النازل declare war on the Nuer acting like كانوا عملوا يستهدف كانوا انه في كان انقلاب. ده هو بدايه المشاكل ده. and this is where there is a lot of misdiagnosis. بيبدا هنا وبيبدا في بدايه الحركه الشعبيه. تكوين الحركه الشعبيه كان تكوين قبلي، و2013 حدث اللي هسه احنا عايشينه اليوم في جوا سو كول دوله جنوب السودان. 2013 دي بدايه بتاع الخطا الاساسي اللي ورى انه نازل قبيله. يعني 2013 بيرجع ل 1983 بدايه الحركه الشعبيه وعراق بتاعه او صراعات بتاعه مع ناس نوير when they were fighting each other. This thing was brought again بعد احنا بقينا الدوله. 2011 جنوبيين صوتوا بقينا الدوله خلاص وكده، ما قلنا هم يكونوا حكومه، لكن فرضوا حالهم علينا بقوه السلاح. after they start coming already killing our people. يعني ما في زول من القاده بتاع السوين يتكلم فتح خشم ويقول يناقض الناس، بالعكس سكتوا السكوت تام كانه الناس ميتين. and they let these people to creep in and destroy us day and time again. وصلنا لمرحله بتاع شنو؟ ما في بقى عندنا مركز عشان نتكلم فوقه كقوه ولا كاصوات. adding to it نرجع من 2013 قتل تنوير، قيام حركه ايو وقت ده بعد مقتل اهلهم النوير. and then add to it دخول بتاع إيكواتوريا. this is هنا problem. الشخصيات ديلك اللي كانوا allow these people to continue mess us up again هم اخذوا طريق غلط وطريق يعني انا ما اعرف انا بقدر اقول لهم شنو صراحه. sometimes I wonder ديل مشى بقى يقيفوا يتحالفوا مع النوير والدينكا. والقضيه قضيه واضح، قضيه بتاع قبيلتين عندهم صراع قديم، صراع قديم ما عاوزين يتكلموا عنه، لكن عاوزين ان احنا نقيف نتباهم بالعمياء. وده هو حاجه اللي اثر في وضع بتاع إيكواتوريا يكون في كبش الفداء هنا. بعد مشاكل تاع النوير ودينكا قام لما قتلوا النوير عمل رياكشن تام قتلوا ناس تاع بور هناك وبدا يعملوا قتل في كل المناطق. good good sorry guys. so بعد مقتل تاع نوير 2013 الناس طوروا الاحداث ده بقى شنو؟ جابوا إيكواتوريا جوا، مع انه إيكواتوريا مفترض كان يتجنب لانه كلام بتاع كلامن كان واضح. كلامن مع 3 جوفرنرز ده كانوا هم اتفقوا، لكن في واحد منهم جاء خانهم. يا كان لويس توبونج جاء ليه بدور كده ما كان صحيح. وده ده شهاده للتاريخ. كان داير امشي راجع ملفات تاع الناس تلقاه زول ده مشى جاء sell them out for the purpose of not caring. انه زول ده قال لهم بوضوح ده مشكله دينكا ونوير، إيكواتوريان ما تتدخلوا في قضيه ده. وادى نصيحه كان واضح، وكان في مقالات جرايد تكلم كلام ده. المشكله تاع دينكا النوير you guys must not enter into it. لما الحدث ده حصل، لكن هل في اذن سمع؟ بالعكس، المنافقين القاده اللي هم دائما بيجيبوا لنا مشاكل دين دخلونا في مشكله ايو ان اس بي ال ام. وده مشكله قبلي واضح، قال ده حزب وده ما حزب، يلا قال جايب لنا فدراليه. اذا ناس ديل من بدايه 2005 في اتفاقيه نيغوشيشن ما رسموا، وهم قالوا ما كان قاعدين كجزء من القاده ديل ما تكلموا عن فدراليه وقت ذاك. هل انت بتفكر ناس بيجيبوا فدراليه بيتكلموا بيجيبوا فدراليه ثاني؟ اذا استوائيين ده خليك استوائيين اللي دخلوا مع الحركه الشعبيه ده في الاول اطار، ولحد ما جاء دخلوا ثانيين مع ايو ده. لما هم كانوا جوا هناك قبل ما يدخلوا في جوا جنوب السودان في جوبا بالاخص 2005 why didn't they start going straight forward يقولوا للحركه الشعبيه احنا دايرين فدراليه؟ they did not even go there. لما الحركه الشعبيه جاء استولى على الارض بتاع إيكواتوريا في جوبا ما في زول فتح خشم من القاده دي يتكلم عن الفدراليه. وزعوا لهم مناصب سكت. لما حدث 2013 بدل هم يكونوا في ياخذوا نصيحه بتاع كليمن، هم طوالي طلعوا مشى قاموا قال انا جاي مع ايو، وتانيين ده قاعدين طبعا مع النظام ده طبعا مستفيدين، هم ما عاوزين يطلعوا. طبعا تاني ده خوافين اصلا زي ناس واني قال ما بتقدر تعتبره ده شخصيه شجاع. لكن الباقيين الجد دخلوا وسط هؤلاء الناس، وده مشكله قبلي من اثنين قبيله، يعني ما ادوا فرصه لاستوائنا عشان يفكروا بمنطق ونقدر نمشي لقدام. بالعكس قال يا اخي ناس بقى حجه بتاعهم قال ناس بيجيب لنا فدراليه عليك الله. اذا انت ما قاعد تجيب فدراليه من وقت 2005 في اتفاقيه، ما قدرت توري قوتك انت كقائد او كممثل استوائي تقدر تتكلم عن فدراليه 2005، انت كيف تيجي تجيب لي فدراليه في 2016 او 2000 بعد 2013 حدث 2013 مع ايو؟ يا اسا ايو برهن لنا، وهم برهنوا الشخصيات الضعيفه ده، برهنوا ان هم ناس ما قدوه لاستوائيه. بالعكس فدراليه بتاعهم ده طلع كلام فشل، في النهايه سوينا فدراليه ما موجود. ليه؟ لانه في النهايه شفنا الفدراليه ده مجرد ده دعايه. حسا ده السيم ثينج كمان نجي نلقى فيه شخصيات ثانيه اخرى جديد، اخواننا ثانيين بيقولوا يا اخي فدراليه، دايرين فدراليه. فدراليه دي كان ما جبتوا 2005 وقت لسه دوله ده ما وصل لمرحله ده. انت فاكر بيجيبوا 2024 ولا 23 ولا القدام ده؟ مستحيل. لانه الناس دي ما عندهم اي، يعني كانت بديت من جذورهم كده فكريا او سياسيا ما في، عسكريا انا ما اعرف هم عملوا شنو. لكن it's really sad this is what they brought us to the position. عشان كده وصلنا 2016 لنا لما بقى استوائن دخلون في ايو جاب طين بله لنا. لكن regardless to this 2013 2018 من 2018 طبعا ياهو حركه بتاع الناس او حركه سيريلو ظهر، جبهه الخلاص ظهر كمان. ناس كان كله متشوقين يشوفوا this is the first time إيكاتوريا بيجيب بنفسه. لكن للاسف استوائيين ما وقفوا لنفسهم. بعد شيء لقينا اخونا انضم مع ابناء تعليم نفس الناس تاع مشكله، انضم معهم. بعد شيء كمان كيف هناك خلاص بقى ده لمصلحه جنوب السودان ما لمصلحه استوائيه. اوكي we don't care you go for the South Sudan. لكن ما تيجي تغنوا لنا بكلام الفدراليه، لان الناس بقى متمسكين بفدراليه كانه فدراليه ده اهو خلاص ده المفتاح الوحيد اللي ما قادر يلقوه. كان ده كان مفتاح الودر في حله جنوب السودان، كان بتلاقي بسهوله. لكن ده ما مفتاح اللي صراحه عاوز تقول انه ده داير يفتشوا. الناس ديل اوريدي عندهم خطه زي ما قلنا. الحركه الشعبيه اتكونت على اساس قبلي لهدف قبلي واضح، واليوم الحركه الشعبيه مسيطر على جنوب السودان بالمنهج او بالمبادئ القبلي. الحركه الشعبيه اوريدي برهنوا في الارضيه لما كان نزاعات بتاع جنوب السودان قاعد يقوم مع شمال السودان، مع انه النزاعات ده كان كله اكثر الطلقات كان بيجي للجنوبيين، بيجي لايكاتوريان اكثر من بيجي باقي الشماليين. حتى الجيش الشمالي ذاته ما كان بيحاربوا، كان في جنوبيين يا بيجيبهم ذاته من شمال السودان بيطوعوهم عساكر بيجيبهم في جنوب السودان يحاربوا في جنوب السودان ضد الحركه الشعبيه وضد اخوانهم الاستوائيين وضد اخوانهم المهم موجودين هناك. يعني ده كان المجازر اللي قد يحصل. يعني عشان كده the same thing كمان استغلونا again كاستوائيين في حرب 2013 بعد حدث 2013 لما ايو تكونت. اشتغل قسموا استوائيين الاثنين، استوائيين مع الحركه الشعبيه جوا واستوائيين مع ايو. اتخيل المنظر ده. هسه احنا نسال انفسنا كاستوائيين، هل احنا عندنا قياده صحيح رشيد؟ عندنا قاده واعيين؟ اي قائد بيخطنا قدام؟ يعني قول تخيل نديك مثلا تمساح وعندك جرينتي ولا شنو بيسموه ده هيبو، اوكي، كل ما عاوزين يقتلوا انت في نص البحر. انت بيقول مثلا انت قاعد تقود 4 عيال بتاعك انت معاهم في مويه ده وانت في صراع، انت في مركب عاوز تطلع منهم، تمشي للتمساح عشان تقول انت تكون في امان، ولا انت تمشي لجرينتي، ولا انت بتعوم بنفسك تطلع من وسط الناس زي ما تكون معاهم في كل جهه؟ القاده بتاع استوائيين اللي هم جا خطونا في الشركه اللي هسه فوقه ده، خطونا في خطأ جسيم. واحد منه واحدين تاني تطوعوا معايا، وتانيين لسه قاعدين جوا حركه الشعبيه بيقوا خدم لحركه الشعبيه لمصالح الحركه الشعبيه، ما لمصلحه الشعب الاستوائي، لمصلحه الحركه الشعبيه. the same thing ايو هناك وعد باوهام واكاذيب وياهو واضح زي الحركه وايو ما ده ما فلسفه جديده. الفلسفه الايو ليبو ده فلسفه كان قاعد يستخدمه في جميع الجنوبيين وبالاخص الاستوائيين. يعني هم شافوا استوائيين القاده الاستوائيين ده ضعفاء الشخصيه، لما نيجي في مرحله بتاع قياده بتلقاهم هم بيكونوا في مركز ضعف بيستغلون بسهوله، يقول الله هنا انت واحد زول ممتاز وانت زول قائد مشهور واحنا دايرين نقف معاك، انت يعني نكون حلفاء ونكون شركاء في الإناء. بعد شوية بيجي بيخطوه درجة تاني رقم 2، يعني زي عملوا لوانيجا بيخطوه رقم 3 هناك. يلا هنا هم هنا قاعدين يعملوا مؤامراتهم كقبيلة you know لانه ده حاجه واضح، ده منظمه قبلي. ايوه ده منظمه قبلي زي الحركه الشعبيه، وقدروا يتلاعبوا باستوائيين. وقام قال له يا اخي فدراليه دايرين نجيب. لما جه في نيغوشيشن تيبل او في محادثات، هل الحاجه دي يتكلموا عنه؟ بالعكس هم رفضوها نهائيا. وخاصه حددوا استوائيين ما يتكلموا عن قضيتهم، ما يتكلموا عن اراضي، ما يتكلموا عن اي شيء بيريبريزنت استوائيه، على اساس انتوا بس تقعدوا هنا خدم وتسكتوا تكفي خشمكم. يا جماعه ده كان اي انسان عنده ضمير وعنده كرامه لنفسه ما بيفول ما تاني ما بيكون بيخلي حاله في نفس المركز ده. لكن انا ما بعرف في شنو في اهلنا الاستوائيين لسه احنا بنجي نكونوا تاني خطأ ده بنعمله بنرجع نعيده تاني مره وثالث مره. يعني كانوا احنا بقى ما قاعد نفهم، او كانوا خلقونا ان احنا معتوهين، يعني ناس كانوا معاقين، كانوا disabled mentally. يا جماعه لما زول يعمل لك wrong one time second time you gotta learn from it. This person cannot be trusted. Equatorians out of what احنا لسه قاعدين follow such incompetent leaders اللي بيدعونا في مركز ده. now إيكواتوريا وصلنا لمرحلة بقى ما عندنا أي كرامة. 2013 استوائية ما استغلاه. نرجع 1983 استوائية ما استغلاه لمصلحتهم كاستوائيين. 2013 ما استغلناه لمصلحتنا. 2016 the same thing. 2018 نرجع ل 2023، مع انه 2020 ده كان بداية اللي كل العالم ملاحظ وكنا فخورين كاستوائيين. طلعنا بصوت استوائية بس، ما صوت جنوب السودان، ما صوت على النيل ولا بحر غزال ولا يونيتي ولا حركة الشعبية ولا آيو ولا سوما، لكن استوائية فقط. طريقة احنا ماشيين فوقه ده قلنا لأخواننا استوائينا كيفوا. بعد شوية شفنا مؤامرات دخل، مؤامرات كثيرة كده 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 عشان يسكتوا الانفصاليين أصواتنا. لكن برغم ده احنا ما وقفنا، هم فكروا بيسكتونا. حتى مؤامرات بقى انه انتوا يا استوائيين لو بتسمعوا الناس انتوا يا اخي عندكم قائد هنا قاعد يمثلكم. يلا القائد ده ما قاعد يتكلم عنكم، ما بيتكلم عن استوائي. ده نفس القاده اللي هم قدروا يجيبوا فدراليه من 2005 ما قدروا ياسسوا استوائيين يكونوا قوه بكامل في 1983. كان هم دخلوا 200 في حروبات تاع اسبيلا ده لحد ما دخل حد 2013 2016 2018 ما قدر يثبتوا وجودهم كقاده. انت كيف تتبع الشخصيات دي؟ المهم هم عاوزين هسه اليوم مكايد. لكن رغم ده انا بنقول حقيقه بتاعنا والباقي عليكم يا شعب تستوية. من له اذنا فليسمع، والعنده ضمير خليه يكون ضميره صاحي، والعنده قلب وعنده روح استوائي حقيقي يرفع يدينه لاستوائيه، يرفع مجهود، يعمل اي مجهود عشان ينقذ استوائيه من الوضع ده. لانه الشخصيات اليوم الحسنه موجوده عاوزين يعملوا يعني تغيير الموضوع. يعني تخيل بقى في misdiagnosis، يعني في شرح غلط على اساس انه الحرب ده حرب اهلي، حرب ده بتاع اتنين قبيله، ما بتاع حرب بتاع مجموعات كله. اتنين قبيله عندهم صراع قديم في الحركه الشعبيه. لما انت بتشوف واضح ناس هنا منقسموا بعضهم، ده قالوا ايو واس بي ال ام تبع اوبوزيشن، وتاني ده قالوا اس بي ال ام. سو انت بتقول شنو في مكان ده؟ ما واضح الناس دي يعني هم زي ما يقولوا جزء من لنا two different faces in the same coin. في phrase like that، يعني في عنوان بيقول انه ديل وجهين مختلفين في عملة واحد. اوكي two faces like you know المهم انتوا فهمتوا الكلمة ده، عملتين I mean وجهين في عملة واحد. يعني انت قلبت ده بتلقى وجه ثاني different، تلقى ده وجه ثاني different، لكن هم نفس الشيء. and this is exactly what these people have done. ايو and SPLA the same، وهم قبيلتين مختلف في نفس الوقت اللي هم بيعتبروا هم اخوان، وهم قاعدين في على النيل وقاعدين مسيطرين في بحر غزال، لكنهم the same people. يلا استواء هنا ما قاعد يفهم الموضوع ده واضح، انه احنا مفترض نغير اتجاهنا لمصلحتنا ولتاسيسنا. هسه الموضوع الاكبر you know الموضوع الاكبر في الموضوع ده كله هو اللي بيرجع هنا، لانه استوائيين بقى حسب بقى في لغه جديد قال خليه استوائيين يصلحوا حالهم كقبائل. نرجع لقصه انا قبل شوي قلتها في بدايه 1983. لما الحركه الشعبيه جاء دخل في حركه في غابه هناك وكانوا في على النيل، كونوا جيشهم ده. لما الجيش ده اتكونت، the first thing هم عملوا شنو؟ صلحوا قبيلتهم، قبائلهم. يا ناس دينكابور هناك صلحوهم، جون جارن قدام سلاح، باقي قبائل دي كل مسلحين. الناس عملوا شنو في النهايه؟ مش ناس قاتلوا مع بعض وما وصل لاي حلول الا الخواجه الزول الابيض يا بيجي بيكون طريقه للحل بطريقه اجباري، انه انتوا وقفوا تشاكلوا وكونوا دوله، ويلا كونوا حكومه لو بتقدر، احنا بنساعدكم. That's what happened. لكن الناس في الصراع ده كله كم سنه ما قدروا، كان وقت داك 22 سنه ده ما قدروا يعملوا اي حلول غير صراعات تاني، بيجي بيتحالف مع الشمال عشان يشاكل جون جارين وقبيلته، وقبيله جون جارين بيمشي بيتحالفوا مع قبائل تانيين اللي هناك، يمشي يتشاكلوا مع قبيله نوير. فكان احداث زي ده واضح. وفي قبائل المسكينه اللي ما عنده قوه هناك عمل لهم اضطهادات وقتل ومجازر. you know so this is what happened to our people يا جماعه. لحد 200 احنا هنقعد نكونوا عميانين. فانا بوصل بس للموضوع الاهم والاخير، هو انه this misdiagnosis بقى very critical، لانه الناس اللي جزء من المشاكل عاوزين يقول لاستوائيين انتوا صلوا حالكم يلا نشاكل، عشان بكره لما يجي في المجتمع الدولي يجي يعمل مثلا استقصاء او يعمل انفستيجيشن في مجازر اللي قاعد يحصل ده، يقول يا اخي ما كلنا مشاركين في الجريمه. انت كان لاحظت في دينكا تانيين وفي ناس على النيل بيقول يا اخي احنا المشكله ده بتاعنا كلنا، احنا فشلنا. نو no. الفشل ده ما جاء مننا، الفشل ده من القبائل على النيل بحر الغزال بكل وضوح. لانه هؤلاء الناس حتى متى كان قلت واحد يعمله انت بتلقى الثاني كمان جزء منه. مثلا كان قلنا سلفاكير يا خطا في فشل الدوله ده، ما رياك مشار كمان هو خطا في حكومه الدوله ده. وفي وقت ذاك عندهم الجيش، اغلبيه الجيش كان من ابناء، وكان مشاركين مع الدينكا في الجيش وفي حركات تسلح. يعني لما الدينكا شاف بقى انه ده قاعد يشكل خطر، قام غيروا التغييرات، عملوا طوال التسلح بتاع اهلهم، يا هو جا قتلوا فوقه شنو؟ ابناء تنوير. كان واضح، حاجه كله معروف. we don't need to go far. اذا الناس بيقدر يعملوا تصرفات ده، انت بتسال نفسك هنا كاستوائي، هل ده طريقه احنا نمشي لقدام كدوله؟ وهل ده احنا صحيح بنقول ده مشكلتنا كلنا؟ لانه هم عاوزين يجبرونا يقول ده مشكلتنا جميعنا. ده مشكله اثنين قبيله وهم رافضين ياخذوا المسؤوليه بتاع اخطائهم. عاوزين يقول لنا ده مشكلتنا كلنا احنا كجنوبيين. استوائيه فتح لهم باب خلاهم يقعدوا في الارض. مشكلتنا احنا كفايه نقول بنلوم حالنا ان استوائيين فتحوا الباب شخصيات، احنا تبعنا قاده عميانين، والقاده ما عملناهم محاسبات ولا قاضيناهم على انه انتوا ذاتوا كنتوا جزء من الفشل، انه خلات استوائي يكونوا يعني معرض للخطر. ومفترض يعني يدوم عتاب مش عقاب، عتاب على اساس نوبخهم، نريبيوك them on their wrong and tell them you gotta correct yourself. والا انت ما تمثلنا. just talk about yourself but don't ever talk about Equatoria and don't even use Equatoria لمصالحك الشخصيه او لمصالحك السياسيه او مصالحك العسكريه. خلي الناس اللي قاعد تسبورت them ده هم يوصلوك هناك، يخطوك في مركز ده قوه. ده كان بيكون هنا مركز قوي للاستوائي. لكن المشكله هنا ايكواتوريان عندنا حاسه في المشكله الثالث اللي هو قاعد يخلي الصعب موضوع ده، هو المتعلمين بتاعنا في ايكواتوريا. المتعلمين بتاعنا في ايكواتوريا او المثقفين بالمعنى الاصح، يعني في متعلمين اللي بيقولوا هم عندهم اكاديميك ديجري، وفي المثقفين اللي يمكن يكون عندهم شهادات ثانويه او شهادات نص جامعه او جامعيه. المهم ديل يعني اغلبيته اليوم انت بتلقاهم كثير بيتكلموا مرات في السوشيال ميديا، وتانيين بيقعدوا بيكونوا مثلا ورا الكواليس شغالين مع احزاب وكده. هؤلاء الناس يعني بكل احترامي لهم هم ما قاعد يعملوا مجهود ايجابي لمصلحه استوائيه. مجهودهم الايجابي يا ريت كان موجود، مجهودهم الايجابي بس خدمه الشفاء، يعني الشف يعني lip service, only lip service for the interest of pretending to be understanding about the issue of Equatoria. But when it comes to the point Equatoria got the face, they cannot come up straightforward directly with all bravery to say yes Equatoria we need this solution and let's نجيب كلنا كأخوان. هم بقى بيلاحظوا، يعني انا لاحظت بقى في نوع من العقليه بتاع شنو؟ منافسه. يعني there is a mindset بتاع منافسه، وده خطر جدا. احنا في حرب اتوجهوا ضدنا. already they declared war on us as Equatorian. We are the victim of this war. اثنين قبيله شكلوا مع بعض، حولت المشكله القبليه الى مشكله سياسيه عاوزين يسيسوها انه ده مشكله سياسيه، لكن المشكله ده كان حله بسيط، كان استوى ما دخل في موضوع تنازع. احنا نقول اسمع انتم مشكلتكم حلوها مع سلاطينكم، لكن الدوله ده عشان يكون دوله صحيحه لازم احنا كاستوائيين نكون عندنا القرار في كيات النوع بتاع حكومه، لان احنا ما قبيله واحد، احنا قبائل، وقبائلنا في استوائيه عنده كل الصلاحيات كأي قبائل الموجودة في كان في على النيل بحر الغزال، يقرر يا تنوت حكومة بيكون هناك. ما قدروا يتكلموا في الموضوع ده. وكمان للأسف المثقفين بتاعنا ما قدر حتى يرفع الموضوع ده لناس يعني الشخصيات، او نقعد تحت كمجموعات ونقدر نقعد نباحث كيف نقدر نوصل ندي الخطاب ده يكون خطاب very strong to the world. Unfortunately الشخصيات دي اللي بيبقوا يتبعوا القادة اللي هم كانوا جزء من الفشل، والقاده اللي تبعيه بتاع الحركه الشعبيه او ايو او سوما وريفر، المهم الناس دي ودورونا هنا ولسه هم ما عاوزين يتوبوا. اليوم بيجوا لنا باللغه قال خلي الناس كله يسلح بعضهم، ولما الناس قلنا لهم احنا في طريقه افضل من تسليح قبيله، احنا مجموعه ايكوتوريا احنا قاعدين نقول احنا يعني كأمة أو كقوميين كاستوائيين احنا قوم مجموعة وفخورين. لما الحركة بتاع أنيانيا ظهر، حركة أنيانيا جمع الاستوائيين ما فرق الاستوائيين، وخلى الاستوائيين يوجهوا صوتهم لباقي ناس على النيل بحر الغزال عشان يجتمعوا معهم، وده ساعد على أساس الثورة الصحيحة اللي كان بدت كده. مع إنه الخطأ احنا شفناه والناس دي طلعوا أخوانا ضدنا، وفي النهاية استوائية طلع الخاسر الأكبر. حتى مفترض شوية يغير اتجاهه دور ده يركز على نفسه، ومثقفين يلعبوا دور كبير ايجابي كان يتكلموا عن قضيه استوائيه ويركزوا كيف نحن نقدر ننقذ استوائيه لمصلحه استوائي بس. لكن ديل قاعدين يلفوا يدوروا في حلقه مفرغه وما وصلنا لاي هدف غير خدتونا نحن نكون كبش الفداء لحد هسه. عاوزين نحن نسلح عن why that's the question انا بسالهم، وهم لو عندهم الجراءه يجوا يتكلموا معانا يقول لنا ليه هم قاعدين يقول للناس خليه يسلحوا حالهم. ثانيا الكلمه الاخيره انا بقول هنا we Equatorian you know we know our issues, we know who we are. قبل ما نقول ايش ثاني احنا بنعرف احنا ابناء استوائيين، استوائيه من شرق لغرب لوسط، احنا كلنا استوائيين. واستوائيه ما في شيء بيفرقنا، لا قبيله بيفرقنا، لا سياسه بيفرقنا، لا تاريخنا بيفرقنا، لانه تاريخنا ذاته بيوحدنا اكثر من الحدث الحسنه. تاريخ الاجدادنا وضعوها اسس لنا استوائيه اليوم، خلينا احنا نعرف انفسنا. استوائيه مشكلته بسيط جدا. لو في ناس اللي عندهم انانيه والمنافسات منافسه على السلطه، يعني انا شايف في كثير من المثقفين اللي بيدعوا هم مثقفين ظهروا هم جهله في نقاط كثير. واحد منهم عاوزين يكونوا قاده بدون اي كفاءه. القياده ما موضوع بتاع تكون قاده، ده قياده ده مسؤوليه. اوريدي انا قلت قبل شويه عن موضوع بتاع القاده القدام ديل، واحد منهم يا ناس اللي دخلوا مع حركه الشعبيه عملوا شنو؟ لا قدروا يجيبوا الفدراليه، لا قدروا يحموا استوائيه ويخلوا استوائيه يكون في مركز تاع قوه، مركز تاع امان ما موجود. القاده ده اليوم تلقاهم ماشيين لفت يمين وشمال، يا ماشيين في جهه الحركه الشعبيه هم هناك خدم للحركه الشعبيه، او هم خدم للمعارضات الخارجيه، المعارضه اللي هم بيقولوا قاعدين في الخارج. سو يعني الديل ما ادوا لنا اي دور ايجابي. والمثقفين هنا اللي قاعدين يقولوا مثقفين اللي ما دخلوا في حرب بتاع الحركه الشعبيه او كده، بقى يضيفوا على العمياء على اساس انه مصالحهم الشخصيه، او يعني بيقول شنو في حاجه اسمه آه في كلمه كده انا بتذكره بعدين، يعني ناس عندهم نوع بتاع حب العظمه، عاوزين يمشوا باي طريقه يكونوا في سلطه. لكن السلطه ده مسؤوليه، ده ما حاجه سهل. انت ذاته افضل لك انت تقدر تعمل لك تجاره بزنس تنجح في حاجاتك الشخصي وتقدر تاسس نفسك، لكن ما تجي تقوم تفكر انه انت لازم تدخل بالسياسه. والسياسه ده هنا ده معركه، وده مستقبل تاع الشعب، انت ماسك ارواح تاع ناس مواطنين. اقل خطا جسيم انت دمرت الناس دي. فده البروبلم اللي اخواننا المثقفين والاكاديميين اللي مثقفين اللي بيقولوا اكاديميين موجودين هناك ما قادرين يدركوا كلام ده. تلقاهم بقى في يعني في فكره النزاع، يعني ما بقول نزاع بالكامل لكن نوع بتاع منافسه، وده ما بيدينا لقدام. انا باكد لكم ده هنا بيكون مصيرنا فشل. الحل الوحيد نحن ن... يعني نتواضع. ده اول، ده مثلا بقول اخير، نتواضع ونرجع لانفسنا ونركز الهدف شنو. لما طلعنا وقت 2020 ده اتكلمنا بكل بساطه وكل جراءه انه احنا استوائيين عاوزين حقوقنا، ومستعدين نكون دولة. يعني احنا ذاته كإيكواتوريان ما محتاجين نكون جزء من جنوب السودان. جنوب السودان فشلنا في 16 سنة وقت ذاك، ما قدرنا نلقى حاجة. هسه احنا في 17 سنة، 17 ماشيين ل 18. ل 200 حنقعد في فشل زي ده، واهلنا بيقتلون قدامنا، اراضينا قاعد يتقلع بيحتلوا، مقابر تأجدنا ما احترموا، نساوينا ما احترمهم، اطفالنا ما احترمهم، اغتصابات، قتل، تشريد، حاجة ده كله واضح. لكن اللي بيتطلب مننا هو وقوف ووضوح. خلينا نوقف نحن نعيش كعصابات. انت هنا قد تضعف مركزك، العدو بتاعك استغلاك. هسه يا جماعه مرات انا بلقى في يعني بيفتحوا غرف بيتكلموا كتير في حاجات ما عنده فايده. لو حاجه ده ما عنده هدف ومن وراه، الكلام مجرد كلام بس عشوائي. لكن لو عندك حاجه من وراء الموضوع ده، افتح واتكلم عن الموضوع ده بوضوح وركز عليه وورينا ده شنو. احنا كاستوائيين القوميين، يمكن ديدي بعدين بيقدر explain one thing that our objective behind this message، الرساله اللي احنا وصلنا لكم ده عندنا هدف من وراه. وانا بقول لاخواني الاستوائيين اللي قاعدين يشوفوا حالهم كمنافسين، خليهم يتواضعوا ويركزوا لمصلحه اخواننا. ده اهم شيء لنا، لانه we are sick and tired of this behavior. لان ده behavior تاع ناس ما متشوه، ناس ما واعيين، ناس ما مثقفين. كان انت مثقف ورينا ثقافتك بالحقيقه. ثقافه ما بس تيجي تكابي او تنقل كلام زي بغبغاء. الثقافه هو تكون عندك الوعي والدقه انه تقدر تحلل الحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل ده وتاخذ رايك، تعمل تدي رايك. وفي نفس الوقت كان رايك ده مثلا في حاجات ناقص وعمل لك تصحيح، انت بتقدر تستغل الفرصه ده وتبني حالك وتبني فكره جديد. لكن للاسف انا بلقى اخواننا يعني عندنا عقليه كده. المهم انا بقف هنا، انا بخلي الباقي يتكلم، انا اخذت وقت كثير. بس يا جماعه عليكم الله، عليكم الله تواضع، والناس نفكر لمصلحه اهلنا اللي قاعدين يموتوا هناك، والحل في يدينا. وانا قاعد نناديكم كل يوم، اقول لكم انتوا داير يجي جوين، خليه يتضم معانا. احنا عاوزين نعمل مجهود عشان نغير الوضع ده. we have a plan، عندنا خطة. لكن هل انتم مستعدين تقفوا معانا، ولا عاوزين تيجي تقفوا مع عصابات اللي ما حيوصل لكم اي مكان غير انتوا هتقعوا هتغرقوا في بحر، والتماسيح والثعابين هنا ده هيبوز الجرينتي ده وحش البحر ولا شنو، فرس البحر بيقدر يدمركم. فانا بقف هنا وبشكركم وبدي فرصة لديدي and then Mr. CJ, and welcome brother Richard joining us. Thank you. اتفضل ديدي. welcome. And I'll call you sister. Yes, I'll try to call you. I will make sure I will make a call to you. هو ده يدي تعليق على الكلام اللي قاعد نقوله، ف I will give you a chance. Didi, go ahead please. أنا عارف شبكة، عندك مشكلة في شبكة ديدي.
Maybe you can pass it and then
yes, definitely. Thank you brother. Mr. CJ, please go ahead. ادينا your point and then نرجع بعد ندي لبرادر ريتشارد، يلا نرجع لديدي. كان ديدي النتورك بتاعه اشتغل كويس. اتفضل مستر سي جي.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go
Spanish?
ahead.
All right.
قرب صوتك
شكرا.
التليفون.
Yeah. How about this?
yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. Let me turn this off. Thank you. Let me say hello to everyone of you one more time. Tahiyatna alaikum, our greetings to you guys, wherever you are, back home, and in the clubhouse, and those who are join us. and those who are also going to join us later. We appreciate your coming and joining us at this moment. Our greeting also goes to our people in the camps, particularly the refugees and the displaced persons, and our people who are mourning, those who have fallen as a result of the ongoing regime of Salva Kiir and Machar, the regime that has turned us down and destroyed nearly everything, every foundations we were hoping for our country. It's unfortunate because they put it down. So to those who have lost their life recently in Kajukaji, our prayers and heart goes to them, asking God, to receive their souls and rest them in peace. And also those who are behind bars in the White House or Blue House, something that we were expecting by the visit of Pope, that those people will be released. Somebody would have raised up his voice and say, we need those people to be released and give some conditions. Unfortunately, we didn't work it out. But somehow we were so glad, for the coming of Pope, his visit to the country. There's no doubt that, we were so delighted about his visit, leave alone that he had witnessed all that we have been going through, the disaster that's kept on going, all these things repeatedly. As well, I'm proud of those also, the Britain archbishops and those who have joined, come up also the team that have come with Pope Francis. Indeed, they did play great roles. The best of them have put it clear that they were totally disappointed and dismayed about the ongoing situations. After meeting with those people, those of Kiir and Machar in 2018, they were expecting that 19, let's say, they were expecting that something good would come out of them and that they could have changed their directions and put the country in an orderly way that everyone would have been happy and that peace and stability would have reached that country. It's unfortunate all these have gone to disarray, and we understand that it was really a shock point. But yet, in our hands, we have nothing other than to tell you guys, you are out there, stand firm and be always patient and stand for all right. We will also keep on fighting by all tools. Any other tools that in our hands, will keep on working out, speaking out, irrespective of course, the freedom of speech is still to this day. There's no freedom of speech. There's never been any statement that we would have expected from that regime, that authoritarian regimes of Kiir, that or lead young regimes that would have put everything, bring everything to another orderly way. For instance, when it comes to freedom of speech and everything, it's unfortunate. None of that have come up, other than pointing out that the issue of Nigeria. We understand that this is open, it's for everyone to come in, for those oppositions to come in and join them. Well, when we look to all these things, of course, combined, this will be another program that we will come and talk about it. But in the meantime, let me just concentrate on our subject matter, which is, of course, South Sudan, Equatoria, South Sudan problems won't be solved by arming communities. I understand. Yeah. Because this is a continuation, so the previous one is Attica. It is a continuation to a previous subject of which we talk about, definitely. Yeah, it is something that is important as we kept on watching and observing the situations. It looks like, people are still back and forth to the same square or arena one more time. The reason why we have just joined as Equatoria nations broadcast, or let's say show, if you can say it that way. We decided to come up again with this topic, of course, and which was really great. For me, when looking to this particular point, of course, there's no doubt that these things goes back to the problems. Definitely, the first point, of course, is the problem, and then the solution, of course. Yeah, the problem is quite clear, as we kept saying repeatedly, and as Satika have just put it a few minutes ago. That of course it goes back to the 1970s to the 70s, the first liberation civil war that was led by Lagu, and then it comes to the one that Garang just came up with later on, talking about of which he didn't even draw the attention of the others, because of all these negativities and all that. All these things have been accumulated over the time, as you can see, without any proper solution. Something that somebody would have been relieved and say, okay, really those, and even will be proud to say that those are our leaders. It's unfortunate they were not. Exactly, particularly 1983 war that erupted because of calling for equality and justice, which is decentralization. Why decentralization? The reason why decentralization come to a play. Yeah, indeed. Those are the things that's going look into that particular point of those, the reason why. What is the problem? The main point of problems. Now, after independence, of course, things got developed into an issue of conflicts of, let's say, a revenge civil war of Dinka and Nuer, whom have already taken over the transitional period governments during the one Sudan, something that didn't work out in a proper way, that nobody was so happy about, but yet, the worst find is, of course, the ignorance of our people, and the much trust to the others, giving trust, to trust somebody, they're saying that, okay, things may work out in the day to come, such that could be an ignorance. This has played, of course, a negative roles, because we wouldn't have allowed Dinka and Nuer, but means, let's say, Salva Kiir and Machar, who came from Dinka and Nuer, to lead even us in during the transitional government during one Sudan. It wouldn't have happened. This is one of the silly mistakes. So that means that had taken place and had played its roles negatively until later on in 2011, when we become independent. That would have been one of the things that people could have concentrated about on it, if indeed if they were to look to themselves as a savior of the South Sudan and the Equatoria people. It's unfortunate they didn't play that role in a proper way. And instead, they left those people to carry on, even after the death of Garang. And now they left him to go on. That is, of course, the result is negative, because you can't allow, out of 64 tribes, if I were to agree with that, South Sudan has 64 tribes, it's not more than that. If we were to believe in that, and then it wouldn't have been that way, of course. There should have been a proper structure. This is structure, that means that is the foundations, the foundations of what was supposed to be South Sudan. It's unfortunate those people have played a dirty role. I can say Kir and Mashar did play that bad, dirty roles, which is, in the first place, is the decentralizations. Why was decentralization very important for every one of us? Because Ebelaler had, and those of Lagu, they had did some kind of mistakes that had happened that result into what? Into dissolutions of these three regions. Regions, of course, were very, very important. It will help us to stand as an entity, and not until we resolve our issues. It's unfortunate, without even resolving it, you could see that those people have come and they had played their games. They had planned it the way they wanted. Number one, they don't want so-called decentralizations, because based on their attitudes, is that this is going to divide us. Meanwhile, when in real facts, it is going to put us in an orderly way, where everybody will have an equal share. It's unfortunate those people have refused totally, to do that, and they were having all that golden chance, of course, having no objections, any oppositions, that would be an opening to them. And they did play it, and that later, of course, resulted to 10 states. Now, is the 10 states useful or not? That's another issue. So, as we have seen it, 10 states does weaken people in a worstly way, because if you are to have a budget, if you better give your budget, let your budget be within the three regions, irrespective of that. That was how Jalaba was doing it with us. Whenever there's a budget, we always concentrate on three regions. Those three regions, it is easy that you can distribute the money, giving it in an equally manner. Unlike the 10 states today, where you can see a number of more states are in the north, when south. When you look south, there are minimum states. That's another conflict of interest as well. So all these things, those are the problems actually. Before to highlight it in that way, there are moments, of course, we have talked through it time and time again. I believe, most of you have understood about it. Now, going to the issue, of course, of the war of Kir and Mashar, which is civil war. Now they have put us. Imagine how they play the games. All of a sudden, they went on. It was a conflict that would have been solved within a short period of time. Let's say.
Mr. CJ, can you raise your voice, please? It's like your voice is low.
Oh yeah, let me remove it out. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. What I mean is that, of course, resolving this issue would have been resolved. That revenge, that, of course, based on what they have said, and it goes back to 1991. It would have been settled easily, as we have said repeatedly. And no, this would have put an end to it. Bringing all those people on the table, the two tribes on the table, and then, let there be a reconciliation among them and all that. It's unfortunate. The third party have come in to get involved, which is, of course, the regional force, IGAD or the United African AU. It's unfortunate. Imagine how do they play the games. Those are supposed to be our brothers. Those are supposed to be the one who could look to another. But man, they could have been our shepherds. It says, when you come to the parable of, a good shepherd, I'm not, when Cain says, I'm not a shepherd by my brother and all that. So those people would have been played that goal. They would have just bring those two guys and put them down and resolve this issue. If it is in a civil court or, let's say, a level of traditional kind of ways, it's unfortunate they didn't do it. Of course, we all know, we the people of South Sudan and Equatoria, we fully know that, there was interest behind that. That's why these things went on, developed and exaggerated into a level that is today is almost mess, and brought the country to a level of zero, of a failed state, something that others today, in our time, at this particular time, they wouldn't even admit that they are a failed state, and that we should also hand up this government, this regime, to some people to take care of it, because as a nationalist, if at all they were to be a nationalist, as the way how we are standing today as Equatorial Civil Association, it would be better off. Why? They would have easily say, okay, what we actually know, these problems has nothing to do with those people, with the other 64 or 62 tribes. It is only we, the Dinka and Nuer. Then they would have sit down, and then the others would have played the role of how to solve it. The way how those of Bishop Lukudu, God rest him in peace, did it last time. And the other teams of the Islamic group and all that. Those people have brought those people on the table. That would have been the point. It's unfortunate. Now, the third party have come and messed it up, as we have seen it. And today we're in a turmoil where there's no solutions. It looks like as days goes, there's no solutions other than that, the best way, as we have proposed it, we put it in a clear way, that everybody has to go to his respective area. And it is for Equatoria. It's the Equatorial right to be an independent state of their own, as it was before the the British or the colonial period come to Sudan, to the country, to our regions, before the colonials come to our regions and mess it up as well. So it's unfortunate. All these things didn't work out. Today, what we're looking at a big picture, worse than ever, which is those of Kir and Machar, all right, with their tribes, militias, and all that, chiefs and all that, council of elders, General Council of Elders, and all that kind of things. Now they have played the role of jeopardizing the entire nation. Now, if you could say the reason why, someone may conclude that, from the international and analyst, perspective, you could see that, the way how they are terming that, they are calling it a civil war, when in real fact it's not civil war, because after all, are all of us fighting each other? Are we all fighting each other? No, I didn't see that at all. What I can see, if I'm not mistaken, what I can see is that it is one individual element, which is the Dinka in particular, led by Kir, of course, traditionally, in their traditions, in their Dinka traditions. When somebody become a higher positions, when he become a higher position leader or a leader of a nation or anything, then all these Dinkas will lie behind him. All right, okay? So the guy have messed it up totally. Now he's now playing the roles. They have played the role of reaching out, destroying the let's see, the everything, nearly the basis of the South Sudan. If you can say it, if it is unity or any structure, the structure of the South Sudan that was known during the former Sudan. It's unfortunate it's not any longer, because they kept on, something odd to see a government giving some individuals, tribes, to go and fight the others, starting with Burley. I could remember, if you could recall, Dinka and Nuer went on after Burley, that he didn't fight. That was actually a problem in itself, leave alone, the result of 2010 elections that took place, the way how they were behaving, the structure of that elections, all these things were a mess. Now, as I've said, the most serious one is today, where you can see the Dinka going after every individual tribes, trying to destroy them, dividing them along ethnic line. So who's to blame today? Of course, we know about Nuer. Nuer seems to be like some kind, you can just put it, if I'm not mistaken, I would say that, if the other one would have been lions, and then, I will just say that Nuer is now playing the role of fox, where he's so quiet, people just look to him as a good guy, but when in real facts, he's not different than the other guy, the guy who's now creating havoc all over the regions, means all over the regions of Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, and Equatoria. That's exactly what it is. So it's very, very serious. So when we look, now we go to the next round, which is, of course, the ideas of those who are calling themselves oppositions, as well as the civil societies, and including us as well. Now, the way how others have been, we have heard, those who are fighting for the liberation of Sudan, of South Sudan, we have seen how they have come up, with the resolutions that, the only way out is that, we have to arm the civilians populations, which is really the main topic of our subject matter today, and which is very, very serious. Yeah, when it comes to arming the communities, that is not a solution indeed. I can agree with that point. It won't be a solution at all, because you're now jeopardizing the life of the inhabitants or the civilian populations. You're going to cause a havoc on them. There will be no any chance, any excuse that, you are now, in another way, you're trying to use the civilian as let's say, they can be targeted any times, in the ongoing situations with this particular kind of regimes, dictator regimes that doesn't differentiate. It goes and start killing people randomly. That can be a jeopardy to it, irrespective of saying if it is self-defense or not. Because in the wise community, always, as we have seen over the history, there is always difference between civilians and the rebels, people who are fighting for their rights. It will always be a specific group where they can differentiate themselves from the community, because it is dangerous if you are to say the entire community is arming itself and then go start forcing such kind of regimes where they can use the others, even they can use your brother to their advantage so that they can start massacring you and doing everything that can be. That's why what we're saying here is that, it's unacceptable. That is not the way how things has to go. It shouldn't be the way how it is. We know it very well. That is why comes the role of what's so-called army or soldiers. Why do we recruit people to become soldiers, national soldiers or national guards and all that? Because of this, so that, civilians like children and disabled people and all those women and children and all that cannot be subject to rapes or misabuse, or like as now those people are doing it. Now, what do you think if those of Kir and his militias can do that, rape people and do that dirty things? What do you expect if we're to say let's arm the entire communities? Of course, it will be a total danger that will jeopardize their lives. They will put them in danger, and they can be probably defined as a shield. That means those who are supposed to be an army or rebel to stand for themselves are trying to use those people to their advantage, something that we totally refuse. Yeah, in every community, there is always leaders. There is always people who can always sacrifice, because after all, the role we are playing is a voluntary kind of job. It is not something that is imposed on us. It is something that it is the feeling. It is the human feelings. You're right. A feeling of trying to put everything in an orderly way, trying to govern your people in a way that is acceptable, so that you don't mess up with the civilians. So that is one of the most serious things that we totally disagree with those people who are saying let's all arm ourselves. We understand. The best example to that, we can say, let us look to the Aero Boys. Imagine they didn't call them the entire community. It's just only Aero Boys. A specific group of youngsters came up and start holding this using their arrows. Imagine, using those tools, that old tools kind of, to defend their people. And they did manage it, particularly if you could recall, during the time when Obama was in administrations, he managed to sign some Americans down there. And also there was a big rally campaign against what's so-called Joseph Kony and all that. It helps to contribute positively to eliminate all those things. So those are the kinds of things that we wanted to stand for. A specific group, so volunteers can come up and do it the way how they want it. We can also see it in our opponents, the NAS, understand, who are calling for liberation of his allies, who are calling for liberation of South Sudan, Sudan. Well, that would be in the good way, but anyhow, they have mess on them. They're total mess among them. We know that very well. To this day, well, it depends on them. It's something that we don't have to deal with it, other than they're calling, then talking ourselves about ourselves as Equatorial Civil Associations Council, and who are calling for self-determination of Equatoria, because Equatoria, as you have said, have never been other than Equatoria itself. It has never been South Sudan, but Equatoria, which is the Nile Equatoria. That was the people. That is who we are. So it is a dangerous kind of things that, to encourage that kind of, let's say, arming the entire civilians. Well, it is possible that you can arm the entire civilians in countries like US today, where this is one of the articles, in constitutional articles, that is allowed, that everyone has a right to bear arms, but bear arms under the watch of what? Of a responsible government, a democratically responsible government, a rule of law, and everything, something that, can put everything in order. The reason why we have to know, why do you have to hold these guns? The reason why you have to hold these guns, for what reason? You want to protect yourself in the absence of that. Yes, that can be acceptable. But despite that, also, it has a setback, To this day, Americans as well, with all these guns, it helps in another way, but it also hurts in another way. For those who have guns, you could see it in the cops. People can fight each other and they can kill each other. Sometimes most of the time, if you go through or over the weeks, you could see these numerous incidents that took place. So the good idea for our people of Equatoria, something that, I would like to conclude with, is that, guys, it is always good to have volunteers. I believe we have many people, Equatorian down there, who can stand for themselves and they can protect, the main point is to protect our people, our civilian populations, our children's, our women's, under the ongoing regime, because the regime has now become a rebel. It is not any longer a regime, but other than a rebel. I can just call it that way, irrespective of that, well, with respect to good people like Pope who have come in and paid a visit to go and observe the situations. I also recommend that, for those who have never went through, see all these, example, if you could compare Pope visit to Zaire and South Sudan, I would say the way how Zaire, Congo put it, was actually humane, and it can be a part of what you can say freedom of speech. They have brought some other people who have come to demonstrate what had happened to them during the time, women's and families, children's and all that. Something that I didn't see it in South Sudan, of course, other than, they went on killing the innocent civilians, of which we strongly believe that, the regime hands is behind it, because we have seen it in several areas. If you go to Upper Nile or some other areas of Bahar al-Ghazal as well, we have seen how these regimes has played. And we have then seen also those Dinka boys, the way how they were well armed in the steamer, where they had to move to other areas so as to go after a specific tribes. Of Murle, for example, we have seen them and how they also went on protecting themselves in Mangalalis recently and all that kind of things. So that is totally odd things. So this government, this regimes, if it is, I don't know, people used to call it the government, but it's a failed state. These failed state authoritarian regimes, nobody would trust it, whatsoever the reason is. The only thing is that, this regime should have stepped down and give the government back to the people. That would have been the best way out, and that would have bring us an end to at least some kind of reconciliations and resolutions to the ongoing conflicts. So to this point, to this end, I would say thank you, guys. Excuse me for if I indeed prolong it. So let me give the others also a chance. So you're welcome. All right, I'll yell back. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Welcome, Brother Richard. Didi, are you there? I hope you are able to listen to me.
Yeah, I think I would let Richard speak, and then I can come up to him. So that,
welcome.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Let's allow greetings to you guys. Just saying let Richard speak too, and then so I can come after him. Thank you.
Thank you, Atika, Didi, CJ, and the audience here. I'm gonna just say my word, my input short, so we can engage with the audience, because this topics is very important. I'm going to try to stick to the topic, which is South Sudan problem won't be solved by arming communities. Well, to me, actually, I go the other way around. The stage where we are right now, every community has to be armed. And I think last year, we ran a couple of rooms where Equatorians, especially Equatorians, they have to be armed because this Jenge, they trick us. 2005 for Equatorian to disarm. Well, disarmament and in Equatoria, it doesn't reach. Just 1 second. My apology. Yeah, the disarmament end only in Equatoria. It doesn't go further. It doesn't reach Jongole. It doesn't reach Barakazal. When they do disarmament, they will disarm one clan and give the gun to the other one, and the whole circle go on and on and on. This tribe kill this, and when they kill, the government will go around and turn, and this one kill this. This is we have to come to this fact that, if you have no arm, you're a dead man. You have nowhere to go. We have seen in Kijikeji. We have seen how they drag young men from their houses and they massacre them. But if these guys are armed, I don't think they're even going to dream about coming close by. But because they know they're not armed, that's why they get killed. Who are you going to blame? Is it the government? Is it the community? Is it a tribe? Is it a county? Or is it South Sudan? That's a question mark. When they create Kroyom in January, we open a room. We have the intel that, the Dinka, Dinka Bor, particularly Dinka Bor, they create a new Kroyom battalion. And officially they call out, they say they want the sons and daughters, the ones serving in SSPDF or national security or in whatever prison or whatever they have to come home to protect. And they're pulling these guys from where? They're pulling this guy from the national so-called government. So they have the right to pull their sons to come to board. And guess what? We Equatorian, we give we say, yeah, these guys, they're playing second game right here. This Kroyom, the new Kroyom, they come to Central Equatoria. People don't even believe what we're saying. Hello, massacres happen, Mangala, you name it. Now, they're playing dumb. The president himself, like yesterday, he was saying, he want all the law enforcement to do investigation, to get the instigators and those who commit the crime. Who are the instigators? These are the Dinkas. They come to kill the chief. They come with the carols, messing people farms. They rape. They destroy people houses. And when you say anything, you get shot. Because what? You are armed. The solution is every community in South Sudan get to be armed. And then we see who is the real man on the ground. You're not going to be dragging me from my house and then shooting me in front of my family and rape my daughter, my mother, my sister, my grandmother. You're not going to do that if I have a gun in my hand. So, the other moderators, I'm going to tell you, totally going, I'm sorry to say, I'm pro arming all the communities. My Dinkarel or Nuer, they all arm. Why the Dinkas don't go to Nuer land? Because they are afraid. The Nuer are armed. All the Nuer community are armed. They don't go there. They know the only place they're coming to Equatoria because Equatoria are not armed. They know Equatoria get disarmed since 2005. Equatoria now, they try to collect guns left and right to defend themselves. Some area not defended. Some communities, tribes don't have no guns to protect all the counties or all the areas. The solution is every community in Equatoria got to get armed. And AK-47, Kazna Malian, with empty Kazna, it costs only $300. Only $300. Every tribe, law index zoltake barra, law when. Collect that money, send $300. Mafia organization, send that thing direct to your family, say, hey, this is this. This money is for you to buy a gun and protect yourself and your family and your neighborhood. Period. Let's arm ourselves and let's see how these people are gonna massacre us or rape our sisters, our mothers, and our daughters, and our grandmothers. And then on top of it, killing us. If we are armed, Kajike will never happen. Forget about all this political so-called opposition. Forget about it. It's about us as community, as the citizen, the native, the nationalists of Equatoria. It's about time. We have to protect ourselves. This 2023. We're predicting this year is going to be the craziest year. And we've seen it from get-go. How many people we lost? We've seen in February. How many people we lost just this year? Now they're coming with some other crap. They're talking about, Equatoria, cattle bagara, yake bagara ma akele yake. De laham. Ma laham de, okay, ana katal da bagara, ma ana ikon jana anda rakol bagara. Bagara jakol akol lajere zeratai, akele yakao. If your cow is pain, Mazarata is pain. Because with my farming, I send my kids to school and I feed my family with that. The same goes to you. What makes you better? You claiming you liberate us. Who do you liberate? Do you liberate your land? Itaja in Bargazal. Tell me what place is liberated by SPLA in Bargazal or Apanal? Juba said they can't even capture Juba. Juba was handed over by Khartoum to them. And I got to Juba and I'm going to tell them Juba in 91. They can't. Numala was since when? Numala fell in 88 or somewhere around that time, if I can remember clearly. They say we liberate Numule. Guess what? These people, all these Upon Island, they're coming to Equatoria to seek refuge. And we hand it to them. Because we, Equatorian, we are the genesis of the liberation of that country called South Sudan. At the end, what? We said to hell with it. We want our own. Now we liberate you from the Arabs. Now it's on you. We want our own. Because we can live with you. Our culture is different. The way we live is different. We're special. We're exceptional. The closest people we have culture with, Uganda, Kenya, Congo, Central Africa, maybe. But with those people from Upper Nile, we have nothing with them close to us. Brothers are nothing. They be running around with their propaganda in the media these days. They try to cover up the crime they did in Kijikeji. I'll just be listening these days in the clubhouse. I'm like, Jamare, Yom Beja, where they're gonna run when the doomsday arrives? Where they're gonna run? And goes at the same time with our Equatorians, Almar Rasendel. We know them all one by one. The time will come. They have to move back. They have to move with those Jangetamano and Drahal moment. We can never be united with those people from Apanal or Bragazal. We can never. When I say Apanal and Bragazal, Greta Bibor is Equatorian. Western Bargazal, even though they messed up over there, they have to sort the problem themselves. Maybe later in the future, we're going to say, okay, years ago, we're going to make some DNA tests on you. You know, 1% Dr. Denka Alak, yeah, get the heck out. We don't need you. Thank you, guys. Audience down there too, you know, because this topic is very important. We all got to, you know, Lofiso Tanetana as you fucking, you know, we have to give a chance to have to, you know, Lord Denka or whatever, they have to come up because we know who is who is not we know all of them. Ashan Karuma Kizibalena Gal, we are not Ketila Lasel fi Kajikajire. That is the SSPDF. Yeah, Mashana Kulu Denka. Because those are Umunjere, Dinkabora, they ran away. We know all the details. We just want to talk about it. Thank you. Sorry to catch you. I think.
Excuse me, Adika? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to talk to say. Sorry.
But I want comment. So Didi, please feel free. Welcome. And thank you for joining. I hope your network is good now.
Yes, my network is good. Thank you very much. My greetings to you, CJ, Odysseus, and Rich, and the audience. Thank you, guys. Yes. Sorry, guys, I'm not a noise here. I just wanted to add on a little bit, and then I'll come and finish later. Considering this topic of sorry, guys, I'm just walking away from the noise. No, just yeah. Considering the topic that South Sudan won't be South Sudan problems won't be solved by arming communities. Yeah, and also the other thing, I think the people who wanted to come up here earlier, I think they left or something like that. Yeah, I wish we brought them earlier. So it's one of the tricky things, like when we discuss about these things, and when we say that it it cannot be, this problem cannot be resolved by arming communities, and then sometimes because in these fragile times, people are really hurting. Like people are hurting. Like for example, if somebody who is, for example, from the Kuku, whereby we saw that they've got 28 people, 7 people gunned down, and this is really, like being killed. Some of them, I don't know, are not yet been found. They still, like they say that it's still like, they're still, searching. It's not really, something that is completed. You can put your hand around it, the total number of the people who have been massacred. So if they hear this, probably I think they will think like, oh yeah, you want me to sit here and die? If we phrase the question in this way, or this discussion in this way, they will just say that, oh, so you just want to sit here and argue that and let me die. So I think the better way we can go about it instead of debating between us and make it as a going back and forth and disagreeing. And we can see a lot of people who would disagree that will just come in and they will just go off because they think like, okay, I'm not into argument about this discussion. You know what is happening. So you just want to put people here into argument back and forth. But I would say that I would rather wish that that this will be a beneficial discussion that rather has no disagreements or like arguments within it, because our people are hurting. One thing we have to put in our mind: it's not about us who are in diaspora. We're comfortable. It's about the people who are living in the nightmare that are there, that we're making decisions on their behalf. This is one thing. If we keep in mind, then we will actually realize quickly that we have common goals. And then we can talk about it into, okay, if we cannot arm all the communities, then how can we go about it? What can we do? What's your idea? These are the things that I would love. These are the conversation that we should be holding, not rather than we kind of disagreeing and agreeing and arguing among each other, because this is actually tearing us apart at all. So I think the question would be then, how can we do it? How can we do it if we can every community? How can we do it? We're dying. We're dying. We saw people being killed time after time after time. Some of them are slaughtered. Some of them are burnt into the houses. Some of them are poisoned. Some of them are gunned down and stuff like that. So how can we do this? Apart from our people who are in Blue House and stuff like that, daily, Equatorians are missing, daily. Some of them are found in the bushes. Some of them, you don't even know where your relative is. So how can you bring the solution? How would you bring the solution if you say that we cannot arm the entire community? So maybe the other way around is like, maybe we're talking about that we can organize ourselves and we can get people who are skillful, people who are very good. They know the tactics of the war. They can war. They can fight. They can protect the community. A number of people from every communities, because if you're talking about South Sudan is not a one plate. We're not talking about a one plate. Like, people are not living, like, we know that people are not living like where we are in the West. It's very hard for someone, for example, in California or for example, in DC or in Georgia or in what do you call the other places, America. You can say that, you can just get a group of people somewhere and then can protect all these people all over United States or in Australia. Somebody in Canberra, somebody in Sydney, somebody in what do you call it, in Melbourne or Adelaide or something like that, Perth and whatnot, the rest of the places. I cannot say that I can base a military, for example, a defense force for example, in Sydney. So what about the person that is in Alice Springs, a remote place over there? What about the person that is in Perth, far away, 5 hours, 6 hours from here, getting massacred there? These are the things that we need to discuss about it properly. We need to be mindful of these things. We need to talk about it. What about the people that are in, like, for example, Waterloo, somewhere, far away? These are the things that we need to talk about it. That can bring us to a solution that we can all agree and say that, okay, we see this point here, it's not going to work. We see that one day, it's not going to work. If you say, let's arm everybody has a gun, your child might be, one of your child might, be curious. Students are curious one day, or one of the younger child is angry, and just pick a gun and shoot one of the people, or maybe results after it, everybody will just be head on, like, I have a gun, after the war and stuff like that. And then, after the everything is, finished with, and, after the fights and stuff like that, after you chase all these people out, then people might start using the gun to turn on themselves. Maybe if we go about this kind of things like that, that my concern is that after the mat, what would happen? After the mat, are we going to be able to disarm some people and then keep some force, some group of number to be a force? Or is it going to be possible, or is it not going to be possible? And the other thing is, like, the one that I said earlier, that maybe we can build a defense force. Like, for example, if some people would like to go about it and talk about saying that, we have to have a militia, and the other thing is, okay, if we're having a militia, we have seen the image of the militias around. We have seen these people who are called militias. There are some people who are militias before, from Equatorians, group of them. Some of them join NAS, for example. Some of them, hanging there, joining the regime and stuff like that. You ought just to get 1,000 people only and create a militia. You're good to go. You can go sign Ajara with Kir. So how about if we have this many militias around, Zoltan we branch out, Bigali Kaman another create militia type, and then or create militia toto, and then decided, and then he might be used, paid money, bribery, and then he might be used against our people, and then begin to massacre our people, fighting for the enemy, for the cause of the enemy. These are the things that we need to bring in mind. That's why last time in one of the rooms when we were talking, I see that there are some people that when you bring ideas like this, when you like to talk, some people either immaturely they either get angry, one thing, and just run their conclusion by themselves. They're not thinking about all the missing gaps and all the discussions, all the feeling. Or the other thing is some of them, they will grab the idea, they'll take off with it, premature ideas, and then they'll say that this is it, I'm going to do this, come, let's go do this. And then some people say that, okay, it's me, you and that, we're the one going to do this and stuff like that. And then they fail. The process fails because these are premature stuff. And these are things that need to be discussed maturely, and they need everybody, because it needs inputs of every Equatorian, especially every Equatorian that is talking and is fighting for the rights of Equatoria and also for the independence of Equatoria, especially the people that are fighting for the existence of Equatoria right now, just for Equatoria solidly. These people need to come down, and we need to sit down and talk about these things, properly, and make decisions of how we can go about these things. So if we say we say that we're creating a defense force, for example, in the Kuku native land, we might have a group of people here, or maybe majority of the youth there, or maybe most of the youth. We can use them, and then you can move on to the Kakwa. You can move on, moving on, going to Maridi. You can move on, going as far as you can go to the Muru, as far as you can go on, and also we create another revolution there in the side of East Equatoria, to Madi, to Acholi, and then all these communities, the Dinka and Lotuko and Lokoya, those of the Pari there, and most of these people over there, they are ready, actually, most of them, they are ready, you see. So maybe we can think about this, and then we think about how we can, when we sit down and talk like this, it becomes so easily we can, because we are agreeing here, we are putting on ideas, we are not debating, we are not disagreeing, we are not fighting each other for one idea or the other, we are not actually saying that my idea should go and stuff like that, but it's something that we discussing, and then we coming up with the best ideas, and then by creating these defense forces, they are accountable, you see. They are not malicious, they are accountable, and these are people that tomorrow can pass down the knowledge to the younger generation, that we are the people that we're going to, like to train and keep on going with the mission, you see. And then because the younger ones will see this image, will see just like what Anyanya were, the Anyanya was not arming everybody all around the corner. Yes, they're not arming kids, they're not arming stuff like that. So maybe if we started discussing stuff like that, then some people would understand and say that, oh, okay, it's the same thing. We're saying that let's arm our people, but let's maturely arm our people, and so let's know that when the goal is over, then we know that what we are moving towards next, what is next. So, and then the other thing is, then we talk about, because if you today bring an idea, and then we keep disagreeing, somebody saying that, we're creating obstacles for ourselves. We're not moving forward, you see. We're just arguing for the argument's sake, you see. We're not moving forward, and our people are dying. That's the problem, Our people are the one paying the high cost. We are in overseas here, we are comfortable, we are alive, So, then we talk about the raising funds, because raising the funds, we need Equatorians all, and there are most of Equatorians which are ready to raise these funds. When we come together and we are agreeing, these Equatorians are ready. But when we are not agreeing, we are fighting on different ideas. These Equatorians are getting confused, because everybody begin to be divided into different lines, different groups, my relatives or my people and stuff like that. I am confused. Some people say that I am confused. I don't want to choose you. I don't want to choose that one, because basically we're Equatorians. We love each other. So I don't want to choose this person so that you don't think that I choose you, and that person doesn't think. I mean, that person doesn't think that I choose you over them, or them choose you, or I choose them. You think that I choose them over you. So I feel like this is a matter that I wish Equatorians will be here. Some people will be here, and that people can discuss something like this and come up with like a brilliant understanding, brilliant agreement that we can come to agree that yes, we need to create this force. You see, we need to create this force, but this force has to be created properly. And once they're created, because hajara musulia, you see, is musulia jammed, you see. So otherwise, if Nas Bigger Mother understand Badun, then it will actually ended up in the way the one that Richard is saying that, because I heard a lot of people already being arming their families, arming their relatives, sending money, and by arming their relative doesn't mean that they're arming everybody in the relative. They're sending money to the matured people in their family, like the husband in the house, if they are men in the house, that are mature. And this is exactly what we're talking about, the defense force of Equatoria. If we can arm this kind of matured people, then this is where we can create the defense force instead of individual. Because sometimes you could be living in your home and then nas jo ibetaki can nas actor min kam gordonita. Yes, ita bagdar shoot talata arba, but then at the end of the day, all of you, your family lose your life. You see, but Inna can create defense force properly, properly is it? And جبال ناس ذات ما وصلوا ما دخلوا نزل على قوم من برا هناك من برا هناك لأنه في ناس اللي بيدوروا قاموا على طوارئ قاموا حاجات شنو يعني a proper skillful people that can fight for the land, you see. And then tomorrow they might be rewarded for something for and then retire, and then next generation will raise up. I think this is what I can say here. I think if we follow this path, I think we will get somewhere. Basically, we will get somewhere positive. But if we're not following this path, I think we will just be really scattered in ideas, and we will just constantly be angry at each other. We'll constantly be fighting each other. We'll constantly be divided and stuff like that. So this is the thing that I will be saying. But then if we come to see it, we actually talking similar things, the same things. It's just the arrangement need to be arranged. Things need to be defined. We need to arrive in a destination. So this is something that I can add for now. Thank you guys very much. And I'll leave it here.
All right, thank you, Didi. Hear me? I hope you hear me, guys. Yes, I will call you.
Your mic's open, but we can't hear you, Attica.
Okay, sorry, guys. I think for for people in Clubhouse are not able to hear me. Let me just get back into them again. Just give me a second.
Previous, the idiot you mentioned.
That's a different channel. My bad. I have to kind of like. All right. I hope you hear me now, guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. You're back. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. في أخت عاوز تتكلم تليفونيا. I'll try to contact her, but first before I contact her, let me just give me a second, guys. Hi guys, sorry about that. انتوا كانت تسمعني كويس, so thank you. Yeah, في أخت عاوزة تتكلم, فأنا هديك فرصة بس دقيقة. بس أنا عاوز كلام بتعديلي في محله. الهدف الأساسي إحنا عاوزين يعني ناس يكون راشدين في كل خطوة. لازم يكون في مفهومة, يكون في clarity and clear understanding and clear ideology. انت كان لاحظت هسه الوضع هنا فوقه ده because the same mistake is repeated. انا ما بعرف كان الناس قاعدين يلاحظوا, مجموعات المواطنين قاعدين يلاحظوا اخطاء اللي هسه قاعد يحصل ده, اخطاء ده ما مكرره, ده ما حاجه جديد. يعني احنا هسه عايشين وضع already احنا كنا فوقه يعني before. The only problem is different إنه هنا بقينا الدولة وإحنا ما قادرين نكون مسؤولين عشان نقدر نقوم دولة بكيان. فهمتوا؟ لأنه الدولة الهسه اللي بيسموه دولة جنوب السودان ده، يعني أنا لاحظت مجموعات كثيرة، يعني أنا قاعد نقول بالأخص الدينكا طبعا هم يوم ماسكين النظام، لكن أنا قاعد نشوف باقي المجموعات اللي بيقولوا هم مثقفة متعلمين قاعدين في وسط تنازع، يعني تلقاهم عقلية بتاعهم ما بيختلف من الدنكاوي اللي قاعد في مراه. يعني افكار رجعي في ناحيه بتاعت ناحيه. they don't look forward for the future, a progressive future اللي بيخلي بلد يكون مستقيم، ولا بدي الفهم بتاع انه مسؤوليه ده شنو. يعني اي زول بس بيجي بافكار ورأي بدون ما يعمل دراسه منطقي، بدون ما يقدر يشوف حواليه كل الجهات and then make a decision. يعني the word critical thinking اللي معروف في ده أدول ناس في ابتدائية which is very simple. يعني النقد الذاتي أو النقد الفكري. أنت sometimes أنت بتقول حاجة ده make sense. you know مراهق كان شاف مثلا، أنا ما أعرف بدي مثل يا نوع، لكن أنا بتذكر في أمثال كتير بتاعت لما أنا كنت مراهق. I remember يعني I want to be a grown up so fast. أنا متذكر أنا صغير، لكن أنا ما داير خليه يقول لي أنا جانا صغير. I used to hate that. I felt like now I'm man, I'm mature, you know, especially at that time I see like, you know, I was getting, you know, recognized. Oh, this young man. So I felt like it is not right for me to be called a child anymore. While in that moment, it's still my mind behaved like a teenager, not like a mature man. Because at that time, still أنا ما عندي مفهوم للمسؤوليات كتير. أنا ماشي بفكرة بتاع مراهقين. I was enjoy life. You know, يكون عندي girlfriend, يكون عندي you know عربية, do my life, you know حاجات بتاع مراهقين ده. But when I matured up, this thing was not in my mind. أنا فكرت قلت أسمع حاجات ده is just limited. لكن it's about the school. When you finish your school, then you find a better job, then you build your future planning and all that. They are حاجة اللي بيخلي زول بيكون different من زول اللي داير يقول هو كبير او هو بيقدر يعمل حاجه، لكن في نفس الوقت ما عنده الكفاءات، ما عنده النقد الفكري انه حاجات اللي قد يعمله ده او حاجات اللي دايره ده لازم يكون فوقه behind it في مسؤوليه. يعني حسنا لما نتكلم في موضوع بتاع our people, that's why we put, and thank you did explain a lot. South Sudan problem won't be solved by army. انا قلت بس شوفوا مثل هسه في على النيل مثل واضح لناس مسلحين لكن ما قادرين يخلوا امن في البلد، وفي نفس الوقت هم جا مسكوا الدولة بتاع جنوب السودان بقوة السلاح. كده ورونا المنطق هنا وين. ناس ماسكين سلاح قبائل كلهم مسلحين في على النيل وكلهم بيتنازلوا. إذا كان لاحظت النظام بتاع دينكا ونوير والشلوك كلهم بيدقوا بعضهم، ما في جديد. تقول لي قال ده قاعدين في ريفيجي كام، تلقى حتى السلاح قاعدين يحاربوا جو ريفيجي كام. and then the more they will fight and then this is the security هسه، وهم كلهم قاعدين في مخيمات متحدة. كان قلنا هم صحيح قاعدين يأمنوا حالهم. so it's really a mess. يعني احنا في وضع بتاع فوضى. and this is what they call a tribal anarchy. الفكرة ده لازم احنا كاستوائيين ندرسه بالدقة. يا ريت اخواننا الاستوائيين بيفهموها. يعني يا ريت كان بيجوا بيتكاتفوا معانا لما نتكلم مع منطقة، لأنه في ناس أنا عارفهم they don't like us but still you don't like us but we are telling you the truth. إحنا ما هنا عدوك. أنت يمكن قد تكرهني لكن أنا ما بكرهك because when I speak to you we speak to you from the heart. والله ما فاضي، أنا ما مستفيد أي شيء من أنا أديك النصيحة، لكن أنا مستفيد في حاجة واحدة، إنه أنا عندي أرض في إيكاتوريا وأنا ابن استوائية وإحنا كلنا هنا استوائيين. we talk about our people لأنه أخواننا قاعدين يقتلوهم يذبحوهم. the only solution is the right way. يعني ما فيك تيجي تقول نار بيطفي نار، لازم يكون في opposite thing عشان بيطفي النار ده. فهنا لازم نعرف كيف نطفي النار ده بالطريقة الصحيحة. أخطاء الماضي ده the same thing مكرر. وبعدين عندنا قادة فاشلين أصلا، ده حاجة لازم نأكد. وهسه المشكلة بتاعنا كإيكاتوريان كاستوائيين عشان احنا نمشي لقدام ونأسس حاجة اللي هسه دي يتكلم عنه ده. و this is one of the things we are calling for it. مع إنه في ناس بقى بيكلموها بس عفوي but they don't understand how to establish it. But we know how. and we say this with all, confidence. We know how to do it. But هل انتوا بتتكاتفوا معانا ولا انتوا هتتعادوا ضدنا لانه انتوا ما عندكم because في نوع بتاع غيره كراهيه jealousy this nonsense بتاع حاجات بتاع الشفع ده وحاجات بتاع ناس متخلفين ده يا بخلي إيكواتوريا ما يمشي لقدام. انت زول واعي ما متخلف انت ما بتحقد. The most primitive person in this earth is the one اللي بيكون jealous of some man or some women or the one who will be لانه primitivity يا قاعد يخلي الناس يكونوا عندهم hatred and jealousy. لكن زول knowledgeable وزول confident and زول aware انه هو عنده yes weakness بتاعه لكن he will never envy other person ولا بيكون jealous of other person. that the person اللي كان اديته task ولا هو لقى فرصه he will always progress مقارنه مع زول اللي بس عايش حقد وكراهيه وجلسي اللي بيوديه للنهايه بتاع موت بتاعه وبيموت زي زول يعني تعبان بدل يموت زي زول عنده كرامه وشرف. This world today يعني هنا في 21st century ده العالم اتقدمت لمراحل ده. انت لاحظت الناس اللي دايما they're wrong always they end up in the most worst position. لكن الناس اللي always in the right they will always be acknowledged even by the enemy. They would acknowledge them. Just know how you could see them. من point ثاني نقول إيكواتوريان عندنا الفرصة نقدر نوصل للنجاح والطريق في يد الفرصة في يدينا. It's up to you. Do you want to do it or do you want to go against it? وبكرة التاريخ هيشهد منو يا كان عدو إيكواتوريا. And I will stop هنا. أنا بدي فرصة لنا. لكن إيكواتوريان التسلح بتاعنا لازم يكون بطريقة صحيحة. We're not saying we don't have to protect ourselves, but we don't want to let the burden to be into community. And Didi mentioned something very important earlier. With this thing, we believe in the same thing. إنه أنت شنو بجارنتي؟ يعني بكرة جانا ده أو زول تاني بيجي attack the other person. يعني قول خلاص هما God liberate these people. ما شفنا حاجات ده في شكلة دينكا نوير. Once they got the arm, they begin to turn the weapon against each other. As قاعد نقول عندنا one common enemy. Then why can't we, the people of Equatoria, come together under one umbrella and focus on the liberty of Equatoria from the people that get the oppressors and get the occupy our land? هل حاجة ده صعب؟ صعب لأنه في ناس عاوزين fight to take the recognition as leaders. في ناس عاوزين create ده كأنه tribal power. يعني زول ده بيقدر لما قال يا كان منطقة تاعي وقبيلتي حاجات دي ما بدينا قدام يا إيكواتوريان. احنا واعيين مختا ناس اسبله مختا دينكا مختا نوير مختا شلوك مختا حاجات لانه هم قاعدين يفكروا بقبيله بتاعهم. احنا قاعدين نفكر بإيكواتوريا the whole region of Equatoria. ولا قاعدين نفكر بستيت ولا بقبيله ولا بدين ولا بلون. قاعدين نفكر كإيكواتوريا. كان مخ ده ما موجود فوقنا. مختا إيكواتوريا ده بس ده كلام بس في خشم. زي زول اللي بيقول انا مسيحي بخشم زول تاني بيقول انا مسلم بخشم لكن ايمان بتاعه ما موجود. ما بيعرف ربنا بتاعه كيف اداه ايات بايبل ده ولا اداه ايات في القران ده. معناته زول ده زول اصلا كافر زي ما اي كافر تلقاه في الشارع. يعني ده كافر بيكره ذات إيكواتوريا and he's an enemy to Equatoria. واضح. because Equatoria is bleeding is being destroyed. والمشكله البسيطه اللي بيقدر يتحل واحنا كاستوائيين نجيب ناس عندنا منطق ونجيب بقلب واضح حبا لاهلنا القاعدين يموتوا مش حبا للشخصيات حبا للناس القاعدين يموتوا في الارض. كاننا بنفهم كلام ده بنحس بكلام ده. Let's stand together as brothers and sisters of the greater Equatoria to save our people instead of selling ourselves cheap to our enemy by dividing ourselves by creating a problem اللي ما عنده يعني ما logical ولا حتى ذاته زول ده argue about. يعني مشاكل عفوي مشاكل جاهل يعني خلينا نحن نلوك مسخره لعدو بتاعنا. العدو بتاعنا قاعد يلاف. We have seen it in social media. شكله بتاع اخوان لما مسخره اهانه يعني حاجه ما بدينا لقدام. لميتنا بنكونوا belittling ourselves in front of somebody who just قاعد يبدا لبس بنطلون. فانا بجيب هنا بدي فرصه الباقيين. انا بس بجيب الاخت هنا هو قال نقوله انا بقولي هسه. and then Didi can you please انت عندك access للفيسبوك عشان انا اقدر broadcast it from there because I won't be able to هنا ده هي بتتكلم من هنا Messenger, I will not be able to uh, be in the Clubhouse. So you can broadcast it from Facebook and Clubhouse, if that's okay.
Yes, I'll go get my
Thank you. Thank you.
there and to try and get it done.
Yeah. Well في أخوي هنا. Anyway في حاجات طبعا I wish أنا بس بتمنى من أخواننا بدل يقفلوا عقل بتاعهم before they understand what I'm trying to say. Uh, yeah, my brother wrote something interesting. Gal, this says, go home and expose yourself to these criminals without a gun. They can't think twice. They will kill with immunity. Impunity. I'm not disagreeing that you have peaceful means to dialogue. Al-Mawdu, my brother, is not about peaceful means. It's about the best way. You know, I was a soldier. I know what war is, and I'm ready to fight. But I have to fight in the right way.
No, I think this is the person did not understand that about. So he's asking, I think, in ignorance.
Yeah, and understand, but I have to kind of like explain to him. You know,
He
he's a
didn't
soldier.
understood that that's what we are doing. Like
Yeah.
that, what we are doing is trying even the arming of the people, but and then arming people how and stuff like that, because some people were not here, the like, and then they find the middle of the talking, they don't know what's going on, and then they started writing stuff. So on that, and then explain other things, just tell him that that's what we're doing. So yeah, Sanobi understand. As like we tell him Zalan, what we do and stuff like that.
No, I know the brother. He will not get angry. I don't think he will. He's a good guy. He was a military too, but Annabeth got to explain to him in the military. As a military man who's been in a war and carried a gun, I don't think I would talk about peace. But I'm talking the best way, the best solution. إحنا لازم نستخدمه هو you know العقل التactic. ما في حرب ما بس كل زول بيشيل سلاح يا حركات على النيل وينايد عشان كده الناس كلهم بيتقاتلوا ما عندهم نهايه ما في اي زول منتصر غير هم خسرانين both sides وما في اي stability ما في اي security يعني انت كان لاحظت في حروب هو فن it's an art war is an art and the same time an art to protect yourself to live but in time of need you don't have to question ده ما موضوع دين بايبل ولا قرآن ولا أي كتاب مقدس ما بيتكلم أنت عندك right to defend yourself but we need to make it in the right way لأنه أهلنا اللي قاعدين يموتوا ده ما عاوزين نخليهم die more ولا عاوزين إحنا cause more crimes or more يعني إذا زول commit crime against me I don't want to let others to commit crime against the others we need to put an end to this mess يعني that's why army when they're trained in professionalism كيف when to shoot and who to shoot ما بس هيلا كده بس ما بس سنبلة to shoot somebody you have to know exactly what are you shooting for and what is the purpose of arming yourself and fighting we know the enemy we all agree we know the enemies who are they what they want but we the Equatorian that name itself supposed to give us a signal who we are we come together to stand together so we can defend ourselves together to defeat the enemy together but divided we fall احنا لازم نفهم كلام ده very carefully and very wisely لأنه الوضع اللي احنا فوقه وضع خطير جدا احنا قاعدين نتكلم كلام ده publicly لأنه أخواننا الاستوائيين اللي عندهم حقد ضدنا وأنا بقول بكل وضوح وصراحة الناس اللي قاعدين يكرهونا ما عاوزين يقعدوا معنا تحت نتكلم معهم هم قاعدين يحاولوا يحرضوا باقي أخواننا عشان يقعدوا يفكروا أفكار وهمية لكن لما نقول الحقيقة هم they hate us for it and then tomorrow they will repeat the same thing when we said or they will try to take some of the word we say to use it as if هم كانوا فاهمين الوضع لكن لسه they go and they misdiagnose لما أنا كتبت the misdiagnosis للموضوع ده كله في النهاية هم بيطلعوا بزيرو هنا ده any objective because أنا ما عندهم الفكرة ما عندهم الرؤية but we have the vision and we're saying it with humility ما قاعد نتكلم بكبرياء لكن هل هم مستعدين يستمعوا مستعدين ينقذوا أخوانهم لا قلبهم عندهم حق انا ما اعرف كبرياء ده بديهم لوين ما نهايه بديك لمقبره ربنا اكبر مننا كلنا Equatoria is our home let's fight for it let's not fight against each other من بكون leadership ده will come with responsibility. هنا في الجيش we learn that when you get promoted in the military that means you are qualified to take over the leadership. لكن حاجات العشوائية شوية ده ما بديك لك ده. That's why when we talk with reason and sense. لما قاعد نتكلم عشوائي and we know what we're talking about and بكل احترامي لكم. فديدي please take over. أنا مش عشان نجيب الأخت تتكلم من التلفون. So can you open that mic in Facebook وأنا أفتح هنا أنا هطلع من Clubhouse وأنت make sure you broadcast it in Clubhouse and Facebook so I can bring her to speak. Okay?
Yes, I'll do that.
Thank you. Did you open it? أنا جايت لها.
Yep.
اوكي يا جماعه انا في الفيسبوك انا هتلفل الاخت وهجيبه هنا.
Yeah, ready.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just hold on, huh?
Yep. I am holding on.
All right, ديدي يا هو معي اخت ددبه عاوز يقول رساله للاخوان واخوات اللي قاعدين يستمعوا من فيسبوك and كلاب هاوس. اتفضل اخت ددبه. المهم انتوا قاعد اهو انتوا قاعد تسمعوا صوته كويس.
Yes, we did.
اوكي اتفضل اخت ددبه. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. أنا سايق ذاته لكن أنا واقف في الشارع فكرت مثلا ودي رسالة إلى إخواتنا المستمعين. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you for accepting me with my voice, and thank you for those who are listening. Yeah, it's a very good topic. رسالة كويس جدا. topic ده كويس عشان إحنا نتناقش فيه في الموضوع حاجة اللي حاصل ورا كده. My point is like this. It is not something just fun. It's not something just we want to talk and just to talk and acquire. No. This is now time for action. This is now time for looking forward. This is not time for keep your voice out because it's getting too much. You know, it's a debate, Chalakanta Mara, it's a debate, Kulium, Rajata, kita yang tadi tadi decide. Salah. Tamara Takira to debate tap, it's a bit decide. It's a bit of that salah. So, I'm just going to put it very clear. Kanna Matinkare is getting too much. Since when? أنا كل مرة يجي على يكون أنا كده جاني واحد كده أنا جاني سوا كده أنا مسلم لكن ما في دينك one day حلقة في السوشيال ميديا عشان كده جونوا شو صوت داتيني يكون أنا مشكلة ده كاب وكده أنا جاني سوا ومع أحد تايدو نسلو ما في they don't care, they don't give a damn, they don't care because they know whom they are. Okay, so can be careful. I'm talking about that. party for better, former party. Equatoria, this is the time now. It's not tomorrow. It's not after 1 hour. It's now. That is it. 2010, I remember, and I became in Kampala, Juba. Nimule, Rasho, Asankereta, Kunezi, Rock, Natal, foreigners, Natal, the Uganda, and Uganda, in Sudan, it can bring immigration office to show your visa or whatever. And then Nezil, then he comes up, Banata Dinka, I remember, and 3 boys, no, 6 Banadenka, with Talata Ola. أنا كنت نزلت طبعا هم في قدامي أنا كمان نزلت بوراهم أنا ماشي أنا جالي بواحد طول جوب أنا بورا الجيران أنا كان ماشي أنا كان وقف خلاص ماشي وين قلت أنا ماشي زي ما نازل ماشين ده لا نازل ماشين دل أساس البلد وأنا أسأله إحنا ما كنا كدامين جنوب السودان يعني باقي ناس تانيين ده إيكواتوريا ديل ما جنوب السودان أنا كان ما تعالي سو كلام ده دو بس دي بيجانا جا remember very very well okay زي تومون بعد تالا ناس تومون نسوان تومون الجين ونسو زي ماما أميرة there is another foolish lady in Canada Portugal there is a couple of them del taban gita la san kedu wonusu al bikenga ali bokonde bes gonus staket no de wonusu hagiga ta kalam ena kalam lakini anne kotore na kama nne make onna nasta forgiveness na nasta kida na nasta kida we don't need to forgive nothing no more we need to stand up forward min ladi miten de harakata jalaba yumata galpini akto rojal hamiru nuswan they are nefsa haja hasere dinka jibulanna katola ola tanna banante bigeni hamelo katola ola kama la sa katolu ya jam bigeni katolu jere la dimite katolu jere la dimite why are we not a human being? We don't have feeling, we can't feel with the pain. If they have feeling for their cows, what about us? We can't have feeling for our people? We do. We do have feeling. We need to stand up. We need to do something. Tap them na de kuru de John Gering. Inshallah you gum. Yanto de kuru kere mutu warato. Mamara to sawa. Liano de mahaja albada nare. This is something which is cooked. Bediri pijuaga bena. Nasda seribiga besgi nafis. De mahaja albada nare jama. Alina begini kore fukoga. Oh de jere. No. Sit down and look for it. Use your brain. Ita biliko de hajal nikitu min zaman. Bika seri de bes mon bika ginafis. Mon ginafis. John Gering ya kulu tap tanna de kulu de min John Gering. Come out the Equatoria John Gering katol figaba. Junubini Equatoria askot fikalam de nyemet mafizo rudu. Mafizo liyomtani wonu sugal ay John Gering katol askotu gali jibu salam. Terewen jibu lomon mutu. Jibu mutu firaste Equatoria. Gali salam. Tema salam. De mut. Nyakamu mahal taki begua katolita. Numuma mara taki begidam taki. Numuma bine taki begidam taki. Bashtano hayata ko naman. Na kalaste ibna. Ita be hamil ta buwele du fitab. Ita be raba jena taki fitab. Bija katolo. Bi katolo rajin. Bi katolo ma jena. Nas men dum fuwasum. Hatta jena be katolo. Ay adak nas tomo de fi bele tomo na. Gisoru gikoto fi Facebook. Kamo lanna waje kelba. Bele tomo mon muamirin. Gikuruju gizara. Sala mahal sukar jere fi taraf. Mahal jambu bet. Mon kuruju mon zara. Gisoru kutu fi social media. What about us? This is the time. We are sick and tired. Thank you for this program. And we are looking forward for more Equatorians to come outside and to give a decision. We need to start. In the Bible, The children of Israel, by the time they are under slavery in Egypt, they never, ever dreamed that one day they will go back to Israel. God is watching, listening for their prayer. Choose Moses to remove them out from the slavery back to Israel. Because they are children of Lucifer, Satan, children of demon. They don't know. This is what they are saying. Oh, they are Nasta Kenisa. Thank you. But God is watching. Time for everything. There is time for everything. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate. So this is the words just I want to give a little bit for you guys. Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sister.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Didi, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. أنا دار أشكرك أوكتاي شكرا شديد لكلامك كده لكن كمان أنا دار كان بقدر صاد إنه فوق لأنه ده ميشن لنا كله قاموا سوا. إذا كان في ناس ميتا إيكوتوريا أنت بعرف هناك طبعا في إيكوتوريانز كتير لكن ما جا في السوشيال ميديا كتير كان أنت بقدر باس الانفورميشن ده فوق عشان أنا بحرك أظن إيكوتوريا كله كده جا كده جا في محل واحد على إنه بقدر ريز فاندز كمان عشان إنه كان حاجة إنه ده عمله ده إنه بقدر وصل في حاجة إنه ده عمله ده سو كان مثلا إنه دير بيلد إنه ديفند فوستا إيكوتوريا أزو إيكوتوريين كله البارة هناك الموجودين أجا في السوشيال ميديا كده كان ده حاجة لاندر كده إيتا كان بقدر باس مثل جاهز كده منعرف ده ما حاجة القالي زول تاني بناديتا في كونا ولا بنادي زول تاني في كونا قال تعال جوين جروب جاي لا ده حاجة تا إيكوتوريانز كله لازم بيجا سوا إيكوتوريانز كله بيلموا قروش سوا في محل واحد شكرا ده بس حاجة لاندر أشكريتا كمان ده كلام كان جميل وده حاجة لاندر باس ليتا كمان بهناك شكرا كده
Yeah, thank you very much. كلامتك كويس. أنا بس في حاجة واحد قبل أنا في sister تاني قبل ونسو قال we need to do something like a militia. This is not time for militia. ما فاجأ قال اسمه militia. Militia they begin when هم ندو أسلحة هم ندو هم كتو قال هم نيا كلاس قوة الرجال هم back the cattle for يالتنا بطريقة fun. ما في militia. There is a lot of way. الناس back the حاربوا من فوق. ما فاجأ قال militia ولا كده no. To look forward and we can talk. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Didi didn't say militia, but I know what you mean. She said that في ناس دارين militia في شباب بتاع إيكواتوريا تانيين قال حاليا يعملوا ميليشيات كله في كل مكان. This is not gonna work. We need now time to work. وزمان ناس هنا قاعدين advocate now because like this is the reason why we طلعنا اليوم because we are actually declaring publicly we want to have an Equatoria defense force. And I'll be honest with you, even as a former soldier, I'm ready to volunteer for this. لو في أي Equatorian مستعد volunteer and fight, let's join together. This is a serious job, serious business.
It is.
Okay? إن دايرين رجال and مستعدين نجيف. كم بنات ذاته أنا متأكد أنا شفت بنات أكراد even أكراد girls they fought against ISIS. كم في بيت Equatoria ready. Who can في جيش ولا who can man the experience. We have to raise up people to volunteer and raise up money. We need this. This is as much as fast as we can. عشان ننشر protect our people. We start from east, central, western. كله هيكون liberated once we do it. لأننا ما هنخلي مكان في إيكواتوريا بيكون vulnerable to ناس Upper Nile ولا بحر غزال. This is it. We are done with all this oppression. إننا declare our nation there.
We will.
Yes.
We will.
The area that we need to focus on is getting Equatorians that are not in the media to get their fundraising. Getting Equatorians that are not in the social media to get the fundraising going, and for them to get the message, and then knowing that this is what Equatorians needed to do and wanted to do and have to do.
Yes.
Yeah. Like can people who want to fight them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay,
Hold on,
thank you.
Didi. Yeah, thank you. Bye, sister.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you. Bye.
Okay then.
All right. Okay. ديدي sorry. Go ahead. أنا جاي أدخل في ده عشان نقدر broadcast it,
Yeah,
and
I
thank
was
you for
saying that, to get people who are to fight, this is something you cannot
yes.
look for. People who at home are ready, because the multitude of the people that we need to put in work are the special people who are sitting at home, so that tomorrow they will know how to defend themselves. Okay, and that's why
Absolutely.
the job of the Equatorians which are out here is to get together and let's think about the contribution. Not before you think about that, I'm going to join over there. You can't join over there with empty hand. So we need to just
Oh
wait
no,
on
I
the
know.
time. This is the
I'm not
time.
saying like yes.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut
yeah.
that.
Because
أنا ما قاصد. Go ahead.
there's something say, in order to get somebody to help themselves, you give them the seed so that they can sow. You don't give them the food ready, but you give them the
But you
seed
give
to
them the
sow.
seed to sow so that they can keep going. The fact that our people do not. Do you want to meet your pastor? Never gotten that chance to defend themselves by the.
Meet yourself. Sorry.
Already meted on Facebook.
Okay, go ahead.
Already meted on Facebook.
Okay, so
Already meted on Facebook.
I'll mute you now. Let me see, because I don't know. Okay.
Let me just remove myself down. Thank you. Yeah, okay, just come back. Yeah, okay, just come back.
Okay,
Yeah,
I know. Okay.
Muted myself completely. My computer. So
Yes, اتفضل. Now
I don't know. Are you back?
Yes, you're back.
Are you back?
Yes.
Yeah, you clear.
What about you? Because I muted myself, but will it be heard over there?
أنا قاعد نسمعك واضح في
okay.
Clubhouse. So لأنه قبل
Okay,
صوت عالي
that's sorry about that.
اتفضل.
Sorry about that. So what I was saying is the problem here. You can give somebody a seed and somebody can sow the seed and they can become really resilient. But you can go over there and cultivate for somebody, but somebody will always want somebody to cultivate for them. That's the problem here. And that's what we wind up with a situation whereby people saying, we fought for you, we did this and we did that. Right now, what we want to do is really logistic around this area. Looking for people who are to get to get the ground toiling the ground or fighting and stuff like that. They're there, multitude of them. Maybe not give some even the come and attack on Al-Bahrain. But they're there, the multitude of them. But the problem here, we need to do the investment of investing into this, investing into them, that they might produce the crops that we want or produce the results that we want. Without the investment, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of Equatorians which are out there that are not in social media. There are only few of us that are in social media. That's why I was trying to pass the message that if those Equatorians that who comes to social media pass Hajire Gidam Kama, because it's about all us to get up together at once. Not only group of Munu, it's all us to get up at once. Thank you.
Absolutely. I hope انت قاعد تسمعني كويس. Yeah, absolutely. أنا بتفق معك. في حاجة واحد بس أنا قلت ليه I will volunteer, because for me this is something I'm passionate to it. And one thing about it also, you have to understand, they need military guidance. هسه وضع لسه Equatorian فوقه. We need a lot of any skilled, knowledgeable people. And thank God we have learned it and acquired it somewhere. It's now time for us, Equatorians, to stand up together. And I'm not worried about these people, what they're going to plan, because they're not كله game بتاعهم. ما في شيء جديد فوقهم هم هيعملوها. And I'm confident on that, because, once you experience a war and see an enemy, how they fight, you can never, ever unlearn that. You will actually be more confident, because this is where the time of the need where people stand. الأخواننا التحت هناك ده محتاجين guidance أخواننا اللي عندهم knowledge. And Brother Richard can agree with me on that because he was also some of the people who really did a lot for our people, and I appreciate him. And that's why we want like people with skill knowledge, military knowledge, ما أي شيء ساكت, military knowledge, and command leadership. عشان you take over, you help the people to win wars and defeat the enemy. والله كانوا جابوا عالم كله. They're not gonna win. But then, who they think they are? Right now, احنا عندنا all the sides. كانوا عندهم allies, عندنا allies. The only problem is we Equatoria need to stand now. We're not going to نقول this declaration to Equatoria كله. للأسف في Equatoria طبعا هم عندهم شغل عوارة بتاع من هناك قاعدين يعملوا نفسهم قال شنو شنو. It's not gonna get us anywhere. It's our people يا جماعة. أنت كان داير تكون راجل برهن رجولة بتاعك في حرب. You know, I've seen this with women to أكراد وشفت الرجال to أكراد that they fought. لما ISIS خاف منهم خوف. ISIS لما بقى قاعد panic كان شاف أكراد جايين بسلاح. That's the proof the power. So I will stop here. Lakin we are ready and we want people to join and do this. And let's do it. I'm serious. You know, كانوا كونوا رجال بدل يكون كلام زي أخوتنا قبل قالت وزي ديدي قال وزي everybody say. It's time for us to do action, not talking. أنت راجل برهن رجولة بتاعك. أنت مرأة عندك إيمان بالبلد. اليوم بقى ما فرق بين مرأة وراجل في حرب. We can fight like men. Women can fight like men. Today even حتى أنا بقول لك في أمريكا في women دخلوا في special force. طبعا this is the most toughest training. We trained it. And it's not an easy. They فوقوا hardship. بيخلوك من the way they torture you. عشان to be a strong soldier. إحنا men we can handle this because ما كله men لكن كمان لأنه في men تانيين فشلوا. لكن أنا متذكر في training that it's not easy. You go to a hardship, you suffer, you know, they make you feel almost broken. لكنهم بيجي build you up once you prove your resistance. You're standing up for fighting. طبعا it's easy to tell you here لكن حاجة لما في action في ناس قاعدين يجري. ناس بعضلات كبار ذات أكبر مننا قاعد يجروا. They cannot even stand in front of this suffering because هم بيعرف this thing is not easy. اتفضل سي جي تقدر تقول حاجة أنا شايف.
Yeah, well, you know, أجل الله تقول باختصار. What I just wanted to say in brief, تعرف كيف أنه from your presentations, most of your presentations and what you have concluded to, based on the speakers, what I can come into his conclusion is that أنه المسألة, you know, the issue is not any longer مسألة أنه ده بياخد تدريب بتاعت الوقت arming civilians تسليح المواطنين أو مثلا خلق ميليشيات ما شابه ذلك. أنا بشوف إنه عاوزين نتكلم في نقطتين بس ألا وهي شنو؟ الأول الخلاصة you know والنوع بتاع العدو والأسئلة you know those 3 points. الخلاصة you know the conclusions. I would like to hear any conclusion of any of our groups. But then you know no العدو.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, the type of animal we're doing is Jalaba, Joseph مثلا, like you know for example Jalaba wa Nizam al-Jang today, and then you have Joseph Kwanyin. You know if we were to compare this, a Jalaba, that means of course the farmer enemy, our common enemy, and you have the Jang, and then this one, and then we will come to questions. I don't know. For me to start with, the type of enemy, of course, this is topic number one, if you could allow. And then, الوقت second أنه شنو نوع العدو. بعدين questions and answers. Question and answers based on this issue. I don't know whether we have to forward the question of answer. I could put it at first. And then we take number 2, نوع العدو, the type of the enemy we're dealing with, and then the conclusion. So this is what I can see at the meantime. That's okay. I don't know if you can agree with that, go on. Otherwise, I will yell back to you, young man. I'll be more than happy also to give my perspective on these issues, on these three topics, points. Lianu, what I look at it, there's no need anymore to go for, to elaborate and say that, now we have to say this and this will be that and that, Well, there should be a room when people get into a battle. There's always a room where people have to discuss all these things and put it in a clear manner. So that will take place. Of course, we don't have to expose ourselves to our enemies. The enemy is watching, as they've said, all have ears in English. Then we don't need to go and elaborate more on that. We just conclude to these 3 points. Should you agree, I will carry on. Otherwise, I will yell back to you. So let me know. Let me hear from you guys. Thank you.
Guys, hold on.
كلام بتاعي واضح؟
Sorry guys, أنا انقطعت شوية دقيقة بس. I have been interrupted. Just give me a second. I have some problem with my network.
difficulties and
Mr. CJ, sorry, أنا كبيرك ما قادر أتكلم لأنه لما أنت أتكلم I was gonna say something. I don't have any problem. Please. Then I muted you. Just then I muted you. And then you will unmute yourself. أنا بس أقول أنا ما عندي مشكلة. I have no objection on what you said. بس كان موضوعيتك قبل ما jump on conclusion, guys. You have to understand when I have said that word, as like it's time for us to take action. And like I said simply, I will volunteer for it. If there is any man, brave men and women ready, living in diaspora, willing to volunteer so we can help our people back home to unify our Equatoria as one people, not let Equatoria يكون under ميليشيات بتاع قبيلة, لكن نكون كلنا as organized Equatoria Defense Force. I'm willing to go forward with this. And this is not a joke on it. This is a serious thing. Volunteering on it. We have been many years explaining to Equatoria the danger Equatoria فوقه, واستوائين مفترض هسه يكونوا واقفين وقفة واحد, ما وقفة بتاع كأنه ناس. يعني أنا sometimes I wonder لأنه في شخصيات أنا شفتهم وكثيرين منهم في social media, they have this hatred for no reason. وهم ما بيقدروا bring anything solution to Equatoria. هم دايرين يجي يبرجوا Equatoria mentally. They want to see Equatoria just be assimilated. يلا بيتكلموا عن يعني حاجات اللي ما عنده beneficial لإيكاتوريا في وضع اللي احنا فوقه. We are Equatoria. We are one body, not قبيلة. كل قبيلة في إيكاتوريا قاعد يشتكي. لما نيجي نسمع تانيين بيجي بيتكلموا كلامات سخيف بيخليني sick to my stomach. يعني فرق تاو ما دنكاو ما في, فرق تاو ما ناس تابنال ما في. We need to stop this behavior بتاع ناس primitive and let's think like Equatorian. اللي لما هم لما رفعوا حاجة اسمها عنانيا ده ظهر في تاريخ. عنانيا ده جمع Equatorian كله and stood together. Today we have no leaders, but we can be the leaders. Let us not look at those so-called intellectual academics ولا ناس اللي كان في حركة الشعبية. Let me أكد لكم كلامي. ناس اللي في حركة الشعبية ده ذات اللي بيقولوا ما كان ضباط ولا كانوا شنو ده, لو هم really serious, they would have spoke for Equatoria without any fear, without any discriminating Equatoria from Equatoria to speak for themselves. That's why I just said it's time to volunteer. Yes, we can talk in private as brothers and sisters, لكنهم مستعدين يقفوا معنا ولا هم جايين يعملوا كمان حركات قبينة وكراهية حاجات البريميتيف بتاع ناس كانوا زول اطفال صغار، حتى جانا صغير ذاته عنده كرامه، جانا صغير عنده طيبه حنان بتاع انسانيه، لكن في ناس تانيين كبار وعندهم حساد نمن غلط. And I realize sometimes I'm sick of these people when I see them. They be talk nonsense. لكن I gotta forgive them because I know they are foolish enough to understand. They don't understand what's going on. حقي for me, let us prove our manhood in war. Let's prove رجولة بتاعنا في حرب and end this misery. مش قاعدين يقولوا هم الرجال. Let's be رجال في حرب هناك. So we can stop these people and get the abuse Equatoria. And there يكون بطل بكرة لما الناس كله يقولوا they are leader to Equatoria. Let him be. Again, let's make sure we help our brothers من كل جهات, east, central, western, كلهم يكونوا one to fight for it. ما في زول يقول لي يا كان من كده وانا قبلت كده وعندنا ميليشيا بتاعنا. Listen, كلام ده زول تا primitive, زول تا غابة, زول عنده بلادة بتاع دينكا ده القاعد يجي يخليهم يقول له اسبلي ويه. ناس قد ما خلوهم لما يفكروا افكار تا دينكا بقى يتكلموا حاجات دي كالي divide Equatoria. We cannot let them do that to us anymore. I will stop here, but Mr. CJ, go ahead with your point that تقوله ده. إنت قلت كلامك أنا بأجري. You can go ahead and ركز النقاط اللي خطيته ده, and then we conclude from there. أنا صراحة this is best just something, and I hope brothers اللي ready we are. وإلا بعد كده بنيجي نلقى خواجات يا بيجي بيقفوا معانا. دي ناس اللي كانوا في جيش ما ناس هنا. أنا ما ده نكتب لأنه أنا شايف في ناس ثانيين.
That's my conclusion. Actually, I'm looking outside.
Yeah.
Not
already
because
في
some
رجال
people
في أمريكان.
actually.
أنا
You
حتى
remember when you remember that. That's why if you talk about leaders, that's why leaders have to agree. When you talk about stuff, you have to agree. You have to agree on for example, what comes first before you step foot on the ground. What comes first? First, this is what we have to talk about and agree. And this is why it's the finances that we're trying to sort out before we advertise ourselves, put ourselves forward. So we advertise the finances issues. And this is what I say, like when we first come into Clubhouse, that's what I used to advertise. You know, EDF, Equatorial Defense Force. That's what I used to advertise. That must be done. And that's what I used to talk. And like last time when we were in Chang's room last time, I brought it up and a couple of people got angry and say that, oh, you're dividing people and stuff like that. Instead, I find it so weird that when you're calling for Equatorial Defense Force and you're uniting people, actually people are supposed to unite around this. But then people will say that this is a division. And then what is division? Then people call it a unity. When people divide themselves into groups. And for example, when you talk about this subject and then you find a group of people who hijack the idea and go rename it or something like that or recreate something else. But you're going nowhere. That's why Equatoria for 50 years plus could not even liberate itself since 72 or since 50s. Equatoria could not liberate themselves. Hasada. Like when you begin to talk that, okay, let's go in the ground. What are you going to do in the ground? You're just going to kill each other. You're not going to free Equatoria because it's all Taninax waiting for you just. So yeah. And now you have to defend yourself against each other because it's all Tanak Hasud. And then, and I've seen this movement, it disgusts me. And I told you, I don't know, yesterday that I actually give up. I give up on these people. Because when you bring an idea, Zoltan is running around agenda to barao behind you. So don't listen to Filan. Don't hear Filan saying this, don't do that and stuff like that. People are not looking into the goals, into the important things, but people are playing games behind, you know. Oh, mata jitasma Filan de kalam lano. Actually, when you come to hear Filan is killing Filan, they will liberate your mind, you know. You will get emancipated. But they don't want you to be emancipated. They want you to stay, you know, under their shadow. They want people to stay there and people just be complaining, you know. So, and then they will pick ideas that are not solution, then they force this idea as the solution. And that's what we've been doing since the 50s, the 70s, the 1982. And that's what returned us back to SPLM in 1983, you see. And that's what got us back to where we are now. We are suffering. But then when you want to bring a solution once and for all, Equatorians babasma, you see. And I felt like this, that Equatorians which are in the diaspora, they are so comfortable. They're so comfortable with the sufferings, the Equatorians, but they only pretend that they are comfortable with it, but they're so comfortable. Because it can come uncomfortable, it will look for permanent solution. It might look for solutions that are just, what would you call it? What would the English call it? You know, just pre-stuff, pre-solutions that are not even just gonna, you know, it's like when the medical terms today,
like
situation
like
today.
Let's get that.
Yeah, bandaging things. Yeah.
You know, deadly wounds.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, like today, if you're sick, you go to the doctor, you think the doctor's treating you, he's not treating you. He's just masking the issues that you're going through. For you to really get cured, you need to come and do your research by yourself and begin to see what you're taking and what you can supplement and support what you're taking. You see, in order for you to get cured properly or for you to get relief so easily. So yeah, so because they bandage people, they don't have the time, and the government around this, the system around the sector is telling them that they're not going to pour money, into curing people and stuff. They'll just put you together. If you're dying, they put you together to a certain stage, and then you go home, and then you start, you look like you're okay, but inside you're rotting in action. And then you come back again, they keep you just in that stage, but not really curing you. It takes a miracle for you, really. If you get okay, you have to do the rest and stuff like that. And I feel like this is what Equatoria is going through. That's also all happy. Like the reason why I say that we need to get the people on the ground moving. They need to, and they are ready, actually. It's just that the finances are not there. That's why I keep focusing on the finances. You can add multiple of people there, but if the finances and if what these people wanted is not there, it's not going to do anything. Nobody's going to put themselves on the line. This is the thing here. And then when you get to the situation that these people cannot defend themselves, then they become victims. Once people started launching out this mission, you have to make sure that this thing is properly, and then it has to be completed. Because if you do it halfway, these people will be massacred. These people will be victims. That's why this cannot be hanged on the neck of individual only. This has to come down as a responsibility to Equatorians all in diaspora. Equatorians have to come together. I'm siding with Zolde because Zolde Minana will Zolde in my group or in my movement, or because in movement and in people have to shake this thing. People have to come and meet in the middle line of the Equatoria. But they can use Zolde into agenda too, or because on a guy has the people are fighting in leadership. And people are fighting other leadership, there is money in it. And that's why you see Equatorians are choking themselves, killing themselves for that. And it disgusts me, really, when I saw what's going on. Zoltani Bigalila, it already in movement, that it already had a Anna Ita Pilan, Narogini Hinaka Pilokrum Naro, Nasgi in Sahabo or Nas, Nasgidus du Subadun. If you ask people, why are you doing these things? Are you really for solution? If you're for solution, this thing is not a hidden thing that you need to select Munu and Munu and Munu. Unless you have an agenda, you want to will it and manipulate the situation to your own gaining, and which is not going to resolve the issues of Equatorians, but only going to resolve your own issue, your own ambition. But ambition can be there. If Equatorians are safe, you can still have your ambition. You can still go on. And this is what I just want to say, that I think the most important thing we have to look at the most important thing that we need. What is it that we need? And then like under trouble, you need a plane. In order to get in the plane, you need a ticket. In order to get the ticket, you need something else. So you need. I started from that thing that you need the ticket to get you the ticket to get to the plane. Then you can travel. You can get there. So this is one thing that Equatorians need to know about this thing, and it cannot be something that Zoltani biharishita bimalamala rastaki. كانوا يتزول ترتور كانوا يتزول ما يفكر كويس كانوا يتزول كانوا يتزول كادم تزول كان you're a slave and this person is your master willing you left and right, do this, don't do that, speak to this, don't speak to that, and it can just because of the roots of people who are controlling the people, the masters of Naza, it be his wrath. Them as well, and be controls, be divide nas, be control zone. Exactly. So I just want to say that. Yeah, I just want to say that. When it comes down to me, sometimes I feel like, I think if the men of Equatorians still want to play against them, and that it's time for the women of Equatorians to act and bring men from outside, And if these people come from outside, then they have the rights to be Equatorians. And then that will be the priority Equatorians, plus the Equatorians back home, or otherwise.
Hold on.
So we don't have the time for them.
Where are you going to get the men from? You ain't got to pay for nowhere. Hey, whoa. There's going to be a test week or that. That's what I did. That's a red line. That's a red line.
Putin, you see, if I can get Putin to come in South Sudan, I'll bring Putin. because he's a man of word and he's a man of war. You see, he gets his part, and Equatoria get their part. Why should we leave Nastanin Bijamin Bara Ajnabi, Bijan Yakamo, resources staki, be used resources staki to further themselves, you see. So if I can get even Zol Munu Wale Munu to come and do this, trust me, Equatorians, I will do this. Just for the sake of our people. You know? Our people down there, they can fight, but just the logistic part, we need to get it right. And we need to get it right, and we need to come. My Equatorian school. If Equatorians down, that can do something about it. My Equatorian school government down, some of them into. So to liberate yourself, you need to be part of it. Them as to be hajat, be shunu stuff like that. These Equatorians need to invest in the land, invest in businesses. Keep the land. Even if you get the land, you can keep the land because you have the money. Money stock. I'll leave it here. CJ that once I apologize, CJ said it because I can't interact with this. So this is sorry, you're the one talking and I got in. Sorry. And Richard, sorry. I said I talked some shit, sorry.
I'm just trying to think, hey, there you are, come on, you know, Chengia just rasa, come on, you know, yeah,
Brother Richard. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
If you have something, you know, then I'll come. I'll follow.
Yeah, okay.
You didn't speak for a while.
Okay, thank you.
It's your chance. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, this issue of Equatoria, you know, these people, you know, the Zamanta Kokora, they went, you know, I'm going to study our playbook, you know, they study the Equatorial playbook real well. While we Equatorians, we are doing something where, you know, we fight and say, oh, in other region. And then, well, these people over here, they say, we want Equatoria. You see? We're totally going opposite direction. Equatoria die in their land in numbers now, you know, some of them, you know, till today, we cannot even found their bodies, where they die, how. There's lack of information regarding their diminish. And these people, you know, especially during the war, like that sister, the one she was speaking earlier through the Facebook, she wrote, John Garang killed a lot of Equatorian leaders. If those leaders during the movement or liberation, they're still alive today, I don't think we're going to be in this situation. And the killing keep continuing because they still haven't finished the mission of killing Equatorians. The mission continued during the reign of, not during, still the reign of kill how many of Equatorian leaders? They will load them in Uganda, they will kind of dump them back inside Equatoria. It caused mistrust among us Equatorians, and they use the tactic of divide and rule. There's Equatorian in the NAS movement, Equatorial in the government, IG, Equatorial in IO, Equatorial in the other opposition, whatever they call it, summer, or we all is scattered. We all is scattered. But who is the one suffering right now? It's us, Equatorian. We're the one suffering. We might come here in the media, especially this is class, but sometimes I don't want to talk because sometimes you get enough. That's why sometimes I just go, you know, to the Dinka room, just want to listen to the nonsense. It's better than coming to the room where Equatorian talking his stuff, you know. We go to close room, calling going to yeah, Equatoria. When we come to the public, I'm going to like I don't know how many miles. South Sudan unity. Yeah, brother. We just come from that room. We talk about Ajere Murute Equatoria, South Sudan. They come in, come on. Mafia Junubina, ina gonus Murute Equatoria.
Sorry.
This Timunga, it was separatists. Yeah, causing the killing. They say we the one causing the killing. Separatists the one causing the killing in Equatoria. Because we instigating these people. They're blaming the separatists. And here, they're, sorry to say, unionists, not someone mom enough to unity sort of comare, or opposition zato, this timumo ikangare, hey, itakon, yaza tagaje mushkil. You see, the ping pong they be playing with us Equatorians. The money is not the issue for us Equatorians. The problem is where that money gonna be channeled. Where is it going? As if I give him money, yeah, I'm a separatist. I give him money, this guy gonna be fighting for what? We want to liberate the whole South Sudan, right? Okay. But what's the battleground? The battleground is Equatoria. Equatoria be a battleground for ages, for centuries. The British came, to Equatoria. The Turkish came, to Equatoria. The Arab came, to Equatoria. Because that's a red line, we kick them all back up. Okay, Mushwari Kulu Jai Minami in Masrere, in Egypt. How come it will get to Rojal? Why you don't stop these guys all from up there? Why these guys to reach all the way down to Equatoria? You say you need to Rojal. But what give you money? You give them pass instead. They recruit you to come in and kill people in the southern part. Italo Gutare, Italo Denka, Olunoerawe. I don't know you. Just leave my land alone. If you come, we're going to give you a visa to come. You got to be no resident permit. A visit. Visit that entire, we catch you in the street, you're going to deport you back to where you come from. Now we're talking about this. This thing haven't just started from us. Our forefather, our ancestors, the spirit living with us. Now Equatorian are confused. If the IO or if the IG or if the other movement, they don't know what to do. Like in the people get hurt, people get killed. Everybody chip in. Say if American, when someone get killed and then I'm gonna come after you dead already. Prevention is better than curing. Equatorial to change the mentality. In order to do that, we Equatorial, we have to be armed. Allah, when I say ESO Kerasolo, Rasolayere, Gurus, to be armed, I don't mean to segregate family or communities or tribes or Equatorians. No. Because we try all kind of means for us just to have the tools in our hand. And everybody have the right to protect themselves. They tricked us in 2005, and they're going to trick us again. Sometimes I wonder why our brothers and sisters, the one of the IG or the IO or the other movement, why they don't stand up? Katoluzol take, Katola take, or then my community take. It man like Galeb, you still one of the South. Why decide it? Who's that who you don't even get paid actually? Because if you make a mistake, you turn around, they're gonna call Equatoria right now. Equatoria call the belief Equatoria all from national. But the real threat now they know it's not mass movement. It's a separatist. Equatorial nationalists. We the most threat to these people because this idea makes these people cannot sleep at night. Because they know we want out. We want out from this country called Kalamta Donald Trump SH country then. We want to be out of it. Our nation is a paradise. Equatorial is a paradise. That's our promised land. Because we know all the forests is stone by stone, tree by tree, river or spring by spring. Today here in the media we talk. People say, oh, Jamadabes go loose, Malta is retired. Because Equatorial are traumatized. They don't know what to do. They're lost. Like the Israeli get lost in Mount Sinai for 40 years. They can't even reach Israel. They get lost over it. We send the message. We try to wake up Equatorians. It's going to take a time. This war, this is a generation war. This war is not going to end soon. But in our lifetime, we're going to do whatever it is in our power to make it better for the other generation to continue their fight. They want or not, Equatorial is going to be independent. Oyal haram, al do Equatorial, they mas kala tagraji uzol ta membara la. Kaji uzol la ile jana de kun jana ta Equatorial, lo major ta Equatorial, because the poda jana. Thank you.
ده مدار أشكنازي ها مدار أشكنازي تا إيكواتوريا بيجا
No. Ma tenkare monder cause Israel because in Israel the Jews, they consider it Israeli, but through the mother. But they try to flip that thing around because now we call Israeli. And so far, they talk in the media, gal jungle, Elema triangle bordering jungle. They try to claim Elema triangle is part of jungle. You don't even know geography. Just Google and see where the places and where you are.
This is an accurate. You cannot be just because of the mother, because they were Hebrews because of Abraham, not because of their mother. The calling was on Abraham, not on the mother. They were suggest and not invent him in the middle here.
No, but they play propaganda, and the propaganda they play is there's some young guys, the one that born in the 2000s and all this. They don't know they're gonna believe on it, and we have to counter this. And if we don't come out to the media, I know some people separatists, Jesus, we're going to build your media, Clubhouse, or more of Facebook or whatever this media outlet we have in our proposal. Why you don't go down there? But did they know what we do down there?
They will regret one day. They will regret that when they don't go down there.
And the funny part, that of Equatorian, they try to challenge separatists. We know this separatists, someone kere, besi ya Nafaren, why Tonfar, kere, Yaga Mezakina, and nothing comes from Equatorian. But they have no idea. I wish they go to the camps in the neighboring countries. They visit the camps. They hear the view of the people over there. How these people aim to go back to their motherland. And all they need is our support. People in diaspora, they say, without you guys in diaspora, we can do nothing. But little by little, sure, I have confidence. I have confidence in Equatoria, and nobody can take that, confidence from me. Lo ita guta, lo rekibugal iteau shetan ta sa Sudan to let them back the God, we're gonna be living together. Because length and wear, feeding a goes for length and wear, they can go over here. How can it be a unity? Unity, I'm going to say there, I'll not sign an agreement. Come on, there, you had like outside this, and this white army, Tanwere, attack Chololand. They kidnap the women, children, loot everything, burn down everything. You talk about unity. Do we have time for that? And even the president, this Mujunune Galkere governor at the Central Equatoria to offer land for the IDPs to settle in. Okay, these people, the one in a POC, excuse me, for POCs, they have houses before they went to POCs. Who took the houses? Yama Dinka. The Dinka took they tried to play the same game they did in Malakal. They chased the Chola away. They took their houses. And when you come say, oh, they bet here. You see? They try to play the same thing. As a now, okay, as a fi Central Equatorial or fi Juba na nwere budiro mon malwen. Maletamun. You're gonna take my land, give to somebody. Masolam say malo dem min. Let him go back to Apanal or wherever he comes from. Every piece of land in Equatoria have honor. We Equatorian, we should learn from a mistake, and people singing God unity, union, or the solution. Yeah. Wake up, my brothers and sisters Equatorian. You rather lo itagata union alaka asko saga mata yefi media tamu greba tanas because italoja itakutu wa denka Equatorian mwara sam ikato Equatorian ra wa zende de wibo biya dana fibe. Because I know my enemy, it's better to know your enemy than the one you don't know. People kill right now what they're saying. Just listen, go to the rooms, Denka Gamshin. Yeah, they're making munga ataku. Nasmuduyanyar, Manas Nasreddin. They say openly, say, hey, we come in there, we're not coming to kill cattle. We come to kill you. And they did it. They said that thing right here in a clubhouse. And that thing, the room is recorded. And when they massacre our people. And it's so painful. Right now, even this international, this is Lisa Mafen, Matala Domzak. And we the people, Gingala, end up in Equatorian Fulcom. What are they doing? Nothing to protect Equatorians. So we Equatorian community, we have to arm ourselves. Everybody get armed. For Israel, anybody, if you better Israel, you have to sell bet. At least if you must say that to protect yourself from any invader, from Palestinians or terrorists or whatever they call them. And it's our right to protect ourselves. I know some communities, they in between rocks, which means you need our help. To be honest, Zamanta Tamagui incident, there's almost 1,000 Tabasa. They walk all the way from Kaboeta. They come all to Magui to help in Magui County. Fear, Yaman, fear, sometimes if you have a love for Equatoria in your heart, forget about the country called South Sudan. Because we can never force ourselves, or you force yourself to a woman, or a woman can force herself to you. We totally opposite each other. They're Moyo, they're Z. That's our different. We Equatorial, we're special, we're exceptional. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Richard. بس عاوز اقول اقصى يا ندي فرصة لأن سيجي قال لي وكان عنده نقاط كده داير اخده وبعد كده ممكن نختم لأن عملنا 3 hours almost 4 hours if I'm not mistaken. أهم شيء في الرسالة بتاعنا هنا يعني في موضوع بتاع arming communities بس نشوف المثل الواضح قدام عيننا هو يعوفي على النيل. هل على النيل هسه قادر يقدر يستقر بأسلحة الموجود في الكوميونتي بتاعه؟ نو. والسبب شنو؟ عنده أسباب كتير، نرجع للتاريخ، نرجع للحركة الشعبية، نرجع excuse me نرجع لحاجات كتير. سوري جايز. فواحد حاجة أنا بس بقوله في موضوع بتاع استواء احنا already
sorry. The thing about the Upper Nile is because that's the culture. These people, they're animals. Animals even better. They kill themselves.
Even animals have
to us, we value human life. Human being we value. They don't value human being. They value animal. Like they're like a Hindu, who worship cows. But to us, it's something like when you attack me, okay, I get mad. I'm gonna have, you put me in a corner. I have to fight back. But to them, that's a normal thing. Ito lo katalta zol, gidafama bagara, lo endo mo firumbe kana marugal korufo le shunu kira katal zol, dakal korufi sigin. Yake, what kind of bullshit is this? How are you gonna put him in a jail? Yeah? Got 3 years. Randa bitala ikomrokam. So this mentality of these people mentality is so part of the golden age or the stone age. I have no idea.
primitive mindset.
Thank you. So we can compare the chaos over there with what is in Equatoria. Equatoria be safe. In Juba, online Ginumbara, online, that's Ginumbara water sokon. That can happen in like around the 80s and all come like that's be again zamanao jengada be again very mahal. Like when it's too hot, able to sleep outside. Lo fizo sa amnes galo harami, yake kala harami na school gi go for. Believe me, where you gonna run? Everybody outside. Everybody safety, you protect your neighbor, the neighbor protect you. There's safety everywhere. Nobody can carry guns. Police have no time to come and check on you guys because they know everybody taking care of each other. No crime in Juba. But look around now. Juba now is the most dangerous place in the whole world. Thank you. Sorry to catch you.
Yeah, no problem. أنا بس داير نقول في الموضوع بتاع الأساسي أنا كان ركزت أنا نسيت لأنه في حاجة أنا بس كان عاوز أركز عليه. I understand these guys are messy whatever. لكن أنا قاعد نقول إحنا كإيكاتوريا نكون cautious. يعني ما نتسرع في حاجات، نستعجل ونفكر أفكار. لأن أنا قاعد نشوف في similarity هسه إيكاتوريا قاعد behave، قاعد ياخد بقى طابع بتاع على النيل كتير. يعني في primitive طابع، يعني كاننا رجعنا أنفسنا كأنه نكونوا صريحين. حسب في ناس في شخصيات في إيكاتوريا وانا شايفه في الدياسبرا بالاخص، وانت بتشوفهم في السوشيال ميديا لما يتكلموا خطاباتهم عنده ميول قبلي، مع انه ما بيحايد it as if like انا ايكواتوريان، لكن عنده ميول قبلي. وكلام ده كلام تا زول متخلف، زول جاهل، لانه احنا عندنا كلنا قبائل but we are proud Equatorian. قبيله بتاعي زي ما زاكيت جنا منو، انا عندي ابوي، انت عندك ابوك، كل زول بيعرف ابو بتاعه امه منو، وجاي من ياتو اسره وكده. لكن ما معناته كل تطلع في الشارع تقول يا اخي انا اسرتي كده، ده تمثل يعني، ده تتكلم بس عن اسرتك، وانت قاعد في مجتمع كله بيتعامل على المنطق، بيتعامل على بناء. يعني هسه كنت لاحظت ويسترن كانتريز ما كل الناس عندهم قبائل، انت قال اوروبيين ده ما عندهم قبائل. هنا في امريكا ده خاصه، انت قال الاوروبيين الامريكان اللي بيقول لهم وايد امريكان ده ما عندهم دول هم بينتموا له they belong to، يعني بيلجأ له ومنهم. لكن what they talk based on what they are living around, what they have grown up into, because they know this is the world that they have been built into and thought about, and they are going to make sure it thrive into that society. مقارنة مع societies اللي هم دايما بيحاولوا يتكلموا، أول ما تطلع الكلام خشم بتاعه بيطلع من كلام من خشمه هو قبيلة بتاعه. وده حاجة كتير شفناها في على النيل. على النيل اليوم تجي تلقى دينكاوي بيقولوا دينكاوي، نوراوي بيقولوا نوراوي، شلكاوي بيقولوا شلكاوي. لكن لما تيجي في إيكاتوريا we don't even define ourselves into that name. We go and say Equatoria before we even talk about our tribe, before even we talk about South Sudan. ليه؟ لأنه ده حاجة اتبنى فوقنا، ده حاجة أجدادنا أسسوه. Equatoria was an idea that was based by people اللي هسه اليوم في ناس تانيين بيحاولوا undermine them إنه ناس primitive، لكن ناس كان very civilized wise enough to see the idea of a nation. ما الدولة كيف بتكون؟ الدولة ما بتكون بأبوي وأخوك وأمي وخالتي. الدولة بتكون بمجموعة أفكار، مجموعة شعب، ناس متفقين فكريا، متفقين حضاريا، ثقافيا، عشان يقدر يبنوا مجتمع. Equatoria did do that when the time اللي هم كان في pressure بتاع invasion بتاع ناس اللي بيجوا احتلاليين جو من برا، يا زي الأتراك العثمانيين، وعندك شخصيات زي ناس بتاع أوروبيين، بريطانيا وبلجيك وألمان، ديلنا من جو بطريقة غزو. فهم قاوموا من الناس وقاموا اتحدوا. وده حاجة اللي هنا فخور بها today. ليه أوروبيين ما بيقدر يفرقوا إيكواتوريا زي ما بيقدر؟ كانت قلت إيكواتوريا ده عشان يفرقوا لك قبائل. it's very hard for European to do it، لأنه نازل أجدادنا ده أسسوا الفكرة ده. لما الأوروبيين اقتنعوا واحترموا نازل، لما حتى الأوروبيين من كتبوا عنهم، يعني هسه في حاجات بس أنا sometimes I feel like sad استوين ما قاعد يقروا الكتب بتاع نازل، ونازل في معلومات بوري مكان إيكواتوريا where they were in history. وده هنا قاعد نجي نتكلم عنه. وقبل ما نحن ننزل نقرا عن تاريخ إيكواتوريا، يعني عن history تاع European عن إيكواتوريا، we know our culture. احنا اللي تربينا برا ده. we grew up outside, we learn about ourselves, but we took pride on it. And to the point now today we are defining this thing clear to everyone. We need to hold this Equatoria as sacred as it is. لأنه الناس هنا محددين ككيان من خلال أبناء النيل، على أساس هم عاوزين يغيروا السيستم بتاع إيكواتوريا. لما أنت بتخيل في ناس هنا يقولوا قال خلينا يقسموا إيكواتوريا لاثنين، يكون في شرق بيكون up like Nile, West Nile and East Nile. So إيكواتوريا بيكون ما موجود، كلنا بنكون تحت حاجة اسمه نايل which is upper Nile بتيك اوفر. حتى بحر غزال بيشيلوه برا بيكون بس upper Nile، يعني كلنا بنكون assimilated to these people. وهدف بتاعهم طبعا عشان دينكا يقدر يمشي everywhere. And we know Dinka are the one who are actually in the power، لأنه زي ما قلنا القادة بتاعنا الفشل واللي هم قاعدين يغنوا فدرالية هسه ده، ما يا ريت هم غنوا كان فدرالية 2005. هم كانوا تحت جرن، ليه ما قدروا يتكلموا وقت ده؟ لما جرن مات هم ما قدروا يتكلموا لسه عن فدرالية. هسه ده يقول لنا فدرالية بعد ما خلاص بقى هم عايزين يتكلموا هنا معارضة وهنا كده وهنا في جوا. فدرالية ما بيجي حتى لو دق سموا الأرض، لأنه they already did not do it. لما إيكواتوريا ناس جا invade إيكواتوريا في 2005 جت took over، ناس جاهم زي منتصرين في جوبا. It show you Equatoria had no leaders at that time. But anyway, the people of Equatoria now are rising up. عشان كده قاعد نقول ده ثورة الشعب الاستوائي، ده ما ثورة بتاع أي زول يجي يقول لي يا أخي ثورة واحد فلان فلان ولا قبيلة فلان ولا منطقة فلان كان إيست ولا ويست ولا سنترال. إحنا كلنا one. Let us cut this word of إحنا من غرب شرق ولا سنترال. كلام ده is dangerous because Equatoria ما كان زي ده. ولا قبيله ما ندefine ourselves قبيله لانه الدينكا هسه قاعدين يحاولوا يديفايد Equatoria even into tribes. ده شفت يوم ذاك ناس مية كول وناس منو قاعدين يتكلموا و these people are useless anyway they're trash we don't even want to mention them لكن we have to say لانه كلام اللي جابوه ده كلام جاي من ناسهم الكبار. This is the big people of them they're telling them to say that because they are the sons of these people. عشان كده هنا كإيكاتوريا we need to wake up and do the right thing. انا ما ذكرت عاوز ادي فرصه للسي جي انت قلت عندك نقاط ده تخطوا نقاط الفينالي عشان نقدر put to the final point. لكن عاوزين إيكاتوريا انتوا كم really seriously مستعدين to fight you know what to do. راجع الشريط ده اللي كلامنا فوقه and I said straightly forward we have people including me have the knowledge of military ما في شي بوقفنا. This is a sacred call for every Equatorian to stand up. I have seen the crowd like inspired me a lot. These people manasawinam kullu gani fight. I have a friend of mine from Ireland. Even sorry guys. I've learned about his history before. My dad even know about them more, about the Irish. He had a friend from Ireland. And Nazil wukuf for their land. You know, the Catholic Irish Aliasa Bigo Bigulom Republic of Ireland. These people have fought even their brothers, brothers al-Mu'arrasin bitam, they were selling them out to Britain. We are Republican of Ireland and we are the Irish people. We're not going to be submissive. Nakunu khadadin lenas tanina they don't care about our identity. As assimilate us under the English Empire, we are not going to accept it. Wali fought back. Katalu ayya mu'arras, naman hatta katalu gariba bta Malik ta Britannia. He was a general. He was killed, assassinated within Ireland. Jabash and Ikun governor to Ireland. They kill him. They are revolution here. Going back to the French Revolution, going back to the American Revolution. Revolution قاعد يبدأ بحق بتاع الشعب. مش جروب بتاع ناس معينين عايزين يقولوا هم ياو leaders واحنا نفولو هم أحزاب واحنا نفولو وهم ياو some character يعني الشخص واحد فردي يقول هو ياو leader وناس كله worship him. احنا ما في أيام تفراينا. احنا ما في ايام بتاع بابليين. That's why عشان كده جريك كان قاعد يحقر دول ديل قال انتوا يا اخي انتوا عبيد. انتوا كنت to worship leaders but we are free men. حتى لما هم describe يونان اثينا اللي هسه معروف اشهر معقل بتاع الفكر والحضاره هم قال للناس ديل قال يا جماعه we are proud Athenian because Athena was not born out of slavery. It was born out of idea. The same thing similar to Equatoria. Equatoria لما جاء طلع بقى اسم بتاع Equatoria ده because the people of Equatoria united themselves عشان يتحاربوا ضد الأجانب. The same thing أنا بقول لأن when I was a kid I read the history of the Yunanian, the Greeks and they had the same similar يعني في similarity مع إن هم before Christ وإحنا يعني after Christ or BC AC. So what they did is like هم هناك كاتفوا عشان يحاربوا يواجهوا بابليين. Today we the Equatorian before that even إحنا ما عملنا الإيكاتوريا ده أجدادنا ده لما هم كونوا حاجة اسمها إيكاتوريا نازل كانوا جو مع بعض اتوحدوا لمصلحة بتاع إنه يحموا حالهم من الاجتياح أو الغزو الأوروبي الجاي من أتراك. واحد منهم يا أتراك طبعا هسه تركيا هو جزء من أوروبا anyway. زمان كان هم تابعين هو Asia and Europe لكن جايين كعثمانيين غازين بإسلام وغازين بغزو بتاع على أساس عاوزين يبيدوا المناطق الافريقيه ده عشان يقدر يعملوا شنو؟ يعملوا كنترول زي ما عملوه في اوروبا في شرق اوروبا. But they found out that the Equatorians were very tough people. هم ما قدروا. جاء الالمان جاء البلجيكيين في النهايه بريطانيا the only one اللي قدر يديفايد us لمصلحه defeating us لانه شاف ما بيقدر يديفيد us الا to division. Today انت كان لاحظت الدينكا are using the same tactic بتاع ماستر تام اللي كان في شمال السودان واللي كان في وين؟ في يوروب. لانه معظمهم جابهم في يوروب بقى ياخذوا التكتيك بتاع ديفايد اند رول ده. We Equatorians supposed to be smarter not dumber. Today we are letting these people to use us لأننا قاعدين worship kings. قاعدين worship fool blind kings. We need to stop worshiping those blind kings لأن ديل ما ناس qualified. We are the people. إحنا مرينا في التعب. قالوا experience be teach man to be better. ما بخليك تكون dumb. So we the Equatorian need to wake up and stand as one. ما نشوف بعضنا كمنافسين بنشوف بعضنا كأخوان لمصلحه الجنريشن الجاي ورانا. احنا كلنا حنموت بكره، التراب حياكلنا، ما في شيء ثاني. ان we will be no more. لكن الحاجه انت بتقدر to leave it to stand with your brother for the sake of the advancement of the next generation. احنا خلاص وقت تاعنا جه. You know, whatever we are now in this generation, البيجا ميكانيكي، البيجا مهندس، البيجا دكتور، البيجا whatever, we have reached that level. انت ما فيك to go far than that. انت كان ما تعلمت اليوم، ما تعلمت في صغر بتاعك، لكن انت قدرت تفهم وتكون واعي. ما تغار من اخوك اللي يتعلم، بالعكس اسال اخوك المتعلم ده ساعدني عشان انا اكون افضل من انا فوق. واخوك ده كان زول متواضع ومحترم، بيحب اخوك، بيحبك زي قاعد يحب نفسه، وبقول لك brother I will teach you the best I can، واحنا نجيب سوا، لانه انا ما احسن منك ولا انت احسن مني، احنا كلنا one family. We stand to fight and free ourselves from any slavery اللي جابوا لنا في وسط. This is what a real wise people would do. لكن انا قاعد نشوف بقى في ناس يتنافس، في عندهم غير كلمات. المهم انتوا بتعرفوا حاجات دي، انا ما بدي نكتب، بس it's time for us to really stand for people اللي جايين ورانا، لانه these people they have a future to come. احنا لازم نبني لهم طريق عشان بكره future بتاعهم يكون complete perfect، ما يكون زي هسه ده. هسه ده ما في future للعيال اللي هسه في وقتنا ده، ولا للناس اللي كان جايين ورانا، كأننا ما عملنا، ما اسسنا كبري لمصلحه بتاع العيال الجايين ورانا. سأرجوكم time to stand up, and I'm willing, like I said, and there is some people I will not talk about it عشان ما go اطلع حاجات اللي لسه في information I don't want to put it out, but I will leave it to CJ and Didi. عندك اي حاجه تدي كلام بسرعه and then CJ will put his point. احنا بنركز على النقاط اللي CJ بيتكلم عنه، بعد كده نختم الموضوع. وبنشكركم جميعا اللي حضروا، وحتى اللي بيكرهونا كمان بنقول لهم نشكركم. We love you, انت my family, we don't care, you hate us until يوم القيامة. لكن أنا قاعد نشوف مصلحة بتاعك وجناك اللي جاي ورانا، وجنا بتاعي اللي جاي وراي. So I will stop هنا. Didi, please take over. Thank you.
Sorry, before Didi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make a little, something what my brother says. Equatoria, they split into 3 states during Bashir time. That's why we call East, Central, and West. We used to have one governor in Equatoria. I was in Equatoria. We have one governor only, ruling from East to West. Only one. And you see, and the division that's happening in our lifetime. It's not something that, that division happened, during our forefather. No. Bashir split Equatoria to 3. I was in Juba when Equatoria gets split to 3. And another thing about this young nation, this guy come with that crazy idea about Equatoria. This eastern version, eastern.
بس أنا ده أقول حاجة في شخصية ده، أنا I don't mind him. لكن طبعا الفكرة بتاع الناس، أنا زي ما قلت لك شخصيات.
No. You say
East and West.
Yeah.
يعني up and like.
But if you listen to him,
البرنامج اللي هم أجايز بتاعهم ده يفكروا فوقه, and he's just quoting it.
Yeah, you say that thing already. Government is studying that proposal, how to split, and you said that thing clearly. You say they're doing that to stop the separatist extremists. If that thing doesn't happen, the Equatorial extremists, the separatists, will win. The only solution is to divide Equatoria, East Bank or Eastern region and Western region. And that thing, this guy is in Queensland, in Australia. This young nation guy. And he make it clear that thing comes from, because he's a youth leader of JCE. Matter of it, JCE youth, he's a leader. So this is another, your haram, the JCE now the one, continue the policy of born to rule, divide and rule at the same time. So Kalama Ngono say, because the idiot, but not idiot at the same time, because they implement what they say. If you are not careful, they will do it if we're sleeping. So we have to come out and speak up against this nonsense they're talking. Because the people back there at home, they have no power to do anything. Reza Begum, Begum Sabah, we tell okay, issue degree, the country split up. East Bank or whatever, West Bank. That's it. We rule the country with degree. This is a danger we are. So we have to speak up. Sorry, Didi, took you a minute. Thank you.
La, it's okay, Richard. It's okay. We're all here to contribute and discuss on this. I wanted to know something. Before that, Candace Grepala Equatoria, before Bashir changed it.
Come again?
Before 1991, itagalta kan fi hinaka. Before Bashir might change the East-West Central, Candace Gina de Badunshino.
Just Equatoria.
مثلا كانت تدور على تجاه ايست تقدر يفاق لنا تجاه ايستern action Equatoria?
No, it's Equatoria because it's only one governor. People just literally become like East Bank or West Bank. That's it.
Okay, that's what I want to know. East Bank.
Yeah.
West Bank. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think let's CJ put his point. He's been waiting for a while, and then from there we can then all conclude here.
Yeah, طبعا سوري بس دي سي جي قاعد يقولوا ده عنده نقاط احنا نركز عليه ما نطلع برا من النقاط ده عشان نقدر احنا نكونكلود لانه who conclude from what we were talking earlier in the presentation بتاعنا. I open it up and then you came in. I think no, he came in, then Richard, then you came in, and we did put a conclusion. So who analyzed it and then summarized it in a way to put it into what the nigat al-husha for asasi for this discussion, that we need to look at it and then just delve into it one by one, and then from there we sum it up with conclusion or saying this is what we come to, because at the end احنا هدفنا we want one Equatoria and one force for the purpose of Equatoria defense and purpose of Equatoria to go forward to the next chapter of defending them, of developing themselves as a people of Equatoria. لأنه كده إحنا as Equatorian nationalists, we're not even looking at any way or shape for حاجة اسمه جنوب السودان, because جنوب السودان is already dead in arrival وأسبابه كتير. لكن we want to awaken Equatoria into going to put yourself in a dangerous position لما تقول to South Sudanese, while South Sudan is actually trying to diffuse, they want to deflect the whole crime into all of us. ده كان سميت فشل ده كله بتاعنا, لكن كان جه في جد جروب معين ياو فشلوا. not everybody ياو فشل في جنوب السودان, وجروب ده ياو مسلحين, جروب ده ياو ماسكين السياسة, جروب ده ياو قاعد يقرروا مصير الشعب بتاع Equatoria, and the other who are non-Dinkas and non-Nuer and non-Cholo, they are the people who are making decision. كانت اللي جيد الناس المعروفين usual suspect زي ما بيقولوا the usual suspect المشتبهين المعروفين تلقاهم واضحين, لكن some Equatorians are trying to play around like كأنه هم devil advocate. they don't know what's going on, لأنه ديل أصلا عملاء, وزي ما شفناهم هو طلعوا خونة لمصلحة إيكواتوريا, ولسه كمان بيحاولوا يعملوا تشويش وبيعملوا كذب على أساس إنه إيكواتوريان إحنا يا أخي في إيكواتوريان كعبين في good separatists bad separatists عليك الله. إحنا we Equatorian nation لما قلنا we want to be a nation ما في حاجة اسمه good or bad. إحنا we are speaking frank about our people, لكن the way whom they try to use this language عشان يخلي Equatoria you look at themselves as competitors. واللغة ده يا قاعد divide us. They want to create this لغة عشان divide us, لكن they will never succeed. لانه احنا قاعدين نتكلم بحقيقه بتاعنا and we know what is the condition. كان نازل ما اعترفوا باخطائهم ده، احنا ما نتوقع جنوب السودان ماشي لقدام. ولو هم ما بيقدروا hold responsibility to their crime against other non-Dinka and non-Nuer, they cannot we cannot be called South Sudan. ناس اتفاقيه ده ذاته كان نسال الاتفاقيه ده so CJ can take in. اتفاقيه ده بتاع منو؟ اتفاقيه ده الجنوبيين ولا ده بتاع ناس 2 نفر اللي قتلوا بعضهم زي ما جانين يلا جايين يقولوا كلنا فوق؟ فعشان كده يا جماعه احنا stop lying to ourselves. وخاصه في شخصيات بيقولوا هم معارضه، وده الاكبر مجرمين ذاته زي ناس، لانه منهم يكونوا معارضه صادقين. ما تيجي تقول لي يا اخي المشكله ده بتاعنا كلنا كان نصلح حالنا عشان بكره الشكل ده يقولوا ده شكل الناس كله سيفل وور. نو، الاثنين قبيله شاكل فوقه وفي مصلحجيه دخلوا فوق وسط ناس ده عشان يجي ياخذوا اتجاه، لكن في النهايه هم ذاته ما لقوا فرص. يلا بقى دايرين يلخبطوا القصه لسه. يقول لي يا اخي حكمنا ننضم يا شعب. شعب ما يكون بليد، انتوا تكونوا واعيين. This is a dangerous moment. إيكاتوريا كان ما فتحنا عيننا بطريق زي بيقولوا في السودان، ما فتحت عينكم زي ريال، والله شفت كان دقه سما انتوا هتخسروا خساره جنائي. اوريدي إيكاتوريا عندنا 10 سنه انا قاعد اشوف اوريدي بعد كده إيكاتوريا ما بيتكلم ثاني اسمه إيكاتوريا، لان الناس اوريدي قاعدين يبنوا حالهم بسرعه واحنا قاعدين give them the chance. So I'll stop هنا. CJ please go ahead take over. خط النقاط اللي بتتكلم عنه وبعد كده نقدر conclude and add our thoughts. ولو في زول يجي فكره عنده مرحب بك، انت إيكاتوريان نان إيكاتوريان you're welcome. we're not gonna discriminate. ندي لكل زول 5 minutes يتكلم في موضوع اللي يقوله. وشكرا. لو في سؤال نسال او كان عنده سؤال يسالنا كمان. تفضل CJ please go ahead. Thank you. Are you there, Mr. CJ? I know we're at network, so I hope you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. Hello, more time. Let me say hello to everyone again. Yeah, it is really, concerning Mahadir to keep to the first, I do know the type of the enemy we're fighting with. Of course, that will be the first point, before that we should get to the questions. Of course, a little questions, answers probably will be the most important. يلا وهو اتلو لاحظتوا كانتوا لاحظتوا هدف بتاعت النازل شنو بالضبط أهداف بتاع الجماعة دي. What is the intention exactly when من قاعد يقتلوا ناس وقاعد يعمل حاجات دي. There are more many factors, of course, we can say it, we can talk about it. هل العدو طبعا العدو هدف بتاعه شنو. He need people to rise up to the task so that they fight each other. At the end of the day, he will conclude that al-harb, this is a civil war. And then he will come and justify that what is going on is a civil war. This is something that we need to put to our considerations as Equatorians. Very important. The type of the enemy, again, when we compare, what we were to compare today's enemy with the North, they don't call themselves North. To the Sudan, to the former Sudan, too, if you have to compare it. And with مثلا المجموعة بتاعت أنه what is SPLA today, you can compare Yamadid, Mom. How do you look at that exactly? Those people are not that easy. They're totally different. Today, as most of these Southerners have come to a conclusion that the Dinkas and their allies are the number one enemies of South Sudan. Remember that. They went after Shuluk once, and they went after Murley. And later on, they moved to Equatoria. They went after people of Bahr al-Ghazal, the Falatit. And then they turned to Equatoria. Now they're in Equatoria. So their tactics and way of is a brutal killing, terrorisms. They had to terrorize people, looting, doing land occupations and all these things, factors. So this is a brutal kind of enemy that you don't play with. leave alone Nasalum and those whom they have engaged to go and fight. They are backed up by the regime, of course. They are backed up by the regimes. There's no doubt about that. The regimes are behind them. So we also have to put it in considerations. When we look to the structure with this kind of enemy, we will put it in a way how we have seen it in the Middle East, mainly Lebanon. The way how there was that Hezbollah, and you have beside Hezbollah, there was the Lebanese who went on, the Christian Lebanese who went on forming their militia to force, force those people. Yeah, it was a youth, Christian youth. One of them just came up, stepped up to the plate and says, well, guys, come on. For us to survive in this country, our days are limited. If we don't wake up right now, it'll be too late for us. The guy went on gathering all his people, all youngsters, everyone who's capable, because remember that also, when you say all community, Finas uncapable, like the elders, the children cannot hold the guns. Remember that. You have to put all this in your minds. So this is totally contradictions. So Lebanese took an initiative of forming their own Christian militias. They went around also, get some friends. Women who come on, most of them remember that, the Lebanese, those who are outside, they have faced the same situation between apart immigrations. They have been comforted by the Saudi Arabians also as well. Saudi Arabia used to say that, okay? Just Islamize the lands and let the people automatically bigger. So Christians managed to stand and comfort it. But then in a situation similar to this one, but this one today, you can see the neighborings are also with those guys. So the type of enemy we're fighting, we need to understand. Our neighboring countries, some elements in our neighboring countries are there. IDF, regional and international, some elements, command in the globes, those groups are there too. Many, there are many, they are beyond. So whatever they do, when they will just end up taking reports, BIAML reports, and they will minimize even the number. They will not tell the accurate number. This is there. Every one of us, I guess, I believe that. So for us, the point number 2, not Aladu, we know what kind of prompt Aladu there. So I'm reading about true cleaners, we have to leave it to those who are in the field. So let us not brag about it. Remember, our duty is to help. Let our words be helping our brothers home who are suffering. Not that we have to come and start explaining ourselves, doing this and because of Kaza. No, this will not help us. Just help our brothers. You don't mind about what does help means. The word help is there. Help them. In time of trouble, to be helped, brother. You are required to help your brother. In time of difficulty, you need to stand with your people. So that should have been our terms. Let us come together and help our brother. This should have been always our terms when we talk in the media. Remember this media. Don't you feel that, I know you're in a free forum, really, as we have imagined. No, this is not a free forum. Every word we speak, one day, nobody knows. You may be accounted for. So we have to be very serious about these terms. As you know, also our enemies are among us. They had played so many roles, yet others went on turning the heat on us, and it is the separatists who are now causing trouble in that country. For me, it's straightforward. We are not the problems. The problem that is facing us today is a given problem. If you are familiar with mathematics, for those who knows mathematics. There is also given answers. Given answers. When you have a given answer, what is going on in our country and eliminations and extension of occupational kind of extensions, the enemy is playing young lead comes regimes under the what's so called the young elders. They are leading a war of extermination. So this can be a given answer and right answer for us as Equatorian to raise our voice strongly and powerfully and boldly that we are under the existential threat of what? Of eliminations, of land occupations. For that reason, we have come, we want the country, we want to go back to the period where we were before the colonial interventions in our countries, arrival to our countries, where we were kingdoms, where we were all that. For us Equatorians, we are one. You can try your level best to divide us, but never at all. We'll always stand firm as one people. When it comes to the leaderships, let us not doubt ourselves that we don't have leaders. We do have leaders, but we didn't yet discover the leaders. The leaders are not yet discovered. As I used to say every time, when the fire is burning, many people will run toward the fire, trying to put it out. The one who will emerge is strong enough, whom everyone eye will be on him, that is who is the leader. And it is among us. In any community, there is always a leader. But it requires patience. It requires us to search for the leader. Like when you make a research about the history of Sudan, for instance, or Equatoria, or whatever, that is exactly what we need. The leader is there. Are those whom we are looking at them are leaders? Well, that will be a point of doubt. And yes, those who are among us, as long as you are going to divide, you have the intention of dividing your people. When somebody were to tell you, somebody had made a mistake, please try to hold this guy accountable. If this guy cannot hold somebody who made a mistake against Equatoria accountable, that means he is, in a leadership. When it comes to term of leadership, there's some kind of weakness here that doesn't put this guy for anyone to say proudly that is my leader, that is there. When it comes to a country, it is not necessarily that we have to have one leader. There are many factors. A country consists of many institutions. في leader في منطقة الفلاني، في leader بتاعت البيئة. There are those of environment، في leadership بتاعت irrigations وحاجات بشكل كتير. A mechanic in science and all that kind of thing. There are those leaders. So people need to accept it as Equatorian. We need to accept each other. And no leaders are there. But the most important thing is to be an open heart, mind, and open our heart to each other. Be as a family members, hold each other as a family member. Whatever the situation is, in time of trouble, in time of mourn, of happiness, and all that, this is what we should do. This is something that we're lacking. So we need to work toward it. Unless we work toward it, then we'll be able to help our people. We'll be able to rescue ourselves. We'll be able to lift ourselves from these ongoing situations. They're very important. So الخلاصة, as I've said, أنه حق الدفاع, the right of defense, self-defense, it lies among our people. What we need to do is do our role, our side, our role. Our role are supposed to be a collective work and obligations. And أي زول يعمل على عنده ويقدم لجماعة المساعدة. Material or anything else, whatever you want. حتى لو ملابس أي حاجة you want to do, that is what we need to do to help our people back there. So that if necessary, Some of us will try to find a way of how to reach them also. Try to reach them and organize them, if necessary. You go and organize them. So we're lacking all this. So this is what I can say about these particular issues. But the rooting as one family, let us not doubt ourselves. Let us not say it is all over. It will be over in 1 year time or 2 year time. Let us be optimistic that we will do it this year. Let us always put this year as the decisive year that we will bring everything in an order. And I will see Equatoria as an independent. It is unfortunate. Baba China, Baba have arrived in that country. Did he say something strong? Well, I may say yes, but yet, when you look to the real thing, the word would have been, Anu Itaya Kiro Mashar, step down, please, for the good of your people. Because I have, since I wash your legs, it is unfortunate. To this day, Mafi Hajazah. So you need to step down or get out of the way. Give it to your people. Because 2 tribes cannot lead us in that country. That is not logic. Yet Equatoria, when it comes to Equatoria, we have no any position there. Kanwaniga, those are SPLA. Whoever called himself SPLA, SPLA was supposed to be dissolved. SPLA was supposed to be dissolved. This is what happened in Anyanya 1. During the good time, they were dissolved. They got integrated to what's so-called Sudan Army Force. They become leaders after all. Those people have played their role. They have led us for 6 years, 6 good years. Nafaran bas. Did they did anything? Jarima. So it is looks what is going on. And al-mujrim, bukhutufi sulta, the criminal has to be put in a government to lead. What do you expect the outside result? The result definitely will be negative. Do anyone cares? Nobody cares. All those who come by will say, oh, okay, come by. It's good. You're good, guys. Please, cool down. Try to be good to your people. Al-Mujrim haykun good people bitaw? I don't think so. So those people are now trying to get out of the hook. Al-hook bimana akhar. انت لما تمشي تعمل جبادة سونارة في ناس بيفهم الهوك السونارة. What I mean is that أنه سونارة لما تمشي تشارك سمك when you go for fishing, it end up hook it and then you hook it مثلا تاخد فوقه أكل يلا بيخد برميه في بحر. Once السمك جاء and then you hook it up. Those people are trying to get out of the hook. Those of Kir and Mashar and more many generals الموجودين هناك ناس those who are committed to crime against humanity, against their own people even. They're trying to get out of hooks. So let's be careful not to be slipped to that one. Our people positions should be self-defense. Self-defense. From Equatoria, we can look further. We can look further to the end of what was so-called Kanwaladu Kingdom, our Manataq al-Makfula, closed district area. That will be our district. Remember that. I can stand here and I can do something that can cover up everything. I can look anywhere. And I'm going to give you marker. Fital in a hill, I can stand and look further. So am I not allowed? I will. So let's not please. Harir better. Liberate your home. And then you go out there. Clean your house, and then you go out. That is what the wise man will do. So I'll end up here. Though there is more things, we will talk days to come. But please, let us not argue on this issue. That Anu, based on the title, Anu community, arming of the community will be a disaster. Well, there are those people, Do you think Equatoria position without Equatoria are not savages? When Equatoria hold a gun, remember, can move Magande, he can move with a gun in Juba without harming anyone, unless you harm him. And there's no proper action. I mean, can do law and order, then he will turn against you. But this time around, Equatoria have a legal right to defend itself. Venezuela, as Equatorial separatists, we have said everything's on the table. Let us not hurry up. We will do it. You know, nobody will ask you to say, I'm she put foot on the ground, boot on the ground. You don't have that right. It has said, you ask yourself, when you ask this question and put on the ground, it a married? Are you a provoker? Take a time for occasion? What's the time is, you know? This is questionable and it is subject to judgment. So we are not kids. We are adults. We know what we are doing. And when time comes, you don't have to tell me what to do. So this should have been our stand. As nationalists, as separatists, or as people who wanted to exit and get back to square one where we were. For those who are fearing, and separation is not a good thing. Trust me, this is not our choice, but we have been put into. When somebody takes your land, the steps that Dinka are doing now, it is the same things that, you know, if you go and study the colonial periods, nasal colonizers, when they came to these lands where we are now living in, the immigration countries, how did they move? Their tactics, the way how they conquer all these areas. Until now, to this day, they become the superior, while the others are the second-class citizens. Remember, that is what Dinka and Nuer is straightforward, I would say. Dinka and Nuer. Don't tell me, Makulu Dinka, Makulu Nuer, please. Allah. You are playing in the daytime. When you play something in the daytime, do you think people can't see it? A child can see it. Leave me alone. Leave alone adults. If a child can see it, if you do something odd, like raping a woman in the daytime, do you think that is something that you can hide it? I don't think so. So be wise enough and stand. Raise up to a task. And otherwise, it will be into some mental issues. Believe me or not. So everything, since you're doing everything, if you would have been doing it at night, okay, somebody will say, okay, the guy is doing these things tonight. But when it's in the morning, everybody knows it. The entire world today know what South Sudan is. They know what Dinka is. They know what Dinka are doing to their people. They know what Dinka are doing in their home countries. They know how many people have been deported. They know everything. Conduct-wise, activities-wise, behavior-wise, they know it. But because of money, remember, if a devil were to come with money and give it to you, for sure, as Seth said, money is a dirty game, a dirty thing. You will comply with money. You just get the money and say, okay, let me do the job. So that's exactly what is going on. So in order for us to control those people, we need to control the finance. Mostly the finance. Something that can make those people strong. That is what we need to control it. Once we control it, remember, something will happen. There will be a shift in that point. So I'll end up here, guys. Sorry for prolonging. So I'll give you more chance here. I'll back. Thank you. And God bless.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Anything before Didi?
I think Dan can go ahead.
Okay, brother Dan, go ahead. Go ahead. Didi, I know in the network issue, but yourself, I don't get my comment.
I did. Oh, sorry. I thought it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, salam jama. Salam kullakum jama. Fokenak. ونازل بس مع تيت يا أنا بسوق يا jama الراية اللي انتم شايلينه ده الراية الكويس دي وكلنا نجوين ذاته ده اللي انا بشوف لانه ده اللي انا بشوف يعني this is the right way اللي إن شايلين فيه ده. لأن هسه اللي زي شفت هسه الأسبوع اللي فات ده ما عملوا أسبوع ذاته القتل الجماعي اللي فيه ده. أنا ما أعرف أنين بكون ميانين لعادي 200 حاجة يعني قتل البيجي ظلنا من يقتل جيت لسه مثلا نقول مثلا نينا بكون واحد مع بعض وكده. I think this is just long way. دعوة إنه بيقولوا إنه دايرين نقطة سوا وشنو سوا ناصر ونفسنا للناس اللي ما عاوزين ذاته الناس يتكلم مع بعض وما عاوزين ناس عشان يشوف المستقبل ذاته بقى ما في. أنا هو الجاي ناس دي جاي اتهام دي دور انت إكواتوريا عديل كده ودوسي هي حقيقة على رأي تشالين ما ده رأي على حقيقة الناس كله. أنا كنت هنا في السنة اللي فاتت أنا كنت هنا في 7 months لكن أنا موجود هناك والناس كل شالين زي ما انتوا شالين. والله لو عملت فوت رأيت قلت عليهم من فوتوا والله أنا متأكد بيجي في 100% 100% سبريشن عديل كده ما في كلام ما في كلام عديل كده. لأنه الموجود في الجراوند هنا يا جماعة ده حاجة بطال شديد. في أسوار ما قاعدين بيظهر الناس عديل بيقتلوا زي ناس القتلوا قريب العكر ده بتاع كي ده في قتلوا ناس كي كتو جماعة عديل كده بأفروض كتو وذاته بيقوم بيعملوا جماعة ديل ذاته قتلوا جماعة بتاعنا جماعة والناس ما بيعرفوا بيوت بارغو أو بيقتلوا ناس بيجدعوا ناس جوا يلا بارغو في الراس في بيوت بارغو في الراس ديل ما قاعدين بيلقوا أسوار اللي انتوا شايفينه ده بيسيط البامسكوا بس في فجأة كده بس هاي درجة تليفونات بيشيلوها منكم والله انت قدامهم كده ناس كتير معاهم فهو عساكر الممثلين بيساعدهم عشان القتل ده أهل بتاعنا. أنا ما أعرف بفهم 200 أنا ما أقدر أفهم ما قاعدين يفهم كله هم يساعدوا ناس في القتل على جيل قتلوا ناس كاتوريان بالذات قتلونا قتل شين أسا موضوعين بيقولوا تبوزا ما كينين ده موليه بس كريت عشان نازل يكون يعملوا ويك عن كاتوريان مو كريت حاجة دي عشان نازل عشان ما يكون عنده جوه عشان لانه أسالي الناس كل ويك اب يا دوسي underground هناك الناس كل بيجي ويك اب ليه؟ لانه حاجة دي كان بسمعه قالوا نوير في نهاية بيجا باقي الكاتوريا ناس بيتفق كل مرة كل وقت ناس بيتفق 2 3 4 عديل كده درجة متشفيات يا دوسي بيعملوا عدويات يال صغار دي اللي تما نان دينغا دي بتوالي بتانو داوا بيقتلوا أي زول يال صغار الولدو صغار ديل بتانو داوا بيقتلوهم مكيمات في كاكوما في يوغندا في في كينيا في كونغو في كله في خرطوم إتما نان دينغا دي طوالي بتانو واجه دي داوا عشان يقتلوه يال صغار ديل بيقتلوهم كله في مكيمات ديل داخل جوبا azol fi konyo konyo inaga dozita logait taarfu konyo konyo kwes amunu shakil ashak lo kan fi zol gad fi gartumat fi itamaji ala Yusuf zaman kan bina man kasir bida 88 nazraha lo kullu javi ashakat al sugal kan fi majida Yusuf de قبل ما توصلوا في آخر زولة هناك ده في بيوت ديل الشاخة اللي يعملوا ده كونيو كونيو عملوا زي ده شفتا يقتلوا ناس في نهار زي ده في النهار سيم الساعة 12 بيقتلوا زول بيقولوا ده نون جوفرمنت وما بيقبضوا ده يعود الناس ماشيين لابسين كاكي ماشيين حاجة ده أكوما دي ما أكوما بتاع ناس كله أكوما ده بتاع قبيلة واحد بس بتاع دينجا عديل كده ده ما في حاجة بيقولوا كده ده أنا عديل كده بيقتلوا ناس في النهار وما في ذول بمشي بزولة وذول ماشي ذول وقعيني بيشيلوا برفعوا بالديرين ودوموا كيف بعد شوية بسمع تاني بيقتلوا بس أي زول بزوم ما معجبين في شارع وماشي توالي بيترقوم استبع منك بس ساكت يشوفوك وده إكاتوري ده إكاتوري زول متعلم وكده كده طوالي بيترقوم عينك تاجر كده إلا شوف ليد داون تاون هناك إذا في بلد بيعملوا في شنو في بلد فيه غابات هناك فيليجز ديل ماشيين في قرية في قريات بتاعتنا دي ماشيين فيه بيعملوا في شنو زي كان بيعملوا ده في التاون بيعملوا زي ده وهناك هتعملوا شنو بيعملوا أكتر من ده حتى نازل على البيت بتاع فام ده بيعملوا فام ما عندي حاجة يرفاس بس اللي عنده بيجي بيجمعوا ناس كله بالرشوتات شتا كشبات اللي من عملوا فيه فام بيبي كتب في راسهم بيولعوا نار فيه دي جماعة دي عملوا حاجات كتير شديد والله عرب ذاته عرب ما عملوا كده يعني لو كنا قعدنا مع عرب ذاته والله قدوسي أنا بقول لك حقيقة أنا كنت هناك شفته في عيني كده لما جيت في توريد في السكة الجماعة كده نزلوا بس ضربوا ناس كده في حاجة دي في ناس اللي بيعملوا فاهم كنت معنا كان عندنا 3 نفر كده مننا ماشيين معنا بالعربية دول كله أولاد بلد مسلحين أنا ماشي يلا لحد ما نوصل في كبويتا لحد ما نوصل في اتجاه كينيا ماشي بالأوراق بس ما عندي جواز خليته في كاكوم خليته هناك أنا ماشي بس ورقة المكتوب بس نازل أعمل حاجات قبل كده ذاته ما في ذول عملوا في الدنيا دي كله حتى العرب الأسا هم بيقولوا إنه كابين معهم مشاكلنا معهم كان بيستعمرونا في زمن 91 ولا 90 زمن كان بيجدا جرانيت ولا شنو في سلعات في داخل الجوبة ده والله ما الناس كانوا مرتاحين ما في قتل الموجود عليه ناس ده شفت أنا بس قلت كيف تاون أنا نبي جوين معكم ذاته يوم مع ناس لكن ما لسه يعني أنا بس رايلتو ماشين ده وكويس دي شكرا يا دوسي كلكم شكرا
Thank you so much. ده أسألك سؤال لكن قلت تمام مشكلة بس كان عندي فكرة كده جدي عن إنت رأيك من ناحية بتاع يعني حسنة لأنه إحنا عملنا call direct call to people of Equatoria to come together and let's form this Equatoria without any question. And this is a dareness طبعا ده تحدي ده كله لأننا شايفين في أغلاط كتير ماشي في وسط الاستوائية. والأغلاط الماشي ده واحد منهم هو يعني بقى في أنواع بتاع شخصيات، آه يعني جبال جديدة ممكن وصفوا better than me، لكن أنا بوصفه بأقدر ما بقدر. على أساس الشخصيات بقى شخصيات يعني منحرف من القضية، إلى أساس هو عاوز يبني شخصية. While we are here fighting and speaking for the future of Equatoria. وضعت استوائية حسن واضح جدا، وياما احنا اتكلمنا ووضحنا المواضيع وكل ما بنتكلم في قضايا ده كل ما كلامنا قد يجي في نفس يعني، ما إنه في ناس مرات بيجنورس and markers بيجي بيظهر كلام ده أو طالع في محله. لكن موضوعنا ما احنا عشان نتكلم احنا نكون يعني دائما كلامنا بيكون ثابت. هدفنا احنا عاوزين استوائية يقوم ويجيف لمصلحته بدون أي مقابل. لأن احنا صراحة خلاص يعني قرفنا من حاجة اسمه تشرد، قرفنا من إحنا نكونوا مهاجرين برا، قرفنا من إحنا نكونوا في وضع بتاع دايما ضعف. We need to stand for ourselves no matter how bad and good it can be. I don't think it's bad, like no matter how difficult I would say يعني صعب، إحنا لازم نكون عندنا يعني حاجة اسمه commitment، ولاء للهدف أو للقضية عشان نقدر نوصل للموضوع ده. أنا شايف في خطر شديد. أنا ما أعرف أنت في رؤيتك كده اديني رؤيتك بس بسيط كده، نبذة من رؤيتك لاستوائية. أنت قلت أنت بتتفق معانا 100%، أنا بس بدي نعرف رؤيتك اللي أنت قاعد تشوفه من ناحيتك الشخصية، وندائك كان ادوك فرصة تنام النداء لاستوائية في ناحية أنا قاعد نجيب فوق. وأنت طبعا أنت قلت واقف معانا في الفكرة ده إن you're not a NAS member, it's not a problem. إحنا هدفنا ما جنوب السودان، هدفنا استوائية. أنت كان standing for Equatoria, then what is your vision for Equatoria؟ بس سؤالي simple to you، رؤيتك شنو الاستوائية؟ وأنت بتعمل نداءك كيف الاستوائية؟ Thank you.
I think كلام واضح بعد له شرح كتير. يعني دي اللي أنا شفته، أنا كنت في كلية عربية for I think 17 years. أنا شغال في الجيش، تعلم جي في كلية عربية، وبعرف تكتيك ده كله بعرف. لكن اللي أنا بشوف الناس شباب ديل كلمة يجري ما في ذول يمشي بالكام، ناس تقعد جوا هناك، وناس لو في طريقة أنينا ممكن نعمل أي زول إنتم قاعدين برا، أي زول لو زول واحد يشتري لحاجة واحد اللي هو equipment ده، يشتري واحد لزول واحد، كل زول أو فاميلي كان في جوا بيشتروا 2 هناك في ب 25 $250 ده بيشتري حاجة ده، بيشتري equipment واحد.
أنا ما توصل للتفاصيل، بس أنا عاوز بس تديني رؤيتك. يعني أنا فاهم كلامك، لكن عشان لأن التفاصيل اللي أنت بتكون
بس كله لينا كله الناس كله جاهزين، ناس كله يعني ناس كله متفقين، بس عاوزين بس ناس ما يمشي يجري برا. بس الرؤية بتاعتنا إنه بيخلينا زي كل واحد يتموبلايز ناس وكل واحد. نينا ما في حاجة اسمه ده سبرتيز وده حاجة ده وي الناس بتاع وي ده وكده زي أسطومة مشاكل فيه. لكن اللي أنا شايف ناس ما كتير ما يجوين، لكن أنينا بكون واحد. لما نينا نكون واحد هي حاجة بيمشي بكون easy ما في حاجة. إنت بس هتجيب في كلامك ده، يعني كلامكم ده كويس، سبرتيز وكويس، يعني لازم إننا موبلايز نفسنا نكون واحد، وكمان ما نكون موبلايز ساكت كده. لكن لو في طريقة الناس كل يلموا يدين مع بعض في مادي بفكرة يكون واحد. شفت؟ ما في ذول يمشي برا، مقيمات دي ما في ذول يمشي. دي حاجة اللي أنا شفته هناك، بس ما في حاجة. شفت السجر دي لما يدقوا بيطلع مويه بتاع السجر، من عدو ما يدقوا بيطلع دم. الزول التاني ده برضه ما بيطلع مويه وبيطلع دم برضه. ما في حاجة. شفت؟ ما في حاجة بمستاهل، يعني هي حاجة كله داير له بس ناس تبغى تات هناك، ونجينا بكلهم مع بعض. ناس ما مختلفين، ائتلاف ما كويس، ائتلاف ما كويس. حتى بنات لسه سبيانين ديل 16 17 بقدر بيشيلوا equipment ده. حتى لو جايز انت ما بقدر، وزول ما جاك في محلك. انه عندنا هناك الزول لو جاك في محلك زول الجاي ده وياه كسران، لانه دي التراب بتاعك، ده محل بتاعك، ده محل الجدود بتاعك. ربنا ذاته بيشوفك. شفت؟ ربنا بيجيب معك. ليه؟ لانه زول جاء في محلك جاي يقتلك في محلك، ده التراب بتاعك. شفت؟ دي حاجة انا بس دايروا يزيدوا ليه، يعني عملية بس اننا لازم نكون مع بعض، ما نتلف. حتى لو ناس بيقولوا ده سبرتيس ده يونونيس، لكن كلام ده كده كده في النهاية يونونيس they're going to be lost. ده قوة أنا بعينه، لأنه أصلا ناس كي قتلوا 27 people die، وما في زول يعني بيرفع صوت. لكن حاليا ناسا دوزي أنا بقول لك ناس كله بيجا ويك أب، ناس كله بيجا ساعين خلاص، نوم تاني ما في. لكن زي أنا قلت لك مشكلة بتاع أنا بقول تبوسا مع دين أمبريل مع أجري مع يكينين ده كله بس كلام فارس. ده بس عملوا كريت ده يعملوا عشان كلي ويك، عشان نينا بكون ويك، عشان ديل يكون مشغولين هناك وبيدخل لنا بجاي عشان أنينا بكون ويك. يعني نينا بكون شغالين هناك، لما تشيل الراس بهناك زول بيجيك دبيب بيجيك بتاعت بجاي. ده في عملوا بوليتيك فوق في كلام داك. ليه أسا؟ ليه ما كان ببدا مين بدري داك ده؟ ليه أسا؟ شفت؟ It's a basic question mark. بس أنا واقف هنا بس. شكرا.
Thank you. كلامك واضح. في النقاط بتاعك اللي أنا استخلصته أنا ما قطعت، هو وحدة Equatorian and commitment، التزام التزام بالقضية، لأنه ما في شيء تاني بيخلصنا من موضوع بتاع إكواتوريا. من مواضيع اللي قاعد يحصل في استوائية هسه، لأنه إحنا في حصار أو في احتلال. عشان نقدر نطلع من احتلال ده لازم نحن نلتزم لقضية بتاعنا، ما لجنوب السودان ولا حاجة اسمه وحدة، نلتزم لقضية بتاع تحرير أراضي استوائية من الاستعمار أو الاحتلال الجاي من القبائل النيلية وبالأخص الدينكا، ونرجع إلى شنو رؤية بتاع إحنا. يعني الرؤية هو طبعا تحريرنا والتزام في ناحية بتاع قضيتنا، وده حاجة مهمة. ويونيتي طبعا كمان ده واحد من الرؤيات. إحنا يونيتي ده must be held very dearly، يعني لأنه بدون unity there is no way we can go forward. وأنا agree معك في كلام ده. unity is very important. also commitment، ده حاجات أنا بتفق معك 100%، إن أنا بستخلص منك. فاتفضل ندي فرصة اللي كان في someone came up here، لكن أنا شايفه كأنه بقى ما في. كنت عاوز أديه فرصة، جبته فوق لكنه ظاهر اختفى. so any واحد عندكم تعليق هنا؟ دي سي جي.
Yeah, I have just one point, please. Yeah.
لا اتفضل انت دورك، يلا بعدين دي.
يعني أنا عاوز أقول شنو كلام مختصر ما طويل. أنا أشكر الأخ تعلمجي. Thank you for your service, gentlemen. شكرا لك كثير brother. بتقول الحقائق وبتouch me and touch every one of us. Indeed, تتكلمت عن وحدة, and I will talk about the unity. The question goes to every one of us. How do we unite as Equatorian? بالنسبة لي, the way to answer it, I'll give my answer, and I will expect many people to come up with answer as well, including your dishes. Now, my answer will be, again, I will go to the parable, المثل بتاعت شنو, الexample بتاعت الفire. لما النار يولع, كل الناس بيجروا عشان يطفوا النار. في الوقت داك, anyone will give his contribution. By the time we put the fire out, remember the next step is that all of us, أنه كلنا ماشيين نقعد تحت. بمجرد ما نقعد تحت, the time when we sit down, that is the time when we will feel relief. اللي بيشرب مويه فيه, اللي بيجيبوا أكل, بيعملوا زرابية على حسب الطبيعة بتاعنا هناك ويجيب ده. Then at that time, أن بنعرف, we will feel that we are united. So my message goes to everyone out there as well. Guys, when we give the help, nobody should restrict and say later قد تدي مساعدة للزول ده أو later قد تعمل كده. أنا قاعد condemn this kind of language. As long as an Equatorians, if I can contribute, please don't doubt me. Irrespective, حتى لو أنا اختلفت معك, irrespective of our differences. And we can have difference. Like when I give my contribution, زي أنا بشيل موية, أنا أمشي أكبه في موية ده, في نار القاعد يولع ده. Please, I repeat, don't ever say, oh, later قد تدي حاجة ده لده. Why don't you have later minded ده? Why don't you go and do this? Please, get this out of your mind. So, ده هو طريق بتاعنا بتاعت الوحدة. That's how I look at it. And I thank you guys. And I'll end up here. Thank you. الوحدة في العمل وليس في الكلام. أنا ممكن أتكلم معك لحد صباح, أنا أغني وأي حاجة, لكن الوحدة في الأكشن. Equatoria is now burning. How can we help? That is what is needed. The more you help, لما تقدم مساعدة, that is what your contribution is. That is what وحدة is. لأنه زي ما قال أخونا, الأرض أرضنا والمهم. زي ما قال أخونا. Yes sir.
أنا بقول لك حاجة, أنا متذكر يعني زمن ده كله, سنين ده كله, الناس كان ما في ناس كده ما عارفينه. حتى كنت أنا برضو أنا ما كنت أعرف, لكن لما ماشي شفتها السنة اللي فاتت, ماشي شفتها هناك. أنا بقول لك يا سي جي, والله 99% people Equatorian, حتى الأميان برضو والبياترس بيعرفوا منو عادو. الناس خلاص بيجا فتح, الناس كله بيجا خلاص زي اللي خلاص وصل, يزول بيشرب مويه لحد ما وصل ورقبه ما يقدر نفس بيجا ما في. أنا بقول لك الناس كله بيجا خلاص ساعين, خلاص سي جي ناس ساعين خلاص ما في حاجة تاني. ساعين خلاص اللي عنده دنگا بيقعد جنبه بابه, اللي عنده مثلا بانجا بيقعد جنبه, ممكن يكتوا معه نصاب كمان, عشان نصاب ده بيساعدك من بعيد, وبانجا ده بتاع استباق. لو في هنا ده استباق في كلام ده خلاص وصل, خلاص ما في هنا مسج وصل, مسجكم ذاته مسج بتاعه مقادير تونس وده بار وصل. وصلوا خلاص ما في حاجة تاني. بس زمان ناس بشكل بأبواشرة ميبي 8 4 نفر بأبواشرة واحد، وكتوا معه نسابات بأفرافرة بروميل، بكتوا كشبات غانا بيعملوا سنين، بكتوا فوق هناك بكتيمة ما هناك كده بسيط كده عشان دول كان وقع الخريب ده يجي وقع فوق ما بيطلع بأفرة ده كزمان. لكن حاليا في ماشين مرات ويكيدنا بيلقوا ماشين واحد 3 4 نفر بيفولو في ماشين واحد ده. ليه؟ عشان كان في زول تاني وقع، زول تاني ده بيشيلوا ماشين ده يمشي بوه. ده زمان. لكن حاليا ناسا في ماشينات في بس البلال بتوع بس او ما في، ده او بسيط خالص ما في. واحد ميبي بيشتروا ب 1000 باوند، ده حاجة موجودة اللي انا شفتها هناك. لكن عشان تلقوه صعب، تلقوا منه برضه، تلقوا منهم وعندك قروش تلقوا منهم. ناس كله خلاص يا سي جي دوزي، ناس كله خلاص بيكا خلاص ما في زول تاني دايرو هنا ده. مسج ده وصلوا everywhere. أنا بكرر مرة تاني يعني وصلوا everywhere. حتى زي أنينا ذاته يعني طبعا مسج بتاع زمان الجرن بيعملوا ده، لكن مسج ده اللي أنا بعينه يعني ما شغال، ما شغال. في ناس بسيطين maybe بيجوين فوقه لكن ما كتير جوين فوقه. خلبية ديلي أو أنينا برانا إكواتوريا. لكن أنا بحب منه لو كان ناس يارو الرأي زي ما أنت قلت، الناس ممكن يفهموا ممكن نعمل ميليشيا أو نعمل ميليشيا بتاعتنا. إيه رأي؟ ميليشيا بتاعنا نعمله نفهم ميليشيا بتاعتنا، يقول إكواتوريا ديفين حاجة دي الميليشيا ديفين دي أرض مقابل أرض مع نوريندو وديل مسلحين شديد عنده ميليشيا توماس سلفا كير عنده ميليشيا عديل دي بيقولوا جيش. لكن ليه ما يكون عندنا؟ المفروض تكون عندنا برضه. ليه أبو بيسموه جيش ميليشيا بتاعهم بيسموه جيش وباقي ناس تانيين بيقولوا ميليشيا؟ واي المفروض تقولوا ده جيش برضه. طبعا روتان واحد تانيين ذاته ما بيقدر يتكلم عربي ما في يتكلم فطان بس يعرفوا يقتل بس. ليه ما عنينا بيكونوا؟ المفروض نكونوا جيش برضه، نقولوا ميليشيا إكواتوريا ميليشياس عشان نشوف هو ده يقتل ميليشيا ده ولا لا. لأنه عنده ميليشيا بتاعهم بيسموه متانغانيور وبيسموه جيش يقولوا جيش. كيف إذا بيكون ميليشيا تقولوا جيش؟ وهو أتني كواي معلش سي جي أنا قاطع بشكل.
شكرا نويا. يا بالنسبة للجماعة طبعا جماعة شالوا already. Okay, excuse me. Jamadi Shalu, I guess more Equatorial Defense Force. Now, what we need to come with is this is not something that everybody has to take it for granted. I can got a good, Equatorial Union Force. That is what we need. Union Force. That is what we need now. Then Union Force be Jamaica Kulan. If we can reach that point, of course, which is not a talk, it should be an action. And it shouldn't be our role, but nas alumun tabanin al kul yom قاعد يجي يقتلوهم ويجزروهم كل يوم. This is what I feel. It is very important. فا duty ده بتاعكم انتوا اللي هناك التابانين ده، لأنه مرة بتاعك جداد بتاعك ذاته ما بخلوا. أنا شفت سمعت أنه قال مرود شالوا ذاته هاي أنت كتخرج مود ذاته شالوا جماعة شالوا قال كبوا برا. So the tactics بتاعت أنا قلت لك they invaders و occupiers. Those people لما قالوا لهم انتوا occupiers، لما زول ده قال المير ده قال كلام ده واو قلبه موجع. الله ما دي حقيقة يا أخي، لقيتها بتنط. دي حقيقة دي وجع صح، لكن انت كمان خليك كويس يا أخي. باك اب، ارجع للمنطقة بتاعك. اديناك محل، إكواتوريا اداك محل. لما انت جيت لاجئ اديناك محل. انت بتعرف محل اسمه جنجولة اللي قاعد تتكلم عنه ده محل تا إكواتوريا. ريمبر ذات، اديناكم محل ده. كان انتوا 2 3 قاعد تجوا، ما كان في دينك كتير. انا شاهدتم منتهى الاحترام، لكن الليلة اتقلبتوا زي ما قال أديشة في يوم من الأيام، قال العدو جات ضربوا دبيب، لقى دبيب تعبان وقام رفعه وقال يا أخي اديني هناك. لما وصل في النهاية في جنب البير والدبيب لقى مويه، نط وضرب العدو. لما ضرب العدو بكى، قال لي ليه ضربتني؟ قال لا انت ما بتعرفني انا دبيب. So this is what you are now playing. انتوا يا تنكا كنا قاعد نقول لنا انتوا اهلنا، الليله بقيتوا اعداء حرام. كان نقول حتى جلابه حتى من ذكور ما عمل كلام لكين. وقفنا معاكم عشان من ذكور كان قاعد بيكم ناس الغرب هناك، جنجاويد قاعد يقتل قاعد يعمل الحاجه ده. كلنا واقفين واحد. وينو ضمير ده؟ خلاص راح منكم، خلاص قلبه كل لكم انتهى. كنا اخوان في خرطوم، كلنا قاعدين سوا. كانت دينكا وليت نويرا وكلنا قاعد نقعد سوا. انا بتذكر نوير لما مندكور يقول لجنوبي عبد، نوير كان بطوالي بيمشي يدق المندكور. انا قدت ما يتراوى ل 3000 بدون فخر. عارف كيف؟ كنت كطالب عيل صغير، كنت مجموعة كبير في شركة هائل جدا جدا. اغلب الناس اللي كنت كان قاعد يقفوا معي هم اهل النوير والدينكا. عندي واحد اسمه مرويل، للاسف الشديد لما انا اشوفكم الليله تبقى تعمل اعمال دي عمايل دي لاهلكم، الناس اللي اكلوكم والناس اللي كان بيحموكم اللي قاعد تنكروهم. You began to deny them. This is shame on you guys. It will turn on you. Probably الناس اللي فاتوا ده they like فاتوا. But what kind of generations are you guys? I don't want to say that you will pay for it. But remember what you did to the release of your brothers. If it is worse, you will pay for it one day. So you better back up. I will urge you to back up. Go back to where you belong. And be good neighbors. But the way how you're doing, the end will be worse. Sallu. I know to get to go to Equatoria, to get to start Equatoria. Anuman Nasadin. Yes, we are. We are proud to say that we are with Jesus. And one day, Jesus is to get to Nkurudaya, Hayansurna. Anantasir, Equatoria. Whatever you did for us, you will try to eliminate us to get back our lands, but you will not. لأنه البني آدم زي ما يسوع قاعد يقول، قال خاف الزول اللي بيقتل الجسد والروح. You better fear whoever can find, can kill the body and the whole and soul. So that is what you should fear it. حياتنا في الدنيا ده ما نهاية. There will be a soul, your soul. انت ما داير soul بتاعك يمشي في جحيم. You don't want it to go to hell. انت عاوز الsoul بتاعك ده يمشي في محل كويس انت لما تغادر الدنيا ده. Did you think about this? أنت دينك أنت نوير. Did you think about this? Did you think أنه انت عرفت أنه انت عملت خيانة لأهلك؟ Did you know that you take the government of the people؟ انت أخذت government حكومة بتاعت ناس كله، يا ريت أخذت لنفسك أنه انت حكومة. بابا جاء انت ما خجلت، ما قلت كان انت المفروض تبكي لبابا تقول له سوري I repent انا ظلمت اخوي انا عملت فوق وانا قتلته please forgive me I didn't hear that انا سمعنا speech كلام هش when will you come to your sense 200 الدنكاوي بيفهم انه لو قاعد يعملوا غلط وانه حاجه ده ما بيديه لقدام do you understand that انت عاوز تكون في حاجه اسمه جنوب السودان ده ولا انت عاوز ترحل من جنوب السودان for good think about that think about that انت دنكاوي انت قاعد تسيل سلاح عشان تقتل الإيكاتوريا على داك مويه انت جيت بكراك كتافيان بدون قماش إيكاتوريا خداك تحت المزرعه بتاعه شال فول اداك له شال مانجا اداك له يا كوال يا قرن خدك ده تنسيتوا كلام ده كله today to be خوانا you have turned to become another jalaba did you think of that please come to your sense افهم كلام ده كويس I know ما بكون عنده صدى في كلام ده it will not have any reflections or it may not touch your heart but wake up let the wise among you raise up and say I repent get back to your area شيل أبقار بتاعك كان شنو don't comply ما كير already أدى واجب بتاعه الليلة كان شفنا مقابر بتاع كير كان مقوط مقابر بتاع كير كان the big land كله ده مقابر بتاع كير ناس اللي قتلوا so do you want to be that part of this guy you will be cursed remember the curse is real it is not a talk in this world curse is real I have seen أنا شفت كجنة صغيرة أنا شفت زول قتل نفرين زول اللي جابوا شغلوا معه وقتلوا فتح شال المكنة بتاعت عربية وفتح خطاه في صدره زول اللي مات زول اللي ما بينوم بالليل روح بتاع زول اللي بيجيو بيكوري الليل ده كله بيكون زي سهران so you don't want to be that kind of individual كان انت مولود شوية جديد كان انت دنكاوي get up to your sense understand that انه قاعد الناس كبار بتاعكم بيعملوا ده it will not help you ما بيساعدكم كله على عكس هيمشي مع اطفالك جانا انت بيجيبوا ده بيمشي وراك so let us be that kind of people علينا بنطلبه هنا ككوريان شيل العاصمة ده we don't want this عاصمة أن عاوزينك ترجع لمحلك الأصلي زي ما كنا عايشين مع جلابة ده ما كان في زول بيعتدي على أرض بتاع زول nobody would have go and invade someone's land nobody could go and rape someone's women there was law and order today you have turned the law down you start raising up the flag of killing massacring the people that is bad you out there listen to it carefully this is not the way how we have to live in this world let it not be called as savages repent Bob هناك بركات بتاعت بوب وخطاه هناك will you انت ممكن تستفيد منه did you get anything out of it ولا انت هتكون stone minded so wake up بتاع اللي هناك لما بوب رجع ربنا رسله دي رسالة بتاعت ربنا لنا كان عندك إحساس وعندك قلب خلي حاجة اسمه معالج ده خلي حاجات اللي اسمه تعمله ده تتأكد أنه ربنا ده وياه زار الناس وعمل زيارة في جنوب السودان أنت ما استفدت من فرصة ده yours is done you're done a day will come soon enough when you will regret and cry your entire life thank you guys I don't end up here
Thank you. I just want to remind people that we, we have also make sure I'm in 5 hours. I don't want to get that long. But thank you, CJ for putting your thoughts. It's almost like that's your final remarks, but it's okay. And I just want to hear from this is طبعا احنا لسه في discussion. بس انا ما عاوز اكتر كتير بس ندي فرصه لنكرو and then Didi will come in. نكرو طبعا قال ده يجي يتكلم حاجه فانا ما اعرف what his thought.
Yeah, I was looking for him. I think I read his message. Sorry. Yeah, I read his message saying why he's spend on.
I'm going to bed, Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Let me thank everyone and say hello to everyone.
Okay, شكرا
بس طبعا نكرو انا ما اعرف انت ما تابعت بدايه الحلقه. I wonder if you maybe following it from different channels. لو انت follow it then please go ahead. We want to hear your thoughts in the concert guide. طبعا عاوزين also you guys remember في speakers around you عشان نقدر لانه كل ما انا مرات قاعد نشوف يعني بس بدون مؤاخذه يعني بشوف مرات احنا ك Equatorians and the other South Sudanese when we talk sometimes we forget انه في ناس جنبنا. Only إذا كان عندك presentation is okay and you have a reason to put your point. لكن لو مثلا you're speaking as a speaker, make sure you limit it to 5 minutes as maximum. لأنه كأنت قابلت حتى صحف ولا ناس برا they will try to understand you in 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, not 20 minutes, 5 minutes. So please try to limit that explanation to 5 minutes عشان نقدر نفهم. وكان في شيء نيجي نسألك أو كأنت بدأت تقول there addition نديك فرصة. As long at least احنا فهمنا وانت قاصد شنو في الفكرة بتاعك. بتفضل brother نكورو.
Okay, شكرا سيدي. Moderators, Didi, CJ, Richard, and the rest of the audience. I think Salama Baghdad Kellam Keti. Most of you, as you have pointed out, the cause of problem in the country. Yahwana, it is very clear. I'll just try to talk particular Lena Equatoria. Ana maro vena bikore lagadi miken. We go to other room, the same thing. We Equatoria, we already wake up. We go to another room, Equatoria, Gumta on folk. Names you went. I myself, as I'm speaking to you right now, I was trying to put myself as a unionist, and I was opposing Equatorians from the beginning. But I reached to the point because the reason why I'm saying that, I was even insulted by the same people, the Dinka. So when we talk, they said, oh no, we debate you. Yeah, Jama, we try to correct the mistake that we done. Or if I've done a mistake, so you correct me. So what is happening in the country now? The country is heading somewhere else. But they say no, they don't understand. So to me, I decided to say, okay, I have a region. So I better go back and support my people. So if I'm seeing my people are dying, what about Minakuru? So they will finish my people first, and then after that, they will come and kill me later. So my advice to you, Equatorians, Yahwana, it's good for us to take action than all the time thinking on social media. We always crying there, what. It will not help us. They will come back there, kill him. Oini, yes, the topic is there. South Sudanese problems will not be solved by, the communities. To me, Anabugulishunu is even much better for us to arm our communities because to protect themselves. You see what has happened in KJK? Because they don't have weapons. Yawaja katalom, ketir kira. Lokanen dusila can be defend of uso. You see? Or hasil can be lobono. Kaje de ma be lobono fe area tabarena. Muatnin alfami. Katalom mumendu sila. Obi defend of uso. So lana kan bugol lo eye muatin beta Equatoria.
Ali do sila san be protect nefso. San bagara lo jabi magarjara vitat. Taban mun jena de taloder arfa sot pitak be katalog bagara bakro magarjara. Kolisa BMC gidam. BMC proletari. Yum dak darabuzor menacholi. Chief kaman. Dero gibu ya jamaa da akil biana bikuru jude tayal. Ita munu talaga beras fito. You see this? So these things sometimes is hurting. So I decided to say, okay, let me go and support my people then. Because tomorrow, even if I'm supporting that unity, when they kill me, they will damn my body, throw to my people that Equatoria, you, take Nakuru, is dead. Nasmunia Bemsi do Bunana is you, Equatorian. So I better stand with my people. No matter what. No mut, kali katuna mum. So kalam de biga too much yahon. So at least let us do something. Let us do that something. As a Catalona, as a baby, Bokoro will be moved. And they will continue to move. Today, it was Kibel Le Room Tani. They are now calling for unity. Unity of what? Unity of what? After I'm bleeding, after you kill my auntie, you kill my sister, you kill my girlfriend, you kill my wife, you kill my children, and then you call, after that, you call for unity. Galina Equatorial, Galina Limna Kulu Junubin. Leia Jama. Are you not ashamed of yourself? So, can Kalamta unity Alamun Kelim Bigido, Ibel be room tan that day? Ano rilom, Ana Gale Loitum Beru unity, Talata on Kula Barra in Equatorial land, including your president, take him to your whatever you came from, and then after that, can Equatorial land Kalat bigger empty, then you apply for the unity and we will talk. At the moment, we are bleeding. Don't bring to us the issue of unity. We don't want. Enough is enough. So ya kwani Equatoria lobi ya kutagitani underground lobi sunu ali prepare nepso. Alhasil lena visa in Equatoria now. We know how to deal with that one. So ana mabagdir kelem kaman ketiri ya kwana malis 5 minutes tabana letu modila na de. Ana murtam mo meta on sedit. Kode ya kalamana bagdir contribute. No fi kaman fi don basalana question barin, I'll be able to answer. So thank you. Let me hand back the mic to you.
Thank you Nakuru. دقيقة.
دي سؤال له ذاته brother Nakuru. وديدي طبعا ديدي داير يقول حاجة لكن ندي فرصة لريتشارد. Thank you Nakuru for your spirit. كلامك ده واضح and sorry بس أنا بس كنت عاوز أقول حاجة لكن طبعا ريتشارد كمان want to say something. I don't want to force myself. Let Richard and then Didi please go ahead and then بعد كده نرجع ندي سؤالي لbrother Nakuru. So thank you. Go ahead Richard. Brother Richard.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I just get interjection from Nakuru. No, actually a question. Yeah, Nakuru, my brother, in a cool Equatorians, you are vet, veteran to SPLA. Itan jere jere, you are gabata Equatorial Kulu. You experience the abusement, dinka moleta kun, as be a vet of liberation of that country called South Sudan. Because I'll be following what you be saying. It will tell them, 1 minute it's a unionist, 1 minute it's a separatist, 1 minute the arm ourselves.
So, and you know Biggies very well, they don't want you to tell them the truth. So if you tell them the truth, you are the enemy. So here, from the beginning, and I want to tell you Equatorians, I think Didi, there was a time we clashed. I was against even Equatoria. I said, no, I don't want to depend on Equatoria, whatever. No, we are South Sudanese. But I did to the point, I'm now pushed to the jungle. You see? And I'm also seeing our people, our elders are killed. So, do you want me to stand with the murders, the killers? Tomorrow they will come and kill my dad, the retired general. He's alive. He's in Eastern Lotuko. I'm the one who asked him from Agui to come back home. That was a few years ago. You see? So me, I'm not, before, I was against it. But I find myself, they even insult me. Live, even some of them here, when we sit down, they know me very well. That's why they call me Moranyar. I used to challenge them from Kakuma, Nairobi, up to here in the Western world. So my brother, let me not prolong my talk. And there's few guys here who are going to ask me questions. And I want to tell you this. I'm not confusing you. I was trying to find a way that maybe these people, they will understand. You see? But I find out that they are completely, they mean to kill Equatorians. So what's the point for me to continue supporting them or supporting that government that's tomorrow coming to kill me? And the government that is now killing our people. You see this? So me, Yawana, all of us who went to school, I sat down, I said, no. No nasta ikala subadin, pejilana na kurude. Magalas kali katolona sao. So
yeah,
I think
thank you, Nakuru. Yeah, thank you. From now on, Equatorian Kulkararov Nakuru fighting only for Equatorial. My time glow in Nakuru Junubin. In Ama Junubin, there is a direction. Mafi country go Junub South. Mafi. Beletane Equatoria, itami Eastern Lotuko, Eastern Torit. So, in Azar
East, Central, and Western. Let's be just
location.
Almemu can I'm not
location.
Equatoria is Equatoria.
Good thing now is Equatoria.
Dangerous. لأنه الدينكا they use it خاصة مع شخصيات. I'm sorry to say, people like Ochang is a great tool for this agency that Dinka intelligence بيستخدموه صدقوني. انتوا يوم know that one day, but some people still don't see it. إذا عرفت in media, sorry brother Richard, media, they also sometimes they use it as a tool for intelligence. إذا كان لاحظت many times media it plays more stronger weapon to be used as a tool of intelligence, like either ياهو ناس بيقولوا propaganda, يعني they can create دعايات, which is propaganda is دعاية, to يعمل تغيير في ideas او اراء تاع الشخصيات, وخاصه الشخصيات اللي بيكون ما عندهم knowledge about the things that the enemy is actually preparing against them. This is why such people like that, they are very good tool to use, especially لما يكون هو ignorant of facts, لانه هو بس focus on his own cocoon. هنا Equatoria, cocoon بتاعنا is Equatoria, not tribe, not the state اللي احنا جايين منه كأننا غريب ولا شريك. But because we are all one people. كان جاء في جد history بتاعنا, culture بتاعنا. Why do you think we call ourselves Equatorian? ده مفترض أول سؤال يسألوه أي Equatorian. Why do you think this word came out? How do we define ourselves? Why we always never put our tribe first? We put the whole land, the people in the land, the culture and the history. لأنه عندنا common factor. يعني قاسم مشترك اللي بيورينا إحنا ناس واحد. مقارنة مع على النيل وبحر غزال. على النيل وبحر غزال ده ناس بيقولوا هم أخوان لكن بيقتلوا بعضهم زي مجانين.
So how could we be equal to the same mindset بتاع زي عشان كده عقلية على النيل ده ما يجي transfer to us. وهسه طبعا they want to use also the word Lua. Yeah, Equatorian. My fellow greater Equatorian. Let's be careful of this language على قاعد يجي من Upper Nile. ناس ذات ما بيعرف نفسهم هم كان ذاته Lua جوا هناك. Why are they killing themselves? Now they want to call some of our brothers from Equatoria واللي احنا ملخبطين معاهم يقول لنا يا اخي انت كمان انتوا لوا. What does that mean؟ يعني ده تقول لي شنو يعني؟ ما امشي لكينيا طيب كوريك هناك ما لوا كينيا اول قبل ما تيجي تتكلم معي انا. انت قاعد abuse me يلا you want to tell me I'm لوا. ده تقول لي انت African we are all brothers. No, doesn't matter. ما إنه كلنا يالتا آدم وحواء. So let's stop that nonsense بتاعهم ده and let's stand on our ground. You know, حتى European themselves they know themselves and they fought for their own independence. إذا كانت تتكلم عن بريطانيا عن Germany عن ناس Austrian ناس دول ده كله. These people went to war because they defined themselves already. إحنا define ourselves as Equatorian. ده كفاية enough to stand who we are. Why we believe in ourselves that way? Because إحنا بنينا حاجة. ناس Upper Nile did not even progress ولا هم وصل لإيفولوشن عشان يقدر come to the knowledge of هم one people. وهم بيقولوا هم cousins, nephews, أخوان. ده بيأتوا cousin بيجي بيتبع cousin تاني. لكن هم بيعملوها يلا بيقولوا هم cousins. So let us not fall for their trap. ناس كما بيفهموا معنى بتاع الدولة. لا عشان كده أنا جاي أسألك بعدين القرآن ما جاي أكتب لكن let's stop هنا. بس ده نقول let's always Richard never allow that word and a central and a western and a eastern. Let's call it Greater Equatoria. Let's teach our people. We teach them to speak the same kind of أجدادنا قاعد يتكلموا. Greater Equatorian. That's it. That's the whole language we need to put.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm just trying to tell Nakuru and all the audience here today, from now on what we know, Nakuru is officially fighting for the land of Equatorial Mafia South Sudan or Ana Junubi. And Nakuru, I'm going to be following you all over the place. I had to say by himself. I'm going to be following you. I only get a few room to go. Ana Junubi, when I get a Nakuru. Ana Budaga to the phone. I'm Yakangeta. Thank you. I think Didi get a question. Okay. Didi, I think you get a question from Nakuru.
أنا أعمل مايك بتاعنا ما أعرف ديدي ده تدي فرصة للمايك اللي دانا مين؟
لا أنا ما عندي question خلي داني يتكلم. ناكل. ديدي. تفضل هاي.
أنا كويس ديدي.
Let me give the message. أنا داري يمشي النوم.
دان كيف؟ تفضل.
Yeah, the room is recording, all right?
Yeah, it's recorded.
Yes.
Okay. This is I just am there kutu message le akhwana bitatna Equatorian. ما في زول بيجي بيقولوا ده central or western or eastern ما في إنه كله Equatorian. أخوانا بتاعي قاعدين داخل جوبا ولا داخل everywhere. إنتم سيبوا كلام تاع الكنيسة. لما زمان تاع الكنيسة حاليا. أنينا في بيكا. أنينا في الدمو. الدمو جار شديد. أهل دانا يقتلوا 24/7 داخل جوبا. ناس كي قتلوا كل يوم. إنتم كنيسة ده يسيبوا داونا جماعة. سيبوا داو كنيسة. زمن تا كنيسة دي ما زمن تا كنيسة حاليا. شباب المات لسه قوين الشباب لسه قوين حتى بنات الصغار حتى الفكاكو مع البوين كله يا جماعة لم بتاعنا داير يشيلوا بلد بتاعنا داير يشيلوا بقوة الكومة الموجودة عليه مثلا ده ما الكومة ده الكومة بتاع الدنجا البيشيلوا أهل بتوع كله بيقولوا ده الجيش بيقولوا الجيش بيعملوا دولة ده ما الجيش ده الجيش ده عملوا عشان يقتلوا إكواتوريا يا جماعة أنا بوريكم حقيقة كي قتلوا ناس جماعي Karagunas bejua biyut ali tushitu besit ali katunu 27 gerib da tawlumbari da de besit fi katunu nas ketir fi turdu nas ketir yuzu bugar ashen iktulbo nas ma jaina kalam al gulu bugar ma bogde ma bugar de fi yuzu bes ashen iktulbo nas hada bitomon gali galina ze kulli yamshi fi Uganda de fi yamshi Congo wal Kenya ukida lende gali isibulo umon itu shabab gati kenisa leshun mata duzo lebes konfid dagil kenisa tali tahom alfikem kullu tali tahom ya jamaa aina bishakil hatta lo ita indak danga wallahi ma bineget moyo bineget dom ze ita bineget dom kaman a jamaa tali tahom نمشي في غابات بتاعنا الحمد لله عندنا غابات في الجيش إنت يساعدوا نازل على يقتلوا نازل في النهاية يجي يقتلوا إنت يساعدوا من كده كان أهل كل إنتاج كله في النهاية بيقتلوك أنت يشيلوا السلاح اللي معك ده بيقول لك زمن بيقول له خطوا بمخزن ده أو زمن بتاعك أنت ما بيعرف يا أخوانا أسا هتاخون ومعاد كلنا لانه اللين داير يشيلوا عديل الكلام التواصل ما تركانا ما دينا بيناك ده كلام ده بس داير عملوا عشان يكون يكون دايفين ده بوليتيك بس داير على أبو فيه عشان بيكون ويك عشان يقدر يقتلونا بورا بجاي لما يقولنا بيكون بقدام هناك بيقتلونا هنا زي ما قتلوا الامبارح. I read the message, they go everywhere. Shukran jazilan ya jamaa. Ana wagivino dosi, CJ, shukran Didi, shukran ya Richard, ana kuru shukran. Bye bye ya jamaa.
Thank you, Dan.
Shukran Dan, shukran Sharif.
عندك اي حاجه تقوله دي لنكرو؟
أنا بس كان نقول سلامتك. شكرا تك شديد. We've been waiting for this moment like forever. بدنا كان قال شنو كلامتك صح؟ فعلا كان زي كلامتك كلم. أنا بأجري ميتا. إتا قاعد بعد ما قتلوا أهلتك يقولوا يلا بقى الناس ترجعوا نسودان من ترجعوا نسو peace. من كان فوين ما peace ده زمان. الناس استنوا لعد آخر الزمن لعد الناس بقى طبعاًين. وما دار طبعا مثل الناس قالي ما كلمت تا بوب الجادة زمان بوب جادة they were killing people when they were even announcing celebrating Pope is coming. They were killing people still. They kill our people. And this is something that is hard, you see. These people طبعا مو عندي كراسته من هناك ممكن فكر قلب بيكون people are the same, like whatever they're doing in their territory or in their region, they think that this is what everybody's like that. طبعا في زول تاني, they think that the way they think is exactly the same way that somebody else is, but we're different. You cannot actually go waste people's life and then you expect that people gonna forgive you. Girl, it's time. It's weird though. If you guys see it, they come, they commit crimes, and then they say that it's time for us now to unite. And actually, I wanted us to come back and discuss even the things that they've been discussing about, to analyze and discuss about it, about the board of the Toposa and stuff like that, and the Kenyans, between the Kenyans and this problem that is going on, and they're trying to incite themselves in between. The fact that even they now saying that they're speaking to the Toposa, like isolating Toposa out of Equatoria. Now there are some going. They want to isolate Tobosa and say that let the Tobosa people go start the fight, and then we will come and join in. So they're pushing you ahead, and then they will come from behind, so that they start killing you. Or if one possibly die there, then they'll say that we have liberated the Tobosa and this land belongs to us. What about our bones that are buried there? Are you going to resurrect our bones? This is another way of them want to go and settle into Bosa land. And this is not working. It's not going to work really. So the war is really clear. The war has been projected to us clear. These people are not people who will forgive. They are not forgiving people. And actually, it's that for us to say, girl, they are not forgiving people, that we have never done anything wrong to these people. These people have wronged us since the 50s, the 70s, 72, all the way to 82, all the way to the 2000s, up to 2003, ongoing battle with Nazi for no good reason, no excuses, you see, and they will always find justification for everything that they're doing. Like right now, Hassan and Nazi, they allocate themselves as the voice of South Sudan and the voice all over the three regions. They have the rights to speak about Equatoria. They have the rights to speak about every specific village and territory or every county. But you who's coming from that county or from that village, you don't have the right to speak about it. You who's coming from that region, you cannot speak about it at all. Like we will see, like yesterday or today, they've been sitting up there, they're talking, and then they're talking about Tobosa, and then Equatorians cannot even talk about it. And then they talk by themselves, they agree by themselves. They had your wahid nazar, ummin fi area. Like you're talking about something about people and you're talking about peace, making peace with these people, but it's only you. That is it to Barakun, need to be Barakun. And you're deciding everything by yourself. And then Equatorians are not agreeing with you and they are not there. So there is no us at the moment. Everybody has made up their mind in South Sudan. There is no us. Let nobody hear the voices of the people who are trying to threaten people, are saying that, attack nas filano nas Equatoria. There is no us in South Sudan. Every man to themselves in South Sudan. Today, if Dinka say they're going to go to the bush because of Equatoria, I don't think Bahr al-Ghazal going to follow them. Maybe few, not all of them. Bahr al-Ghazal into did Madinka. Maban into mushkila Madinka. Shuluk into mushkila Manuer into mushkila Madinka, into mushkila ma Shuluk. Who's gonna Munuja Jama Nefsu Galim Shimash Pigaba Shaki with Zoltan? Don't listen to these things. These people before they go into this bush, they will start shooting themselves first of all. Hasi did al nas wasul fogo karahiyat al nas wasul fogo hasi. People will kill themselves before they enter that bush. Mafi zol hasi ashan to cripple spirit zoltani, ashan to burden spirit zoltani mafia. Mafi fear. We our eyes are all open now. Every man to themselves. And now we Equatorians were doing what is right for Equatoria and what is right for our people and what has been due. What has been overdue even for our people. So this is why we're coming to the roundabout and saying that it's time for the Equatorial Defense Force, not militias, but defense force. Very well organized defense force. And they be jama Equatoria kulu mafi zoltani bigum gal because ubisma kalama denna gunna kalama denna bada advertise kalama de min zaman minna dakhal fi clubhouse. Ashan nas biga, we've been talking about it, and then some people will run around and say, oh, ita filan ma data ya kwesta bro. No. It's never going to work. Nama darin chocolate failure. If inna kan darin hajat failure, inna kuna binamal hajat lo kan inna gelba aswad u gelba kabir, inna kuna binamal haja min zaman. But we've been talking and talking because we want to come to the point bringing all Equatorians. Nas kulu bogo dukan Equatorians. Lanu, this is a big job. And this need funding from all Equatorians. All Equatorians need to put their hands, they need to dig their hands in it. Because if we're going to fight once and for all. Namam namul shokol al-gal half, and then bisibu baginasta, they get massacred. Mafi haja tani zare zainastarin biyamul shokol yala, people will get massacred. The mafi haja zare. If we're going to go one way traffic suicide, that's it. And this is what we've been talking about. And this is the logic that all the time we've been talking about. Whether can Jablin a division against other people, whether it brought some people to hate us, whether brought some people to, to start different conspiracies against us, running behind us and hijacking ideas and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. Because Narfin, you will end up in a failure. And it's a bridge of a roundabout, the same roundabout we've been talking about for the last 3 years. Al-Nas kan bihadudona bishakolona. But the last 3 years, Nas Jarija went in Nifsul Mokif there, Adalana Pogore. Walla lo ita der credit inna, ita madar credit inna, ita der credit munu lan ita feel ashamed of yourself. It feel hatred and munu munu. Mafi mushkila, we don't have a problem with you. But our fight is for Equatoria. Our fight is for you, for your relative, for your, everything that you have in Equatoria, for your land. This is our fight. You see? One that fights for his people, one that lay down his life, his time, everything, sacrifices everything, whether it be hate Zolda, whether it be hate Anna, whether it be hate Mono. But I will keep on banging the truth. The truth will be within it to the right. We want a permanent solution. In the matter solution, the Yomata Rajanna Tani Mara, Finipso Mokef Wairi. Another permanent solution. Ma solution and Nabjageni. But talata arba kamsa sena nifsu mudu bugum tani. But talata arba kamsa sena nas mudu tani. Yala ma fi nas get a hold accountable. People best do as they like in Equatoria. But the party best انت بس بتخرج تمشي تقعد مع زول كتل الكتله تجيبه في البيت وانت تقعد بستريح وانت عندك مشاكل. والناس هنا إكواتوريين هنا بيقتلوهم، إكواتوريين هنا بيشردوهم برا من البلد. انت ما عندك مشكله، ما في accountability، ما في زول بيتكلم. كان زول يتكلم زول ده بقتاني بيقوم زعلان قال ليه انت قاعد تتكلم من زول ده وشنو شنو شنو. Accountability over life is very important. حتى لو ناس قال لي إكواتوريين قالوا مسيحيين، إنجيل بقول شنو، ربنا بقول شنو. You know, hold yourself accountable. Judge things which are right and things which are not right. The فقدان ما كويس. الزول بيشيلوا زول تا prophecy تا death ده remove زول ده out, hold زول ده accountable. ما في زول يجي بس the same solution واحد لنا من 1950s to 1970. هنا لسه في solution why do Dinka evolve themselves higher. They dropped that برنامج politics ده 1950 ده خلاه تا 72 خلاه تا 82 من خلاه تا 82 جابهم هنا جابهم يا في إكواتوريا. إننا مشينا بقرينا مشينا جبناه فتحنا لهم هايوي قلنا لهم تعالوا انتوا اخواننا. لكن دينكا ترى عنده برنامج جديد. تعرف نفس البرنامج ده إننا لسه ماشيين نفس التهليل الواحد ده هلينا في 2023 دينكا في جري تاني برا. هم تقدموا في حاجة تاني جايبين طب باتجاه تاني وهم قاعدين يقتلوا الناس باتجاه تاني. وإننا لسه with the same solutions تا زمان ده إننا لسه قاعدين نقول لهم يا ماي برادر إننا ناس واحد. إن إنت زول واحد إنت قاعد تغني من 1950s لحد يوم الليلة إنت قاعد تغني إنت زول واحد إنت واحد ما زول واحد وزول واحد قاعد يقتلك وإنت قاعد تغني بس we are one people. So that's why I want us to do a permanent. We want, not me. We as Equatorians in general, plus you, Itazata, we want us to do. All of us want to do a permanent solution. We want a permanent solution في Equatoria. ما في زول تاني بيجري في غابة، ما في زول تاني بيجري في يوغندا، ما في زول تاني بيجري بيجيني قال إنه generation تناس ما أجرا generation تناس متو هناك. حسدي بكرة كان قالي Equatoria سلا كم ودان تناس الناس برا حفظة من في يوغندا من في إثيوبيا الدرجة يبو ولا كان الناس بيديسايد بيسيبوا هناك. كم ناس التقي جل جو كان ناس تقي كله فات. So أنا بس درسيبيني أنا كمان I will go back and thank you ناكورو really كلامتك موجود 100%. ناس إنت ونس كلام تمام شكرا شديد. and دان أنا درس كوريتا شديد brother إنت ونس كلام كويس. I want to thank everybody that is spoken, CJ, Odysseus, and my brother Richard. Thank you so much. This is it. كلامات الناس كله جانوا ونسوا ده. This is it. It brought us to this point. And now be compromised in the meeting point whereby in the Equatorians, we have to save ourselves. We must do this work, saving ourselves as Equatorians. So that na kede sibu the other things fighting among each other and munu dag de. طبعا في ناس الactivities تطمن أصلا من بس در برجلو حاجات. كان في أديان من در برجلو بس من در بس برنامج ده كده رواز الناس كده موتو يلنا بس بجا كوركورة شنو ده. Please just forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Forgive our people. Forgive us for the sake of the life. It's not nice. Nas gimutu. And then enna gimesil galenna kini gimon nasa enna kenna stop hajat. So enna kede do the right thing. We need us all ka Equatoria to meet in the middle run in the circle. Na bitala kulumen kakun. Kanana didi de I'm in Equatoria. I'm not outside the Equatoria. I'm in the party. My mission is Equatoria. Let's meet in the circle ta Equatoria and let's carry forward. Thank you guys.
Okay, Sokran Didi. I think if you can allow me, Kenana bonus will be sit kida. And Then I'll be waiting the questions. If anyone want to ask me a questions, I'm ready to answer your question. So look, Yakwana, as I told you before, I'm actually make my decision already. I made my decision. And you know me very well. I was a difficult person from Equatoria. I was against Equatoria. What I went to other rooms, we end up insulting each other. You see? Lakin, after all, this thinker, record and come. But don't take me that maybe I was fighting Equatorians and say this, maybe I can rob a room to Dinka. I say something different. No, I'm also there. I'm defending you guys. Because sometimes I ask them, I say, look, I'm standing with you, supporting the government. But you still killing my people. And on top of that, you're insulting me. Itumbionu Sukalam Gali will liberate you. AK-47 they can't jabu wale du tumdin kama AK-47 wale masina vikaba ya masi ina masi ina kulu masi vikaba yana masi sara bofoko. You see? Mabi zoli na some to give some thought. That's why they don't want me. Nagari be mara be Canada kida anyway. I don't want to call her name. Na end up my mara de. Even today, this morning, the room that Besir, she insulted me. But Anna Butolo, you know what? I wish Anna met Abukun for Nairobi or Bijun Sudan. I will have you. We'll sit down, we have a cup of tea, then we talk. Then you know me that they are not cool there. Yes, I know that I'm still young. I'm 37 years old, 37, 38. But I have experience of doing whatever or carrying whatever. Yes. And in this experience. In politics, yes. I have papers. Like you cannot come here, the room to Basil, and try to tell us, oh, you see, we're calling for unity. Unity for what? We are still mourning our people that you kill. So Yahwana, to me, I've already make my decision. Whether you are separatists, we need to go together. Or Itakan unionists, we need to go together. As long as I'm Equatorian. Because what I've seen now, as I say, lo in tauni na kumkulu. Wano bi mom beji katola na ton bikir gali bisibwana. On ma bisibwana. Bugul day asa to moskila. Lo ina haliwo beji tala sir baril gal katola haltenda. Ile kenna in tami no kulu. Odefi. So I better come back to my people. Lo biga katil de biga sukun batal mahali do bruna kulu white pi maskre. Gal galasin in tam in Equatoria nas na kulu katolona. Ita one thing fibel bi wide kelemina. I beg you my people. Forget about Kalamta Rabuna. The Rabuna de o makala gwini Equatoria barao. O kala gozaro dinka. Kala dinka silu sila sibu kalam Rabuna wara katolonas. Kele kalam Rabuna de isibu kede wara kede. Yes, I know every Sunday I go to church. I'm a Catholic. Ina memsi on Sunday na memsi seldi. Lo kaman jabiga sukun bi ajimuna bi Sunday zato. Rabuna fokinak bi arbu gala ajimuna kuru. I will take my gun to defend myself. On Sunday zato na bi shakil. Ma Rabuna fokinak ba arbu gala zon da mulat is under attack. You see? Let us campaign for war because the war was introduced to us. Lo sol jibu leta kalam gala samulu kida. Ita baskot ya sabi ina nasa rabona. Di katola ya sabi ina nasa rabona. Miten lahadi miten rabona kala guna odik nini ida, odik nini ena, odik kasuma, odik mukfitak, odik deliver santa biaje lo yalla o kala gita gali yalla. I send you defend yourself. Yalla. Rabuna mabi nesi lipoki na beji kelem gali ita gidu zole miskin ya sibu. No way, no. Don't tell me like that. No. Mina lela le today, ya jama. I'm not good enough. I'm not going to educate you. I'm just a new to you people now. joining you. So you know what you went through, but I've seen, because all Salabi social media in Kuldu, Lahade underground, I call people, I talk, and we have seen from the social media, people have been killed, whatever. So, hini, ma ta kon kelem tani kalam tani galna bon sukida, usunu kida, lo vitendi wale 20 bitak wale sunu bitak. Ijeki bela na kelem. Odi la kokena, bi wale bitak de gogu bibet bitak. Lo ja, lo gale jibu sila de baratar. Mo ja silu sila da san obi duru bitatani. Mabi halik. You see this? So, in Equatoria de ma bara lepum. Ma bara lana na kuru. Min rabu na kala kudunia de. O na manamulukulu gali Equatoria region ve. O vin nasita. De ina yao. Asa hal. Lo itum Equatoria. Because I asked myself, I'm not asking you. I asked myself when I sat down. Asa lo Equatoria kwa na tena kalat massive. Independent. Kala ana bemsi madinka bi hapa nai. Wale bi baragazan. Ana bemsi mon? No. Mun bugulei azon manas bitaka las fat je yumdak na man junubin tala men Sudan manas alkan bi minister ajere bi parliament kutolom galei kalas, you don't even need to resign, go manas bitaka las roa. So the same thing it will happen to me when Equatoria tomorrow declare independent, that Equatoria have gone. I'll be asking Nakuru, where are you going? Your people has gone, you follow them. You see? So I better come to my people now before even we will declare our independence together. And I want to let them know from today onward, me Nakuru, I'm not longer supporting any government. In fact, we don't have a government in South Sudan. If we do have government in South Sudan, killing the Kulukan Mavi, the government Tagebila. That's why Munma there on a beginning. They don't want me there. They room Tomantani because I'm telling them the truth. That Ajal Tangamo, the mark quest. Itum Catalo Nuer. Tum Cat in town in Nuer. Now bigger colors killing the Equatoria. Itum Cape. Gal told them mark quest, Silubar. Yadana Bar. Yalamu Bijabi room to Equatorian. Basoma. They came there as spies. La Manito Nusigiana Gondus Jere Galaiwa. This one, we need to get rid of him. So before they get rid of me, I better stand with my people. Anabogi manas fetai. O mat. I don't really kulu sala biaje. Kulu bi room tomo nano tolom. If you kill me tomorrow, I will die as a hero. As my grandpa, Joseph Borugo. I will die like him. I don't care. I'm Latuka. And it's even for us in our culture, Latuka. Not Tarabuana. Be galana give event nas uma betaima bekora na gale ay wole tay mutu ragel lakini la tuka kanana mutu jua mayan o bekora na sedi. We prefer my son to be shot in a war or defending people, then you die as a hero. I told them. That's why they said this guy is dangerous. Yes, of course I'm dangerous because I need to support my people. I need to correct them, but they said I'm dangerous. Okay, let me be dangerous. What about people that you are killing? Are you not dangerous? I never kill anybody from Baragazal or Boros, Unukida. But you kill people in Equatoria. Yet you are calling Equatorians who never did wrong things, and you are calling them dangerous. Look at that. So Yahwana, Ana Bogivini, Loviwa, there are Solana question, buddy. I'm ready to answer your question, my brothers Equatorian, brothers and sisters. So let me just raise my case here. Well, thank you.
Richard, you want to add something before I put my
No, I just wanna, to say thank you, Nakuru, for what you say. It's good. You see, some people say we in the media talking, we wasting time, but it's good now. We know now, we can get people convince Equatorian. Like now, you convince and you see what is on the ground. That's why we all here. You see those of Didi, CJ, Odysseus, and the rest of people here in the media talking about Equatoria because of the suffering. And it's good now you realize what is happening on the ground. Now you pick side. You pick side to defend your country, which is Equatoria. That's your nation. That's your land. That's where you come from. And today, and I'm going to go to sleep, that I know somebody, Nakuru, is in my side. He can protect me, protect my people back on the ground and my family. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Taban, we stayed here for almost 5 hours. Just want to say, Nakuru, first of all, thank you. I have so many things to touch on what you have spoken, but I will try my best to kind of like highlight one of them. You just mentioned also something, and I think you and Brother Dan mentioned about Kenisa, church. To be honest, I have no doubt, we all are born in a family where religion is part of us. إلا كان أنت مثلا من families اللي do not appreciate uh, the religious practices that we have been raised upon, or maybe your family don't practice on that. They think different, like what we see in some Western countries, where some families they encourage their kids to be more into this secular mindset or atheistic mindset of either agnostic or atheism completely. But I know us, we as people of Equatoria and most of people in Africa, the religion have been playing a big part since even before colonialism, because we are people who are called spiritual people. احنا قاعدين connect مع nature, life and existence itself. So one thing I just want to say in that point, in that remark that you mentioned, you and Brother Dan, um, to be honest, those people who are trying to play, I would say they are playing religious. Those people are hiding under the shadow of religion because almost scared. They're not really people of faith. الناس اللي بيعرف ربنا لأنه كأنت لاحظت كأنت قرينا Bible ده carefully. A lot of people اللي قاعد stand up against atrocity, against tyranny, يعني ضد بيقولوا شنو abused empires. يعني ندي مثل بتاع David, King David, or he became later King David. Before he was a king, he was just a shepherd, simple shepherd. He was living his life. He never even imagined or dreamt of one day he will be a leader of Israel or king of Israel or even a warrior. But the condition اللي وقع فوقه, based on, he went there, he was sent, as I mentioned, to see his brothers and to give food to his brothers. And then he saw his brothers were sitting there, and they are professional soldiers, but they're not doing anything. And the enemy of their people and the enemy of Israel were insulting them and insulting the God of Israel. That would push David. Well, David's so religious. طبعا في Israel نعرف كيف how religion is taught the same like our culture, taught from childhood. And religion is not bad. To be honest, I prefer people who are more religious than the society ali completely demoralized with this so-called notion of you know انت شايف هسه الدول الاوروبيه ده منحط. يعني كان لاحظنا في ناحيه انحطاط الاخلاقي فكري، يعني بقى في حاجات كده ما natural. And today some people in Europe and including America قاعدين يشجعوا في افكار المنحط ده، افكار اللي يعني بقى بيشجعوا فساد لدرجه فساد خلقي اكتر من ما يكون هو يعني فكره بتاع حريه. فالمهم this guy fought for his people by standing up against Goliath, and then he defeated Goliath, of course. When Amanu defeated Goliath, he became famous on that. But imagine he had a faith in God. It's like انت منى شريك تتكلم كلام عن ربنا زي لو قال له كده قاموا دق زول له فعلا انتهى منه. ف one thing what I'm trying to say is religion supposed to encourage people to be more stronger, more courageous, to speak for the truth. انت كان شفت هسه الناس اللي قاعدين يتكلموا في جنوب السودان كان بس نلاحظ نفسنا، احنا كان نراجع نفسنا شويه كده.
نعمل rewind to our cassette بتاعنا في brain, and let's look at the memory. انت شفت في ابونا قاعد يتكلم، انا ما اعرف ابونا ده اسمه منو، ممكن انتوا بتعرفوا اسمه، قاعد يتكلم لما سلفاكير بقى زعلان جاك condemn him، قال ياك في ناس انا عارف في الكنيسه هنا ما بيتكلموا، they don't like him. ده ابونا ده يعني courageously enough to speak the facts about the atrocity and the crime of this regime, including Salva Kiir and his posses, on the crime that they're committing against the people of Equatoria. وده زول تا كنيسه، ده زول قاعد يمسك بايبل 24/7. ها ده ما منافقين اللي بيقولوا هم ربنا كويسي بيطلعوا برا هناك ماشيين يدقوا ورق بتاعهم، يدقوا whatever حاجات، يلا بيجي يتكلموا قال هم ناس تا ربنا، يلا كان في شكله او في defending themselves they're not able to fight for their own self. They will act like هم كانوا ما بيعرفوا هلا ده كان فوق وشنو فوق. Those are the people who hide behind Christianity, hide behind religion. عشان كده ندير قاعدين احنا كإيكاتوريان let us define the same زي احنا قاعدين نقول let us define who are the true Equatorians. The same as let's define who are the true people of God. بالناس اللي believe in God بحقيقة وهم مستعدين die for the truth. لأنه في religion ناس قاعدين fight, you know. ما تقول أنا شفنا عرب دين they fight، حتى هم ياو هناك بإسلام قاعدين fight, they kill for their own religion. them religion تام ما قاعد يقول لهم قال تكون quiet. Christianity حتى Judaism ما قاعد يقول لك تكون quiet, you have to stand up. Christianity بس بيقول يا أخي أنت use a better manner, a manner of pacifism, while Judaism and Islam بيقول للناس أنت use violence, just retaliate immediately كان في زول عمل لك humiliation و insult و attack. مع إنه حاجات دي كله جاي work together، كان جاي في جد they work together. Sometimes you use pacifism لما تلقى زول ده بيقدر يتفاهم معاك، يعني تتعامل معاه بطريقة فيك سلمي، ما على اساس انت زول بتاع سلام، لكن على اساس انت قاعد تحاول تتعامل معاه منطقيا reason with him. لكن لو ما قاعد reason معاك انت بدي use violence وعندك justification on that، لانه that's what the Christianity and the Judaism agree upon. طبعا انت الاسلام ده بقى انت ممنوع تهين حتى كلمه بتاع انبياء بتاعهم ولا كتابهم، فانت بتلقى هم بيذبحوك قتل. ف this is the difference. عشان كده نقول بس let us really look at it in a different perspective في ناحية بتاع كيف احنا قاعدين define، لأنه في منافقين كتير هم بيحاولوا يخبوا حالهم ورا religion أديان عشان عشان يبرروا حالهم يا أخو هم الناس ما تشكل، لكن جد كانوا جد جد وزول جبان، لأنه كلام تاع ربنا ما قال كده. يا أبونا داك is an evidence to it. أبونا ده وقف قدام كير وقال كلام ده في وشه وما خبى حاله. يعني عندك حتى أبونا الثاني ده وقصك ولا منو المشى نمنو زعلان نمنو بكى لناس الكتالون في كي جي ده you know, and this guy have been doing a lot نمن عنده relative بتاعه كتالون because what he do. These are the people اللي انت بتقول فعلا ده خدام ربنا. عشان كده we look up to such people like that, you know. حتى مارتن لوثر كينج كان رجعنا لأمريكا، مارتن لوثر كينج كمان كان somebody who spoke up for the people. What did he do? He spoke up for the people and he died for it. And the religious man, you know. عندك Malcolm X, he was a religious man. So religion ما بلا ما different، لكن المشكله هل ناس courageous؟ لانه في مشكله هنا كبير في إيكواتوريا، في شخصيات اللي بيحاولوا يخبوا حالهم ورا احزاب او ورا دين او ورا مجموعات عشان يعمل نفسه، يعني ده تبرير على اساس هو ما عاوز fight, but they want to hide behind excuses. يا بيسموه excuses, the simple excuses. And those are the people who are really challenging the sovereignty and the progression of Equatoria community عشان نمشي لقدام. لكن regardless this احنا هن stand up as people of Equatoria who are nationalists, and I'm proud of you, brother Nakuru, for speaking out from your heart about how you know this, you know, the spirit of Equatoria within you really enlighten you to see it clearly. And when we speak for our people, we are not enemies to anyone, but we are friends to no one but ourselves first. We are honoring ourselves for the sake of Equatoria. Al ما بيحترم Equatoria, then he's an enemy. أنا ما يا enemy بتاعه، هو declare animosity بتاعه ليه. You know, we love ourselves and we love our brothers to the extent that we have to defend them. And then the enemy would think إحنا enemies بتاعهم because who are already into aggression against me. That's why the enemy will never like what we say, will never like what we stand for, and they will always look at us as the most difficult people in the country. Like, that's good. لأنه أنا عندي مبدأ. أنا ما زول جبان. أنا ما زول بحide ورا religion. I will not hide ورا أنا زول متعلم. I will not hide ورا أنا زول بتاع حزب. وأنا لجنوب السودان وأنا تا unity. This nonsense is only for cowards. But for real men, we stand for our people and land and the voice of the ones who are not been hurt. And I'm proud of you, brother. Continue the fight. And we stand with you. We will protect you and defend you. And حاجة أنا قاعد نقول في objective تاعنا هنا today. This armament طبعا أنت قبل كلمت عن armament community. أنا بس ده نسألك لأن طبعا this is the one thing that I was really interested when you were mentioning so many points. When I explained earlier a lot of things about arming. أنا قلت the main objective تاعنا طبعا في this discussion طبعا في a lot of misdiagnosis. And I might post it here to you in the chatting so you can see the misdiagnosis بتاع الحاجة ده that هم بيقولوا South Sudanese. So let me just put it correctly. Hold on. South Sudan طبعا هم بيقولوا South Sudan أنا زي ما قلنا في التايتل South Sudan won't be solved by شنو by arming community. طبعا أنا شايف في دعاية كتير أو this propaganda, and propaganda can be negative and positive, but propaganda طبعا is now known as a negative thing because most of the time دعايات بدون أي إثبات, and that's what propaganda is all about. So let me just say this, read it to you quickly هنا. Just sorry guys, just give me a second. I hope you can تسمعني عشان نقدر ندي فرصة بعد كده ناخد ختامات بتاعنا في الكلام. طبعا قلنا شنو this topic is discussion on the conflict of South Sudan, and the conflict seems to be continually being misdiagnosed. طبعا انت كان ركزت في الموضوع ده, انا قلت في misdiagnosed يعني في عدم التوضيح في الموضوع, يعني توضيح يعني تشريح شرح غلط, يعني في تشريح غلط. انا بدينا من الحركة الشعبية, وقبلك في اختنا كانت كمان اتكلمت, تلفنت في ماسنجر اتكلمت معانا, and appreciate her. And then also Didi also add some things, Mr. CJ and brother Richard, all of them add some points. فأنا ركزت على إنه في misdiagnose. طبعا misdiagnose ده where التعريف الحرب, عاوزين يقولوا الحرب ده بتاعنا كلنا. And my worry and my concern in this subject, in this my misdiagnosis, in the crisis, اللي هسه بقى يعمل threat, يعني بقى في قاعد يحدد, يعني المشاكل اللي هسه قاعد يحصل البدأ مع أبناء على النيل بقى بيحدد الكيان الاستوائي. وده حاجة أنا داير الاستوائيين يركزوا عليه أكتر عشان يعرفوا الوضع اللي فوق. إحنا وضع في وضع محرج, وأسبابه بيرجع عدة أسباب, يعني بيبدأ من مرجعية بعيدة, بيرجع من الشخصيات اللي هسه اليوم إحنا بنعظمهم كقادة, هم كانوا السبب الأساسي اللي خلانا نقع في وضع الضعف ده, لأنه هم لما كانوا في وجودهم مع الحركة الشعبية ما أدوا أي خطاب لمصلحة الشعب الاستوائي, خلونا نحن نكون في مركز الضعف. إضافة لما أحداث على النيل قام, which is دينكا and نوير, شاكلوا مع بعض, هم بدل يكلموا الحقيقة, إلا ما عدا واحد زول بس يتكلم, يعني كان كليمن واني يتكلم بوضوح, حتى هم ما بكسروا أجري, وكان زول لاكس منه لبون, باشا لبون جا لفة, وده واضح, ده مؤكد, ده ما كلامي أنا, ده حاجة في مرجعية بتاع هنا بتاع نيوز, يعني أنت كراجعت في look at the news South Sudan فينو كده, وفي عندك سودان تريبيون, وعندك الات, لأنهم اتكلموا واضح, حتى عملوا يعني كتبوا ورقة قال المشكلة ده ما بتاع مشكلة ما بتاع استوائيين, المشكلة ده بتاع دينكا ونوير, المشكلة ما بيتحل بطريقة احنا نجي ننضم, لأنه طبعا دينكا قاعد يقول لنا سيناي ده إيكواتوريا ما قاعد يجيف معهم, ولأنه طبعا هو اتهم النوير إنه ده انقلاب, قتل يعني مجزرة النوير الكتالون في 2013, عاوزين يعملوا دعاية إنه ده شنو يعني عاوزين يعملوا التبرير إنه قتل تاع مواطنين ده كان أسبابه كله هو انقلاب. لكن تقتل المواطنين طيب ليه؟ فناس كليمن اتفقوا, كلهم كان 3 جوفرنس اتفقوا على اساس انه فعلا ده لعبه بتاع قبائل, ده مشكله قبلي, واحنا ما حنتدخل فوقه, وليت اس نوت بي. بعد شيء كل الناس قام لفوا اتجاه, ولبون كان واضح طبعا وكمان كلم حاجه. عشان كده تعرف لبون لا ده اكثر اطول جفنه، يعني كان لاحظنا من وقت اللي هو مسك جفنه شيب لحد هسه هو من الزول اللي قاعد في جفنه شيب for a long time. انتوا كده اسالوا انفسكم يا Equatorian, when somebody is given the same position like Waniga for a long time, what do you think? Do you think he's good? No. Something about he's helping these guys. وفعلا انت كان لاحظت هذا الذهب بتاع كابويتا ازماشي ده الجاني يشيلوا هسه اكسبلويتيشن ده ما كله منه. عندك بوكوسور هناك، بوكوسور عينوه في منطقه معينه وخدوه زول تاني كده، يلا بوكوسور قاعد يميك شو هو تيكينج اوفر. وهنا شفنا كيف اللاعبات لعبوا في كل مناطق، حتى في سنترال ايكواتوريا عندك ايمانويل عادل ده زول تعبان وزول اصلا ما عنده اي شخصيه، كمان خطوه هناك. you know زول اللي ممكن يتوحد دامي او كان اسمه زول اللي قال اسمه انس كاليستو. كاليستو لكن كمان هو بشطارته ما قاعد يتكلم باللغه بتاعه بحريه، وقاعد يتكلم باللغه اللي معروف. يعني لما هو حتى الخطاب اللي هو قاله ده ما كير اوريدي عمل طعنات كده وقام قال يا اخي ده من كلام تاكيد. انت راجعت الفيديو تلقى هو قاعد يحاول يبرر حاله. عشان كده هو ما بيقدر، ما تقول له هو شجاع. المشكله هو يعني زول عنده ال what you can call uh I forgot the word in Arabic and English but I will remember it. It's something that somebody اللي هو عارفه في وضع محرج but he know how to get himself out of it. يعني زول عنده الحنكة، ما أعرف حنكة باللغة العربية الفصحى. يعني he's very much interestingly wise enough to know he can use anything to benefit him on the purpose. طبعا المهم ده قصة بتاعه أنا ما داري، لكن I'm not even focused on him. هدف تاني ده نقول إن الشخصيات ده كله لما أحداث قد يحصل they seen it clearly، لكن هم ماشى يتكلم بلغات different. يا هو خلى إيكاتوري يقع في ورطة بتاع شنو؟ إحنا بقينا كبش الفداء، خاصة لما إيكاتوري بقى يدخلوا في آيو وتاني بقى دخلوا مع اس بي ال ام، قعدوا مع اس بي ال ام، بقى كل زول ياخذ اتجاه. بدل هم كان ياخذ اتجاه على السينا استوائيين انه ما هنتدخل في المشكله ده لانه المشكله ده ما مشكلتنا. كده كان انت بتعمل الضربه لدينكا ولنوير كلهم، لكننا دخلنا في وسطهم في النهايه دفعنا الثمن بتاع خطا ده. اهلنا بقى رهائن. يعني هسه احنا رهائن لمشاكل بتاع دينكا نوير. وفي نفس الوقت انت كان لاحظت الاتفاقيه ده، هسه الاتفاقيه ده قدر يربط ناس ديل الاثنين باك تو حكومه، ربطوهم هسه رجعوهم تاني يحكمونا بطريقه بتاع شنو؟ بتاع غباء السياسي عندنا. عشان كده قاعد نقول لك انتوا استوائيين ركزوا على مصلحتكم. احنا حان الوقت احنا نقوم كشعب ونتحد لوحده بتاعنا لنفي اي زول شنو يعني نفي بمعنى يعني we have to abandon or dismiss all these element اللي بيقولوا هم قيادات، وقيادات ما عندهم اي حكمه ولا عندهم اي مصلحه لنا. قيادات بس هم استغلاليين، وقيادات يعني مكار، عندهم ديس مكر، عندهم ديس انانيه، عندهم ديس حب المصلحه. انت كان لاحظت في شخصيات كثير ان كان في المعارضه ولا النظام ايكاتوريان كثير ظهروا شخصيات اللي بيقولوا هم قاده، وده كله كان يتعامل مع الحركه الشعبيه. and that's why we Equatorian people, the Equatorian nationalists, we are not going to be apologetic. ما هنعتذر لأي شخصيات اللي أذل إيكاتوريا في مراحل اللي محرج اللي كان بيقدر ينقذ إيكاتوريا منه. الناس دي خطونا في وضع كعب. عشان أنا أقدر أختصر my brother نكورو لأنه أنا عندي لك point. أنت قلت مثلا قال كل community arm themselves، والكلام ده ما جاء من المواطنين لكن جاء من السياسيين وبالأخص من المعارضة، على أساس إنه نحن نحصل لحالنا. انا قبلك سالت سؤال قلت طيب انتوا ما شفتوا المثل اللي قدامنا يا هو على النيل؟ على النيل هسه في مرحله انت كان لاحظت على النيل في مرحله احنا بنسميه مرحله بتاع فوضى قبلي سياسي خطير جدا. الى ناحيه انه على النيل بقى ما مركز بتاع امن، مع انه الناس كله مسلحين. انت متذكر قريبات سنه الفات، يعني في قبل اواخر بتاع السنه الفات نوير والشلوك اتعاركوا، مقتل بتاع الشلوك كوميونيتي المواطنين، وفي نفس الوقت عندهم ميليشيات بتاعهم يا ناس اونلاين. وفي نفس الوقت كان كيد جوان ان اجوالك اتحالفوا وقالوا هم ضد الاتفاقيه ووريفر. المهم في النهايه قام عملوا لهم اتفاقيات ديفرنت وكل زول اخذ اتجاه، لكن ناس كانوا مسلحين. والناس ديل عندهم في قبائلهم ذاته ناس قاعدين في مخيمات. اوكي، سو هل التسلح ده بس كده؟ انت لوك ات التسلح، ما تقول لي ده ميليشيات، ما ميليشيات ده ما ده مواطنين ديل ذاته. ميليشيات ديل بس بيدون بس اي سلاح يلا قال تعال. لانه حتى الامريكان والاوروبيين لما عملوا استقصاء او like investigation, they found out a lot of these people in Upper Nile, they are all armed, civilian to the people اللي قاعدين يقولوا هم liberation movement whatever they call themselves. هم قال قوات التحرير. والناس اللي بيمشوا على برنامج شنو؟ تسليح قبيلتهم لاستهداف قبيله ثانيه. واحنا هسه قول سلحنا قبائل ده كله، what is the guarantee انه قبائل استوائيه ده ما هيتعاركوا مع بعض؟ ما تقول لي احنا ايكواتوريين ما بنقدر، لانه انت بتتكلم عن حاجه انت ما شفته. Yes, I believe in Equatoria. I'm an Equatorian and I'm realist. Okay? أنا واقعي في الموضوع ده. I am an Equatorian nationalist لكن أنا realist. قال شنو؟ عامل زي زول بيقول أنا متزوج، أنا دي مرة بتاعي، مرتي دي أنا خلاص زوجته بقسيمة وكل شيء. يلا بيجي في مرة تاني في حلة هنا مرة جيران قاعد يقلع حاله قماش كده يعني بدون مؤاخذة، بيلبس لك half naked. يلا قاعد يقعد جنباب، كل يوم انت بتيجي من شغل انت قاعد تشوف مرة ده، يوم انت اوه سوري جايز حاجة ده قطع. سوري حاجة ده قطع معي. let me give back. جيز اوكي. هلو يا جماعة، انتوا كنتوا تسمعني؟ حاجة ده قطع. اوكي. اي انا ما عرفت انتوا سمعتوني وين كمان.
No, you just lost for a second. It wasn't that long.
اوكي، انا قد نقول مثل بتاع واحد متزوج. اوكي، لا انا ده put this in يعني في مثل. الزول ده متزوج، يلا هو عنده قسم بتاع ورقه بتاع كل شيء مع مرته فخور بها وكده. يلا في عنده مرة جيران تاني، جيران ده طبعا she's not good woman anyway. كل يوم بيلبس half naked قدام، يلا بس بيجيب جنب، بس ما زول يجي من شغله بيلبس هنا بيعمل له استعراضات كده. يلا عمك عامل نفسه زول good. do you expect؟ لان انا قاعد ناخد مثل ده للناس اللي دايرين سلاح ده. اوكي، everybody have to be armed. do you expect زول ده قد ما هو عنده قسيمه زواج ومتزوج، زول يوم ما بيجي بيقع فريسه او بيقع لشهوات بتاعه عشان يقع في خطيه من خلال المره ده؟ عمر بيقول له يا جيك تعال ساعدني على كلام دي حاجه الثلاجه كده، نضيف لي في حاجه الثلاجه ده ما شغال كهرباء، يلا زول عامل نفسه زول طيب وعنده مرته هناك تفكروا ما بك. بس انا قاعد نسال سؤال ده يا جماعه، خلينا نكون اونست. اوكي، زي زول بيقول لك عندي سكر وجاي يشيل بيتك بعد شويه. ما كان نكون واضح، ما ده تجربه. يعني انت مذكر الشيطان لما قاعد يجرب يسوع المسيح، حتى هو جرب ادم وحواء، في النهايه مش ادم وقع. so what I'm trying to say is كلام بتاع سلاح ده تسلح الكوميونتي كله، اي قبيله يكون سلاح. انت ما بتتوقع يا برادر نكورو انه الناس هيجي يدقوا بعضهم طلقات؟ ما تقول لي احنا ايكاتوريان. still this thing can be a dangerous situation زي اللي قاعد يحصل في عن النيل. عن النيل عندهم قضيه قديم، لكن من حس انت كده بس شوف قريبات ده، احنا لسه ما دقينا طلقات. شوف التقسيم الدينكا قاعد يوزعوا في مخنا وعلى النيل. ما بس دينكا برام، let me be honest with you. دينكا they are straightforward، لكن في قبائل تانيين عندهم حركات مكر واحنا بنعرفهم كويس. they're using some of our Equatorian في مراحل في مجالات السياسيه، لانهم لقوا Equatorian في السياسه ضعاف. they are weak. let's be honest with you. Equatorian are the most weakest in the political position, in the political parties. They are not even capable to stand and speak like people who understand politics. Politics بتاعنا are the most laughable way، لانه السياسيين بتاع النيل ديل قاعدين يستخدموا سياسه العرب and they using it against us. يعني سياسه مكرر. لو كان نازل واعيين these people really كان ما كان مايند سيت بتاعهم بتاع ناس you know yes master بتاعهم اللي هم قاعدين زي ناس زول اسمه ده وانيجا ده. they would have never been used by these people. today they're using them. even though بتشوفهم كيف هم قاعدين يقسموا إيكواتوريا. what they're playing دايما بيجي بيقول يا اخي يا كلمه بتاع east west and central، وعندك كلمه بتاع احنا يا اخي for South Sudan. and then also separatists ديل في good separatists في bad separatists. كان قاعد تسمع اللغه ده، دي لغه جاي من ناس الدبايبل قاعدين يخبوا حالهم ورا البيت، قاعدين يربطوا حبل ده يشنقوا بقى اخواننا يلا عشان نجي احنا نجي نكون نفولو. and these are the people اللي قاعد يبلاي لانهم لقوا ضعف في كتير. so انت لغه لا تطلع بتاع arm yourself ده لغه ده طلع من نفس الشخصيات اللي قاعدين يستغلون مع السياسيين التانيين المكارين اللي ورا الدهر ده الماسكين الحبل. So أنا ده no wonder my fellow Equatorian brother Nakuru, how can you justify أنت قلت لسه you believe in that. I understand عندنا situation لكن ما بتظن إنه في طريقة أفضل we can use it in the way how we stand as Equatorial. لأنه قبلك دان قال كلامات مهم مع ديدي and CJ and ريتشارد بس يمكن أنت ما سميته قبلك كله لكن في حاجات دان يعني لخصوا من كلامات السبيكرز كان clear. إيكاتوريا أنا لخصت 2 أنا ما هقوله حسب بس كده وريني في رأيك أنت.
Okay.
What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah. So I think I gave you a lot of explanation. So anyway, but go ahead, brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Ita ajere oma go ilene. The reason why I say ajere I'll say that Equatorians should arm themselves. Lana, I put it like this, for them to protect themselves. Because you know why? We Equatoria were wise enough. Lo halas kalas na muskila teina kalas, ita lo badin, they'll collect sila them in normal body. Ma baba. Masanu monarbo kalas, gali kalas now, mahal bitumo kalas secure, they can sleep, nobody disturb them, kalas they will give you the guns. And let me give you, for example, my own tribe. You can see Nakuru?
Yeah, أنا ما سامع والله أنا ذات كنت نسأل عليها وكون عنده تلفون ولا شيء. Yeah.
sorry
نكورو بس سؤالي لك عشان نوضح لك أكثر. أنت قد تؤمن يعني بتسليح القبائل ده هي أفضل وسيلة ولا تسليح بنجمع إيكاتوريا كلنا نسلح حالنا ونكون إحنا كإيكاتوريا فوق. Yes.
Yeah, let me answer in this way. Ana be honest to you. Under communities Equatorial should target Calicon arms. So that it will be easy for us to form Equatorial Defense Force or whatever. As I point out that, for example, a child from 17 years, he has a gun. But Selabito de Mabag der Darabu Mazol Bijohela. No. Ogit Durumo, San Bishak Maado. You see this? That's why today, this is Buguru, Gala Tuka Gebila Batan. Because they know we arm ourselves. You see? So in South Sudan today, brother, as I'm telling you, my fellow Equatorians, South Sudan Madera Jatan Gali, we go with diplomacy, or we go like, well, we don't want to carry guns. No. I mentioned before, Kanzol Galuom Zol mad, Edun narrow-minded, let's go like him. They tend to say, let's go like them. So, I think, to me, as I told you, we need to arm our people.
It's clear.
So that they will be able to protect themselves.
بس سؤال تاني لك بكلام ده is very clear. Thank you. السؤال الثاني أنت بتظن بكلام تسليح كل قبائل ده أنت بتظن إن نقدر نبني دولة وهل المشكلة ده هو عدم السلاح يا قاعد يخلينا ما نكون دولة ولا هو موضوع ده إنه في 2 قبيلة هو ما عاوز ياخد المسؤولية بتاع أخطاء بتاعهم ولا عاوزين ياخدوا مسؤولية إنه هم يعني كان بيقدر يجيبوا الحل بالطريقة على أساس يتنازلوا عن يعني عن taking over government without the consent of the people and then let the other people who are not from them to come and organize a better solution for all of us to really form a government اللي بيكون government of real unity مش government بتعمل fake unity اللي بيقولوا 2 قبيلة هم بيقولوا majority and then they will say the government of unity يلا باقين ده بيكون فوضى. Yeah. فاتفضل.
Okay. Because, let us not confuse ourselves. At the moment, we are not yet independent state. Equatorial is an independent state. We are still fighting now. That's why I'm saying we need to arm our people so that as an be fight, and when we get Equatoria, that we are now independent state. Kalas. It's very easy for us to collect guns from our people. We Equatoria, we understand. No ina gal barin gal galas ina mul galas akuma tena te Equatoria. So na derin silade ijibo. Wallahi mother law mabisilu sato, even they will bring themselves body le chivito ya usilu. De ya usilu. Magalas sari na belet. Pisu mutani. Dinka galas mafat kalas. De belet biga hagana. Akuma ya biga shunu. Ya ikun eya haja. No dinka der raja ile bidil ma akuma bade. Ya lal deru silade. Ya then we bring him to recruit him. We put him in the army. O disila, o begin mo be barak. No mas be hila, isi busila be barak, o bensi muatin. You see? So, at the moment, my brothers and sisters, we are not yet independent state. We are still struggling. We are still fighting. So to me, Ana Bugulshunu, it's good for us to arm our communities. As a logum barin na madereji, as an Catolona, gali lokana arofo, ina can be armed communities then. So as an abagder defend Lovusna, Muatin Bigum, and let me tell you, Muatin, they are even more dangerous. They know how to fight than army. They know. Or just be careful in Muatin. Because they know every corner in the jungles. Lakin lo ina just ina benchi marabat bese karabia bes. Lo galo give community ogib. Yala nesil kumtet wojum. That's it. Lakin Muatin baro ana bigera ana biligo wen. Lo turuduna ana baro ana bigere wen. So it's good for us to arm our communities within Equatoria. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nakuru. I think Attica, you get the thing that to issue. And Martha CJ, are you there? Or did it?
I think network trouble battle. So Richard, brother Richard, I think Sokran town said Yahwana ana bisibi town so yana berija barin so fi telephone kan dugulana. So I need to call the person back. I'll come back to you guys. We'll talk more. Otherwise, this is what I told you. I'll be with you every times. If I see you on online, whatever, I'll come up and then we talk. We continue educating our people for our land that is now great or whatever our people have been killed and all this. So I'm from today onward, I'm with you. Or Rabuna Khalisa Equatoria. Or Sofran.
Thank you, my brother. You know, guys, well appreciated. I think we actually are about to wind up the room. I guess I don't know if they open the network, they will come. I think put the final word. I think we kind of heading toward a conclusion. Ana bashkurukum kullu, especially you, Nakuru. You know, today what you say actually made my day. You know, and I appreciate that spirit. What you say encouraging not just me, encouraging everybody down on the ground. This video will be this audio will be here. People will come and listen to it, and they'll get the message. You know, they'll get the message, and we are one. We are one, and we all know who our enemy is. They brother Dan Gal Awala Kibel Gal even Alamian or Latarash already figure out enemy them. So that's the stage where we are. Thank you very much for sharing your thought. Attica?
Yes, brother. Thank you. أنا بس عاوز أعمل فاصل بسيط وبعد كده نختم. أنا I will repeat my message earlier. السبب الأساسي إحنا قلنا كلام بتاعنا ده كبيرك. Why we are calling for this, why message was made. And زي ما أنا قلت في مثل أنا قاعد دايما I like to use it, and this one of form of the greatest heroes اللي stood for what they believe. أنت لو مؤمن بحاجة you will stand for it, and even by giving your life for it. بمعنى if you're not willing to die for it, don't speak about it. Again, if you're not willing to stand for it, or you cannot die for it, if you're not willing to die for it or stand for it, don't speak about it. And this word was uttered by the late great Malcolm X, because he saw Naman Ahal Tawgadi suffer. He never backed up, not an inch. Even when some of his people began to hate him, and later they regretted their evil deed, because Huma assassinated Malcolm X when Malcolm X spoke the truth. Today, Malcolm X is a legend. He's a legend like Che Guevara, like Martin Luther King, like Steve Biko, like as soon as Thomas Sankara, and great heroes to Africa, including Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba, and all others who really sacrificed their life for their people and their land and their history. What we speak here, يا أخوانا, it's we want our people of Equatoria to take the case of Equatoria seriously. أنا شايف في كتير منابر بيفتحوا بيتكلموا Equatoria, لكن in reality they're confusing Equatoria. When you hear them, they are not even interested to bring a solution to Equatoria. بيبقى بيحاولوا you confuse Equatoria with the language تاع ناس اللي are not really in the يعني في position بتاعهم بيقدروا guide a society. Because انت لما تشوف the way how they think, it's all about scrambling. اما زي جانا صغير كده انت بتقول له ارسم لي بيت، بيمشي بيعمل لك خريطه ما معروف شنو هناك، بس بيرسم لك حاجه كده، بيشخبط لك حاجات شخبطه بس. ودي حاجه الفراسه، انت كان لاحظت افكارهم كله شخبطه، لانه ما في حاجه واضح. وديل هم our brothers from Equatoria who are coming out because and the sad thing, they're used by some of the element, the most dangerous element اللي hidden، يعني زي الافاعي اللي بيخبوا حالهم منتظرين يسترايكرز يدقونا يلدغونا بخشم بتاع دبيب and then we die. Those are the agents behind the agent or the tools اللي قاعدين يستخدموه في وسطنا. Because these الأخوان المعذورين ديل, these are the tools are used by the enemy to make sure الشخصيات ديل يتلاعب فوقهم، يغير عقولهم، يغير أفكارهم، بيبرمجوهم زي التلفزيون. إنت كان ده تغير قناة بتغيره، تبرمج الشانل. That's exactly what they do. عشان كده بتلقاهم ما واقفين في منطق واضح ولا بتفهم. These are the most confusing, and these are the people are encouraging sometimes immature rhetorics without finding a solution. إحنا قاعدين نقول لكم صراحة it's time for Equatorial. We always ask you guys, even we tried somehow Equatorial، لكن لقينا so much في obstruction، يعني في obstruction جاي من جهات خفيه واحنا بنعرفهم كويس، هم بيعرفونا كويس. we challenge them. عشان كده هم بيكرهونا لدرجه بقى بيحرض، لكن regardless we don't care. they can حرض، لكن الحقيقه لازم يقال. واخواننا اللي تحت في الارض اللي بيسمعونا، والناس اللي عندهم احساس باستوائيه والحاسين بالم ده استوائيه وفعلا عاوزين تغيير، let them stand with us in the fact that we want to bring a solution. We are not here to speak for the sake of speaking. Like I said, if you're not willing to die for it, don't speak about it. And for me, I'm willing to give my life for what I say. And this is not a joke, because there is nothing for me to fear. I've already seen violence. I've seen what people, when they are burning cars, or they've been blown up, or they're shot. And that's not something, يعني ده نقول أنا شجاع، لكن it's reality that I have seen it, and I've experienced it, and I'm okay with it. People are gonna die. Lakin I better die for something that is true. And I'm not gonna die just allowing myself to be killed. I will fight until the end. I will see Equatoria become independent. And this is something I believe in, and we will make happen. It's not something that I think is like it's impossible. لأنه عندنا all the option. المشكلة هسه أنا قاعد نقول لأخواننا اللي لسه قاعدين يربطوا حالهم بexcuses بأعذار. يعني الناس كل شيء أنا ما قادر وأنا كده، ده خليهم يوقفوا حاجات. ده الشغل تاع جبان. زول جبان يا بيتصرف زي ده. انت الراجل وري رجولتك هنا. انت قلت دايرين boots in the ground. Now there is an opportunity kind of come up. Are you willing to commit? If you're not willing to commit, don't even talk about it. You sit down. لانه نساوين بقى اشجع من الرجال هسه. وانا شفت النساوين تاكرات قدروا fight more strong. هسه لو كان بنات تاكرات دي جابوهم ذاته هنا هم بيساوي equal to some Equatorian men القاني يعمل اعذار كل يوم. excuse والله انا ما بقدر واحنا لازم كده ودايرين بوت. اوكي بوتس ان ذا جراوند دايرين حاجه ده ما كلام. is commitment. ولا حزب يا بيجيب لنا حل. is commitment to the Equatoria cause. لو انت ما committed to Equatoria cause don't even talk about it. لانه انا شايف في شخصيات عاوزين يلعبوا دور سخيف جدا يعمل كانه إيكواتوريا ده بس يغنوا لنا عذر تا إيكواتوريا يعني يخلي إيكواتوريا يلوك كانه هم ناس ضعاف. And then the enemy are laughing, enjoying it. But this time we're not going to allow it. وبنقول لكم لما إيكواتوريا يكون in that position اللي بيقدر defend itself في a lot of people جاي regret خاصة الناس اللي تعازر والناس المعرسين تا حركة الشعبية والناس المعرسين تا obstacle. I will call them the counter, revolutionary, those insurgents. طبعا بنسميهم insurgents, but the counter revolutionaries. Those who don't want to see Equatoria to revolt against the injustice. Those are the enemy of progress. Those who are going to pay for it. لأنه every revolution في bad and في good. بمعنى تاني في evil and good. حتى الجنة بتاع ربنا ده اللي قالوا heaven ده موجود ده في hell and heaven. ما كل الناس ماشيين heaven وما كل الناس ماشيين hell. فأنا بستop هنا for a minute. Let me give a chance to this just short clip of music and then نرجع ل بعد كده put final thoughts. Brother Richard and Didi. I don't know what happened to Didi. CJ is already said he's sleeping, but he put his final thought. But Brother Richard and I might be the only people who are going to conclude. And I just want to say thank you to those who are going to be here. So Brother Richard, just خلينا ناخد فاصل بسيط نرجع توالي لهنا. Okay.
You go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to put one of the recording what's his name, Louis Farrakhan, even though I'm not a fan بتاعه لكن I like his word. He talks about Africa وخليه مسج ده يكون واضح لإيكاتوريان about self-reliance and depending on ourselves as Equatorian. وإحنا لازم نكون كتلة واحد. إيكاتوريا ما تقول لي قبيلة. إيكاتوريا ما تقول لي state. ما تقول لي شنو قول لي إيكاتوريا. ما تقول لي حزب. إيكاتوريا. We are greater Equatoria. هسه بقى Upper Nile بيقولوا ما greater Upper Nile. أنا ما سمعت كان greater Upper Nile موجود ولا كان سمعت greater بحر غزال موجود. كان greater Equatoria بس معروف because of the number and the space that Equatorian are holding. الناس زي لسه قاعدين يقولوا greater. أنا ما أعرف greater for what. That's the only thing I'm trying to figure out. Let me play this guy and then from there نرجع له.
None of you can deny that what I'm saying is the truth. You know it's the truth. But either you won't write it or you're too cowardly to speak it because you want some favor here or favor there. So because you can't talk, you are muzzled. I'm not. I'm a free black man. And I didn't come here looking for a handout. And I really don't think you need one. Your problem is that you think you need a handout. Everything you need is right under your foot, but you're looking everywhere else for help instead of to yourself and what you can produce for yourself. This is Africa's dilemma. You are parading yourself before the world as international beggars when you gave civilization to the world. Your problem is not America. Your problem is not Israel. Your problem is not Britain. Your problem is your disunity and your dependence on others to do for you what you could do for yourself. So I don't have to come back here anymore to help you. The help is already here. The knowledge is already here. The land is here. The sun is here. The water is here. The minerals are here. You have some of the finest minds in the world, but they're in Europe and they're in America making money while Africa suffers. Why don't we create politically stable environment and call the children of Africa back home to help build Africa? We are your children. And we will come and help. But don't expect us to come with billions of dollars when we don't have it. We're struggling in America. But you got it all right here under your foot. And you should be ashamed not to look to yourself, begging white folk to give you what you could give yourself. What I said today, which one of these countries is going to give you $20 million? America's not going to give you $20 million. You got it right here, but your disunity won't allow you to pool it. It's your fault. And you got to accept that responsibility. That is why my message is atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. We got to stop blaming everything on somebody else and see what is our responsibility.
All right, guys. أنا ما أعرف أنتوا فهمتوا الموضوع ده. طبعا المسج ده it talks general about Africa, but in reality, it's something that actually speaks about يعني it has resemblance with Equatoria. بعدين أنا شايف في أخ هنا كتب أنا ما فاهمه. أنا بديه invitation لو بيك بيجي explain to me what he said. ما عندي أي مشكلة يقدر يوضح لي بكل احترام له. قال لي I'm sorry and I'm bleeding from my heart to see our self-claimed separatist leaders are calling our people not to equip themselves to protect their lives. Even MX believes in okay, you guys said Malcolm X in self-defense against the racial system in America. I hope in the room recording he declined. All right, my friend. إنت عندك الشجاعة تكتب لكن ما عندك الشجاعة to come up. It's okay. I understand. طبعا دي طريقة بتاعكم دايما. You always try to down disrespect us in a way. But I'll be honest with you, my friend. Listen, I did not say Equatoria must be defenseless. أنت كان كتفهم اللغة العربية واضح ولا إنجليزي? Because I'm annoyed by this. أنتوا بتقدروا تكتبوا حاجات and then you're not able to face it. أنا at least I'll be standing up like a man and I speak out what I think and what I see. Okay? في ناحية بتاع Equatoria, I did not say I don't want tribes. I don't want tribes to arm themselves so we can be like بحر الغزال على النيل. Okay, let's talk about على النيل بالأخص. على النيل مسلحين لأسنانهم. Okay, لكن هل في أمن في أرض بتام؟ Are they safe؟ أنت كده بس راجع نفسكم يا إسرائيل اللي أنتوا قاعدين تناقضونا إحنا السيبرتيست ده. First of all, we are nationalist Equatorian. One hours every Equatorian to take this to their heart. We are Equatorian nationalists. هسه بقى في ناس بقى بياخذوا اللغه عشان تعرف ناس بغبغاء كثير في جنوب السودان. الكلمه nationalist لما Equatorian nationalist بقى يديكلير احنا Equatorian nationalist اي زول بقى يقول nationalist. هم كانوا امبارح بيقولوا هم unionist. We are unionist, we are for unity. Okay, تكونوا unionist. Decide yourself, put your declaration publicly to union. لانه انتوا قاعدين تحاولوا تجمعوا الناس بقوه السلاح. while ما في امن في البلد، ما في استقرار، ما في حتى حريه. لكن nationality دي بيجي كيف؟ nationality is based on an idea that people have founded it based on what they have together, the common thing اللي بيجمعهم. Equatoria عنده تاريخ. لما قاعدين نتكلم عن Equatoria was built by as an idea by those ancestors اللي كانوا موجودين. أجدادنا توحدوا وقام دافعوا عن أنفسهم. أنا قاعد نذكر أخواننا الاستوائيين اللي هسه عايشين تحت استعمار تاع الحركة الشعبية القبلي الموجود. الحركة الشعبية حركة رجعي قبلي ما عنده أي أساس في القرن ال21، لكننا قد نلقى فيه شخصيات استوائية بيحاول يرفع قيمة الحركة الشعبية، إنه الحركة الشعبية ده هو قوة ما بيقدر يتحدوا. يا جماعة الحركة الشعبية مجرد تراش، يعني I'm sorry to say، هم زبالة، ما عندهم حتى المستوى يقدر يحكموا بلد. اقتصاديا ما قادرين ينجحوا. اقتصاديا من 2005 الناس دي اكلوا قروش بس بلوا قروش. لما تلقى ناس بيقوا عندهم obesity، ناس بيقوا ما قاعدين يدوروا الا بادويه حتى ذاته عشان يقدر يعمل قال يعني بدون مؤاخذه كوسكوس ساكت يقدر يعملوا كده الا يدق فياجرا عشان يقدر يشتغل معاه. ده ناس وصل لمرحله these people who grab the money of the country. so لما تيجي تتكلم تيجي تقول لي these people are the one who are oppressing us. أنا sometimes I laugh and I wonder in a shudder and fear إنه كيف إحنا كاستوائيين بنخلي الشخصيات زي دي يقودونا. ناس ما عندهم مستوى، ناس جايين من غابة، ناس عقليتهم عقلية بتاع ناس عايشين كانوا في القرن ال11 ولا القرن العاشر، وعاوزين يجي يتصرف لنا، عاوزين يجي يتعاملوا معنا إحنا الناس اللي عايشين في القرن ال21.
أنا قدرت دقيقة بس منك. I think when you were talking, your network was not good. He didn't even understood. Didn't nobody hear what you were saying earlier? And then I think there was a problem with your network, and then you came up and speed it up a bit, like a little bit robotic, and then wasn't clear. So kida, you have not answered him, and he didn't hear it, and he's just going with what he's saying now. So I just wanted you to know. And the other thing is, I think Dula, I think ita ma fi ni gibel, ita ma fi min bidaya ita ma sman na gen honu suchano. زي ما ita في شغل had wish كان ita كان جا فوق ita sadu سؤال عند الناس بيجاوب ita because na discuss حاجة ده كتير and ونسو كلمات كتير فقلنا كل ودي answers na كيف الناس بيعمل جسم and how no discuss في كلام ده because كان ita asma ita I don't think ita كان بكتب كلمات اللي تكتب ده I think ita تجي launch attack فقلنا كله وده ما كلمات نونسو كليني so ita بس I think you just kind of just cutting something out of the blue. هذا يتكن أنا ما أتكن قاصد بدور ولا دبس عشان أنت ما في جبال أنا ما أعرف but I think مشاكل ما كويس. So I think and you're my brother. I don't really wanna. I don't think it's a nice thing to do. Just with all the respect, it's not a nice thing. يتكن ما في تماس ما كلمات كل I think it's good to ask questions. And I think conditions is just I think that's what he wants to hear, to be told. Don't wind yourself up and get angry and stuff.
I'm sorry دي I'm not angry. أنا بس قاعد نستغرب إن إحنا في وضع صعب جدا يعني. أنا ما قاعد speak on this حاجة ده واضح حتى أنا explain أنا قلت في misdiagnosis on the issue لأنه الحرب الهسه ده حرب دينكا ونوير. Let's be honest. هنا كان إيكواتوريا ما عندنا شجاعة نتكلم عن ده حرب دينكا ونوير. We can never go forward. Add to it الأحداث اللي هسه قاعد يحصل في على النيل it becomes so complicated. ناس على النيل بقى عاوزين يستغلوا ضعف إيكواتوريا لأنه عندنا قادة ضعاف. قادة اللي بيمشي طوالي كان قالوا تعال هنا ولا انت زول كويس انت زول قائد طوالي تكون بيدو ترقية وكده بيعظموه طوالي زول اللي بيبيع الفكرة بتاع إيكواتوريا and then he will say I'm from South Sudan I'm for all the people. يلا هنا إيكواتوريا قاعد يدقوم إيكواتوريا قاعد يغتصبوهم إيكواتوريا قاعد يحتلوه. أسا على النيل هناك ديل مسلحين they all have arms they have no way to bring peace with their all weapon اللي عندهم في يدينهم. but إيكواتوريا اللي ما عنده سلاح ده more safer لحد هسه ل enemies بتاعنا they will come and abuse us while they will come and cry foul قتلوا بقرة. انت لاحظت الكلام ده؟ they are mocking us because Equatorian leaders are not standing for us. واحنا Equatorian people must now come up and speak out and stand for our right. عشان كده قاعد نقول we have to commit. زي زول ده قبل شوية خطيت فيديو بتاعه قال انت عندك كل شيء في ارضك في كورينك تحت كورينك. you don't need $1 million عشان يقدر ينقذك. You don't need me to come up with bags and khawaja save you. Eat the fix to save yourself. Once you know who you are, once you believe in yourself, once you believe in your ability, once you know the importance and significance of who you are. لو انت ما فاهم كلام ده مستحيل تقدر تكون حر. حرية ما بيبدأ بقال زول تاني بيجي بيحررك من كلام. حرية دي بيبدأ لما انت تعرف نفسك انت حر. لما زول قاعد يفكر قال ده يهرب من العبودية. زي زمان كان في slave be run away from their master ده. عرفت اللي بيحصل الكلام ده؟ لأنه he acknowledged himself to be a free man. He was never a slave and he will never be a slave. هو عاوز get out of it. زي زول لسه بيمشي بيشتغل قال نقدر نجيت نعمل ليه business. لما زول ده يعمل business ده معناته زول ده already believe انه هو ما جاي يكون slave to this حاجات اللي يخليه يشتغل لحد ما die just an employee. He want to make a something of himself. وده زول بيكون عنده intelligence ده بيعتبره زول واعي زول intelligent زول ذكي زول حكيم وزول حر فكريا. ما في زول تاني بيجي بيقول له اعمل كده امشي كده. ما في زول تاني بيجي بيغير مخه. هو بيفهم من النقد الفكري بتاعه او النقد الذاتي عشان يمشي لقدام ويقدر يحرر نفسه. احنا ايكواتوريا القوميين اللي بنطالب بحريه ايكواتوريا we understood our position. انه people in Equatoria can never be free unless Equatoria acknowledge their own identity and then get out of this so-called South Sudan and don't exist this unholy union and then we'll be completely free as a people. لكن لو تجي تغني لي جنوب السودان ولا انت هتكون عبد وانت هتكون عبد لزولا اللي امبارح لبس بنطلون وانت هنا قاعد تقول يا اخي انا مثقف وانا متعلم واحنا Equatoria ما بنقدر ما في شيء بيخلينا ان احنا نويك ورد يا قاعد ضعيفونا قاعد يدمرونا. so انا بجيب هنا دي لكن بس this is the thing like اللي sometimes I wonder لأن لما نتكلمنا عن الموضوع بتاع like the armament of the community. We don't want people to be victims of what is happening in Upper Nile. إحنا كان عاوزين نقوم بفورس. يقبلك CJ أدى suggestion قال شنو Equatoria Union Force ولا شنو كده أنا ما أعرف. طبعا لو قلنا Equatoria أنت قلت قبلك اسم تاعه can you remind me? Equatoria Defense Force, right?
I just have
A union force.
like the Equatoria, we already united as one people. I don't think we're uniting as for me, like as a, for example, we're not like in, confederation so that we can, so that we're uniting people. Because in Equatoria, we're one people. So all we need in Equatoria is to have a defense.
هم قاعد Union Force على أساس إحنا unite مع جنوب السودان. Equatorial Union Force.
No, I know. I'm talking within Equatoria. I'm talking within Equatoria itself. I'm not talking about South Sudan. But Equatoria is one Equatoria. Never in a time that we've been separated. Never in any time. زمان كان في Equatoria كان في أساكر بس أساكر Equatoria. There's no need for united Union Force or something like that. We just have, like before they used to have the Equatorian Defense Force for Equatoria. So that's when you can have one that is common everywhere, all over the place. That's what we spoke about. Well organized thing, not malicious. One organized thing. So that's what I'm talking. I'm just not understanding the union part. That's if you guys can help me. So
yes,
thank you.
Richard, that explain. You better CJ explain it clear. Richard caught it. I mean, if you don't mind, because I see Richard kind of so go ahead and then be by the Richard.
Yeah, what CJ was suggesting that because if we say like the Equatorial Defense Force, it's going to bring a wreck on our head. It should be kind of Equatorial Union Force, like from east to west. Because everybody brainstorming these days, all Equatorians, community-based protection force, because we are war. We are war, and everybody will come with the idea, and from all these ideas everybody coming with, we pick what is good for us, what is representing us, and that's just that's CJ opinion. That's I think what he put out there. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, that's great. We can call it whatever, as long as. Yeah, sure. Go.
Go ahead.
No. You said you wanted to add up, so you add up so that I can know what you're adding up.
Okay. أنا بدي نقول على كلام تاع union ده لما أنا فهمت منه. أنا first I didn't understand it, and I was almost disagreeing with him. Like when you explain it to me, it got me. That he said in the part of إحنا the Equatorial Defense Force was used before, and it became يعني استغلوها في ناحية بتاع جنوب السودان مركز هنا. But then Union Force can look at it another way. It's actually something to clarify. إحنا كإيكواتوريين we're united. We are Union Force. ده كان لاحظت في مثلا بعدين أنا متأكد من الفكرة بتاعه. طبعا هو هسه نايم وطبعا.
But that becomes like one of those the what do you call it in America? What do they call it?
The Union Force, yeah, the Yankees.
No, not the Union Force. No, one of those that they celebrated about black people, like the the Black Day, the Black People Day, or something like that.
That was Union Force versus the Confederation.
Yeah, and as if there was.
Yeah.
No, nothing to do with army. There's a day that they celebrate.
The one who wants to
celebrate. No, that's not what I'm talking about. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about they sometimes celebrate like black something to do with black people. Black history. Thank you. So Black history, like as if there was a time, a decade in a time that we haven't been black, or black people have never been black. So yeah, it's just like this kind of just reminding that it's Black Day when there's no white day, or when there's no nothing. So I understand that there was stuff that's going on. Even like people are getting a bit iffy about it. Like why like a lot of people consciousness, just people waking up and saying, why should I be celebrating Black Day when I'm already black, all the way? So, but it's not a bad thing too. It's not a bad
It's
thing.
actually about acknowledgement
If
because black people are not acknowledged around the world. So, Anna, for me, when I look at this kind of thing, it always gives me the understanding that they acknowledge me finally. It doesn't mean they actually respect me. They just acknowledge that yes, I'm a black
yeah,
person. I have a
okay.
history.
Let's stay here. Let's stay here. Let's not open another front line over
Yeah,
there. Let's not go over there. Let's not. No,
I know.
I was trying to relate it, but also it's a good suggestion. Like that's why it's like enlightened
Yeah,
me.
it's a
I was a
suggestion at
bit
the end.
ignorant.
Yes,
Yeah, I was ignorant of it. I didn't understand what was that all about. I didn't hear it. So yeah, it's good too. It's a good idea. Thank you.
yes. I mean, so finally we're just gonna conclude. We just reach to the end. But yeah, أنا قلت في الموضوع بتاعه وقاعد يعمل this suggestion at the end. It wasn't a forcible idea. ولا هو this is his final, it's a decisive thing. But إحنا طبعا at the end my message كان قبل أنا قلت لهم we are calling those who are committed. For many في Equatorian اللي في الجيش, I know some of them and I met them, and some of them that some of them I seen them in here in قبالي كان واحد معانا هنا, and then في others تانيين اللي they're somewhere they don't come to social media, like in those are military officers, soldiers and all that, and we would love to see نحن نعمل تغيير. I know people now are calling for the voices of people who can make a change. And like I said, I'm sorry to say to those who are going to be, I know my loved ones, they don't want me to see me, but I am really into the idea of standing up there with my brothers into the fight of a noble fight for the liberty of Equatoria. So I say,
can we just make it about the topic and not about you, not about you going to
Anna, this is not about me.
Yeah.
If you don't,
yeah, can you stop taunting people, just please?
لا أنا dare everybody to volunteer. Equatorians, it can really ready.
Yes, but let's just stop like taunting people about that. People are gonna do that.
Okay,
people are gonna do that already.
Okay, let me just put it clear.
Yeah.
Let me put it clear.
It's like you're taunting people about it.
To fight for this. Are you joining us? Join me. If you don't really want to fight for Equatoria, then don't come and talk to us about you want this and this, because really I'm sick of that. Our people are dying, and I'm willing to fight for it. Fight for it, getting our people down there. So if you are ready, join us and we can help our brothers at Gadin Hinak, get them out to make their, decisive victory to Equatoria. Because Hajara Masal. المشكلة أنت really willing or not. لأنه they're not عندهم experience. والما عنده experience كمان join us. Doesn't matter. So أنا بستop هنا. Like, this is what I want to say in my message. Oh, please do not stop me. لأن أنا عارف في ناس getting critique me. Why you want to volunteer? I will do what I will feel like, because our people are dying. And it's time for لأنه ما في راجل داري give. كما في راجل داري give, we have to stand up. I'm sorry. So I will stop here.
Yes, but also, if I might say this, okay? You say that you wanted to go, okay? That's given, okay?
Let's not make it an argument right now, عشان ما يكون صعب.
No, that's an argument. That's the giga. It's not an argument. Not an argument. It's just you're trying to make it argument. We're giving you a tick. We're giving you a go. So you said you wanted to go. It's okay. It's all right. But what we were saying is like, just make it a little bit easier on like you said, that people telling you that why you're saying this and stuff like that. So make it easier. Don't make it like, you're just sticking up to people, and then it kind of comes around like as if you're taunting people. So even though that's not what you mean. So, and also you gotta think about your family that is listening. Like, you've been in one war to another war, and taunting people is all about you. So if you're gonna say you're gonna be a leader, so you're gonna think about your leadership start at home, not your family. So it's not taunting people.
Correction.
Oh yeah.
It's not about being a leader. It's about doing the right thing.
But what you're doing is leadership, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's
leadership.
the right thing.
So you gotta know that.
I'm not standing for leadership.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a leadership, so you gotta think about it also.
في ناس ثانيين قاعدين يكركوا معانا لما قاعدين يعملوا تحريض وكلامات فتن عشان يكونوا leader. أنا ما جاي die عشان leader. If I want to fight and die, I will die for something I believe in. For cowards, for leaders.
So yeah. So you're doing great job. So you also got to think about sometimes it comes out a bit selfish if you're taunting your family, and then you kind of like you just say you don't care, you're gonna do what you want to do. So that what makes you what would that make you then? So if you're gonna care about South Sudan, first of all, about Equatoria, you're gonna care about your family first. So I know that you're passionate about it, and I know that you put your heart in it. It's not bad. But also, when somebody tells you that enough here, enough here. So it's not about that you always just have to say, I have to. And I know that you've been doing well, and I know that it comes from a good place, which I'm proud of you. And we all proud of you. We know that it comes from a good place.
Don't believe that way. I'm proud of me. Thank you, but I'm not the only one. Jama, so that I'm only because they, kind of fade me la de Jama.
I didn't try to mess you up.
We can have a latest me la.
My asthma, she ready to go get somebody from outside now. She become Equatorial now.
Dawul Nakuru.
Data. Ita gata gra gymnastic bar. Now. She tried to refine herself.
I'm going to bring Putin. I'm coming with Putin. That's why. That's why I'm bringing.
Put it into
أنا كان بيجيب أبوت لكن تقلت ما تدينك أصلا بيجيب Putin.
Agot. I got there online in Bridge Khartoum. I got the militia, Yeah, anyway, let me try to put my last word before you guys close the room. Yeah, I want to thank all the audience that come here and my brothers and my sister that come joining us over here. Thank you very much. This issue of Equatoria hasn't start from us. There was suppression at the Sudan, and now the country called South Sudan is start from us Equatorian. Even though we are forced to that marriage, but the Brits, because the agreement they make with Belgium, we end up be attached to that country called Sudan. And present now called South Sudan. But we Equatorian, we know our identities. We know it through our ancestors, our forefathers. They told us, Itakon, tan min hena, itan retuita hena. Ma dollar Gulu Sudan. Lakin, originally, they Malta kuna hena. Our border go all the way to Buguloshan. We're bordering the Cholo, Free River, Bugulo, is it Sobat? Yeah. Now I'm even forgetting about geography. But the stage where we are right now, because people come with proposal, people say local defense force, Tanambija, Bikingal, Namil, EDF, Namil Kira. Because the history of EDF, why EDF was created, why EDF come to be, Equatorial Defense Forces. It come to be because Denka Nuer, Shuluk, they fight among themselves. Fi Buguloshan, Fi Zamawan, the clear Nasser function and regulatory function. And the Equatorians, the ones serving SPLA, they recognize that they're getting marginalized. They can kill, murdered, their daughters get raped, their mothers get killed, raped, their grandmothers, destruction everywhere. So they decide to create a force to protect Equatoria. Because they realize, they wake up, they say, hey, Morota Junub Day, we're fighting for, this thing's not going to materialize till we have our own force to protect our land. And guess what happened? CPA pop up, Equatorial get disarmed, EDF get disarmed, Equatorial Defense Force get disarmed, some, get integrated to the force, the SPLA, at the end of the day, where I know, can you see me? I think my network can show is low over here. Yeah. Because the commander of EDF is Martin Kenny. In 2016, when the dogfight started, the guy took refuge, I think, with the UN. Rangmashar called him out to come so they can, escape from Juba. And that time, Gudele was controlled by the forces. And guess what happened? They ended up killing Martin Kenny, General Martin Kenny. When they killed General Martin Kenny, that's the end of EDF. And who killed him? Rangmashar killed him. They be hiding this thing. When I spoke with those colonels, the ones how they get separated, Yanomography, Nasrangmashar gal mungrat yeta mundiri, Sane gal kerera fitiyeta yei to enter Uganda, Tane kera Congo, how they divide. The way this guy till today, his body is not funny. And IO keeps saying this guy is in hiding. He's in a mission. How many years in a mission? But the truth is to say, yeah, he was killed. But IO, Nuer don't want to admit that this guy is, they killed this guy. Him and his bodyguard, they're killed. And while Equatorian, the one that saved Rangmashar, carry him through all this, through Equatoria all the way to Congo. And we have this guy, this Equatorian guy, you know his name, Ateka, this general, yeah, Loborong. Without Loborong, Rangmashar is gone. Kenyi, Loborong, the son of Equatoria, include even Thomas Chirilo. They safeguard this guy to exit Equatoria. And guess what? There's no thank you. They kill him because they know if this EDF guy is still there, this Equatorian guy, is going to be a threat for the leadership. While you don't know that Taban, which is now the vice president, was planning to kill him too. The plan is Malong gonna be the president. They're gonna kill both Rangmashar, even Silva Kiir. Malong gonna be the president, and Taban guy gonna be the vice. That was the plan, but the plan failed. There's a lot of and is a lot of stuff over there. That's why we have to wake up. Mamur, how many times Mamur was jailed? Equatorian in diaspora worked so hard to get this guy. This guy out from jail. Kira Kutus see him, and then they poison him. We Equatorian, we have to wake up. Who causing all this problem? Denka and Nuer. People from Upper Nile. If they can issue, why they don't Upper Nile fight with Baragazal up there? They cause chaos, they run to Equatoria. Any Equatorian, Italo, especially our sisters, you have to learn how to shoot a gun. You have to train yourself. Like I think I was saying, this Kurdish, these ladies are fighting even better than the men. They are good snipers. They can fight and they're ready to die for the cause and principle and the value of the identity. If a woman can do that, how about in Rojalama Bama? Junub. Yaka din Junub Desert. Is there a country called Junub? Are you a compass or direction? We Equatorians, proud Equatorians, we create South Sudan. And I will say, no, South Sudan, I'm sure, director. We Equatorians are going to be ourselves. We help you. We save you from these Arabs. We liberate you from the Arabs. In Upper Nile or Baragazal, there's no place occupied or liberated by the Denkas. Munkulu jera nak fi Equatoria. And they said they liberate. How are you going to liberate? The last stuff that come from Numule, I come from there. Last stuff, last convoy. They said liberate. Equatorian that will liberate Numule. Without even a gunshot. Because, the Arab, they gave up. They just hand the Numule off. So for any Denka and AG, well, we'll liberate you. No. We Kota will liberate you from slavery, from Islamization, from everything. We'll liberate you. But now the teacher became the master. The slave became the master. But we Kota, we're never gonna give up. Because we know the game from A to Z, because we're the one that taught you. You say you're a teacher, we are professors and scientists. If we can fight those Turkish, the Egyptian with bow and arrows, spears, who are you? AK-47 there, who cannot hold AK-47? So all Equatorians, Guru shall end up. Even though now, because there's a lot of confusion going on, it's gonna take a time for us to reorganize ourselves again. Arm yourself to protect your community. We don't want to see what happened in Kejikeji again. Arm yourself. Don't let yourself just, be taken from the house like a chicken and slaughtered. Fight. Matkunze gida dawajin al ikutufi mizan bisi geni ki ogisan kegi dabo mitem. Matastem. I know there's a logistic or coordination how it's gonna be, but don't lose hope. That's my advice to you. And thank you, my brothers and sisters, for opening this room. Thank you. Good night. A good day.
Didi, go ahead. It's your turn.
I'm actually speechless. I think everything ran off my
Can I go
head
down?
now.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Why? You can say up.
yeah, you don't.
Okay.
You don't have to go, Richard.
إن ما في هذا الفورم اللي بينزلوه ده زي كانوا التلاميذ ده. لا. لو في
Maybe you might
أساتذة.
remember something.
Yeah, Anna getting into it, the cockroach, SPLM is a cockroach, so they kind of be kicking me from room to room. They will,
we don't care.
they don't want me to wear this.
كنتوا ذاته ده كويس ذاته عشان يرمينا هنا ما دايرين بلد ما دايرين فلاج ده ولا بلد.
Yeah, they hate it. They'll get Munuma SPLM cockroach. I'm going to, they think a cockroach.
That's a good one. I wonder that Damnamul Hajira say. Who came up with this? What is brilliant? You don't have to say. What is brilliant?
ده ناس النهر
Oh.
يا أصحابنا. Go ahead.
Yeah. I wish we can have a break, but yeah. It gotten a bit a little bit.
Didi, can I give Zola for Olo Jera, come on? Because we want to hear from them because they had the Denka to the kingdom come.
في تانين بس أنا أذكركم في تانين كده بس جاي نعمل إزعاج. They will just make some stupid noise immaturely. أنا ما بعرف ده منو ذاته أول مرة أنا بشوفه.
Okay. Go ahead.
كان هو بيقدر يتكلم كزول مسؤول
أنا ما
يوفي يجي فوق لكن كانوا يجي يتكلم كلامات سخيف. let him go.
ده منو؟
اسمه حاس ولا حاس خط النكتة.
ده شمالي.
احنا ذاته خلاص جاي نختم. next time يجي بدري بس لأنه ما فهم الموضوع جاي بس يتكلم ساكت. I'm sorry we're not going to talk too much with him. Just go ahead Didi. لأنه شخصيات زي ده جاي يضيع وقت. So let's focus on our برنامج بتاعنا.
Yeah, this discussion was good. Like, it will be nice if I think somebody has something to say. It will be really, I think, wise and brave that people will come up and then because people will want to know what is within you, and what is within you is what is the solution actually, and what is can make difference. It's very important. That you share your ideas and stuff like that. Just because if we don't agree, it does not mean that ideas cannot be shared, because disagreeing is not saying that that you actually dislike each other. It's not like disagreeing is just something that as simple as the idea I did not yet understood it, like before I didn't understood the idea that Richard and Odysseus explained to me, and I was like, yeah, it's CJ's idea. So like, yeah, it's great. So yeah, when you first didn't understood something, you was like, no. But when you understand and you've been explained to you, it's like, yeah, you stand in the light and you understand. We spoke a lot from the beginning, since even my network was playing up, and you and CJ talked a lot. You talked to yourself a lot, and Richard came up, and I came up, and yeah, we discussed, and we're given a lot of ideas, and these are all brilliant ideas, good ideas, and these are really good. When people talk, solutions come. One ana bigel kida, and Zoltan biji bitgal kida, and Zoltan, from what I say, somebody else will get a different understanding and say that, well, instead of that, why not kida? So that's why people talk. Talking is never going to end. People are going to continue to talk until even after we receive a solution in Equatoria and peace in Equatoria, we will continue to talk. The talking will continue going on so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Like what happened, when people stop talking all these decades back, these mistakes continues to go because nobody's talking about it, nobody's reviewing things, no archives, nobody's objecting to things. الناس بس ماشيين بس yes. وإننا بنلقى نفوسنا في مشاكل. So, which is not really right. And also the other thing, and we don't like accountability. So when we were about to be held accountable, nabi not to folk nabi zalan, and nabi going to create a couple of mafias or group or gang, and nabi decided to act up just because we're guilty and we don't want to be held accountable, which is not really right. A society in a modern days and a very enlightened people don't behave like that. That's why it's called the modern era. People moving forward. Accountability must happen. People must talk. People must disagree to agree. People must come to light. People must arrive to destination. I just want to see Buzere. Yolanda talk about communities. Won't be a solution, to the problem of Sudan there. I think the reason why the phrase is up here, a lot of people is reading it. This phrase up here is reflecting to what is happening in Sudan, the Upper Nile and the Bahr al-Ghazal. Is actually shedding light into Equatoria, saying that now we in the era that we are, according to my understanding, we're in the era of this is it. We now forced into a corner. We've been back to a corner that we have to defend ourselves. And while we're doing that, also let's look into the light where now that the communities in Upper Nile have armed themselves. Everybody's armed to the teeth. Like if we look into the report that last time, we talked about it, that the UN, one of the representatives, the UN spoke about it and said that these communities are used by their leaders. Two groups of leaders. One is, they up there, the government, and the second is the community leaders. They're the one enforcing these people to become terror on people, and you're pitted against. Either you're with them, you back them, or you're against them. And if you refuse, then you subjected to anything, to rape, to, disappearance. Just fortunately, you disappeared. Nobody knows where you are. You've been tortured, killed, and you've been terrorized and stuff like that. So this is an organization of terrorism that is going on just to, to force people to create terror on other people. So, in saying these things, that's why this conversation is going on. And then we said that, okay, now we looked into this. Now certain people has pushed us in a corner that we need to defend ourselves. Who are the people that we need to we need to arm? Who are the people in our communities that we need to arm? Are we arming everybody, or are we? Because in saying, one person will say that let's all arm all the communities, but then Tara, in another way, he's not saying that let's arm everybody, including the kids, the munu. Maybe he's not saying that. And then, but by using this language, you actually say that let's arm everybody. By arming all these people, it might also bring another issue. But he's not saying, Gali, like the title of here, Gali, don't arm people. He's not saying that. That's just the fact here. That's why when people get into this debate and this conversation, Parliament Equatoria they gonna create okay, but then can that's just one way nas pagi discuss. People might talk about things. My had the same issues and في Equatoria بس قال إن روز زاد إن جروز زاد إن جواقع في مشاكل إن بروز زاد إن بس بنون في مشاكل سنين decades إن جيموت في مشاكل ده إن بس جيجاني بس ده قال كده ناس شطار ده قال كده ناس أجر ناس مثقفين إذا كان مثقف وإذا أجر تما بيجي نموت وده كده ده كله يلا تجيني زلان زي قاني المفروض موجد فورو جسم تو قدر ده كان جاو ونسو قال لا حاجة ده ما زريت بزلان تبزلان تما در كده ونسو تبي قال تقدر بويكوت ناس تقدر عمل زي بس لسه تما بقدر بويكوت ناس لأنه society تا Equatorians اللي هناك ده is still they are work people the people who are educated ما ignorant people بس جيجني هناك ناس من جيجن من غاغرة ناس نفي غاغرة ناس نفي غامو شنو سلكن ظروف جل قومن وكمان live in a global community world today whereby the world is moving rapidly at the same speed. So ita kan gani mun masakin puwa mun magali mun ma enlightened magali mun bilitin. Mun bilitin. Mun gara fajeta alge hasil nagdo bar between wrong and right. Ita enna aljabara ini magrande ita na ya frozen in time. Na ya frozen in time. Naza magi live the life alna live ini migrants live de. Anta ima live in this life de. Nas finance isa live life alota la minta 80 kaminak 50 kaminak de. Wala 90 kaminak de. Nas Sudan magi live life de. Forget it. Ita ya getting afkar ta galta getting kinide. Mana school getting zare. Mana school across the mag visit na school ma getting the way to be think. So you need to get things right. This is just the first facts. Ita bagda zalan gali kire nas monusu lakin fi zon fi Sudan gali kire nas monusu. Tabi zarangali zol mader accountability fi zol fi Sudan. Ogeni fi camp. Ahato mutu other accountability. That's why we're talking. And national mutu da ahal tanna direct. Babga lenna عشان كده جي واجهنا. It's hurting us because they're related to us. So we never بقدر ask sakit on your account بس إنت بمشي ناس زي ده. لأنه كان أهل ذاك يجي كمان بواجهة زي عندنا ده إنت كمان بيجي بيجي تحت سبقال accountability has to be done. The things that the way that we're going wrong we have to recorrect it so that we cannot continue to have bigger. We cannot continue to have more mating. We cannot continue to have more people, victims to be disabled, to be nas magara, nas makida, nas gigen fi camp. Ma best tama bi meshi nas just because ala kefak because you want to please one person. Wala ahal taki, wala munu, wala friend taki. Itama bi meshi nas uzere, nas magi meshi uzere. So you do not have the right. You only have the right over your family and your immediate family. You have the right over your wife, your kids. But even your other relatives, you don't have the rights. If they say that they don't want Equatoria to go the way you want it, you don't have the right to do that. You don't. Ita bagda dugu telephone unu sajeta kidip shunu lakin but the end of the day be caught up by kalamat na gon sudo be asma tap wadana to obi aglip obi jaro gali ita ya adu itan lan kidip habil to gusar ka habil to gusar bodita minin lainak bas لكن في نهاية بيجي لك نص ده كده حفرت مشاكل تانية انت ما بقدر تدخل عشان كده الناس بتقال كان انت جه حفت أفرة لزول أفت 2 أفرة واي ليتا واي لزول ده ما تفت أفرة واي بس لزول ده أفت واحد ليتا لزول ده لأن انت كان دفن زول ده عرفت دفن راسك كمان فوق دفن جسم تاكي كمان ما باقي في تربة تاني ده يا جماعة إنا كده نكون وايس زمان إنا بونس إنه شنو قالي when we're gonna arm people let's know what we are doing. Let's create Yanas present. I was talking about defense force, but I was being explained about defense force. Richard explained in the Gibel. Okay, I didn't know about that part. That's excellent. And then CJ suggested, or Richard suggested some names that Finas Panin suggested it before. These are the things that people are thinking about it. In every community, we will get people who are wise, people who know what they're doing, people who can be good at combating, and then these people can run the show, and we will know that we will take care of these people, and this will cause all Equatorians to be in. Mafi Equatorian tani bigunga lana gijere best because anna kan won so kalam bes rum daka nas bibi kan jiba dia de nas mun kalas najir ana u ita filan de ajatiyal sukerin de ajatiyal sukerin kan integro sakla le Equatorians kullu kede lim kede jama ideas tom Equatorians kullu kede contact badun toma kede jagani tag Equatorians kullu عشان ليانو انا بقدر facilitate مع الناس اللي انا بعرف اني انا بقدر facilitate مع friends تاعي هناك مع منو تاعي هناك انت كمان بفacilitate مع الناس تاعك اللي هناك ده انا بجد الناس انا ده كله انا بقدر create something better, something which is a permanent solution for Equatorians, ما something that انت بس create a militia انت برا بس how ناس هناك يلا تبضربوا كم ناس كم ابقار and then بس retaliation ده بيكون even worse when ita jegani teta benefito when nas bija retaliate for us and then I get disappointed na bikore. These are the things that another ka in Equatoria can dismiss hajat the bar, and that's why we're working for better. We want to aim for something better once and for all. In Namagali, people should not arm people. That's not what is going on. That's why when nas pata room nas go su kan zol der asma nas kede zol ja بدلتا بيجن جنينا تجن جروم تدينكا تجن جنون يلتا بيجا بينه نص آخر زمن يلتا بيجا جنا تكاتك ناس تمار كان زول ده ونسون في بداية إيتا ما بعرف زول ده ونسون إيتا بس جاتك في نص نتوالتا جلس كجري مع كلام إيتا إنه أنا كان جا في نص آخر الناس كده جيت أنا بس جاي إنه كلام بأنا. So these are the things that we have been talking about. We're exhausting this kind of discussion not because this is a permanent decision, not because this is something to be go with, that people should go with, but this is something that people can wise people's thinking too. We can evaluate between what is happening to us and what is happening to the people who are actually victimizing us, and then we can do something better that we can overcome this battle that we are going through. So by arming people who are responsible, by arming people that we know, like for example, I'm 10 years old, I'm 10 years old. just because الناس بس in voices like كان ناس in stress ناس كان في stress ناس بقدر come up مع أي كلام you know because too much is going on and then it's like okay let's harm everybody and then you start give gun to the 7 years old to the 10 years old and then all of a sudden they have argument like what and then it's like what oh okay and then zol like zalan they durbijana tay zol like durbijana tay zol jet durbu zol jet durbu that you see jet zole bahasil imagine zol tani jawo karan durbijana tak ita tabi zalan and that's why up and I'll become mess so that's why we're talking about these things lakin namagi gali we should not organize ourselves and create a force. We want to create a force, not a militia. Asan zoltani bijanak bija dafa le militia da gurush kali kalas kir claim militia de. Ma zoltani bagdar gumbes militia de bagdar alf nas bas ita tawali ita yo tanin da zatu bas bori sala isin ma nas da mosul alf bas takata alf nas fina tabi iru nas munu al mafi sala zoldi fi Australia fi Canada wenta bas idu idumon gali ade nasal mana de kala sita jua yeah so receive gurus fi isintaku so these are the things that enna mother repeat and then the Equatorians feel militias al join regime at the end of the day mun join regime the work regime de fina sal kan zatu militia tanin under the regime under the ayo under the shunu but hasada wadinna when they are hajal Equatoria need to create something that people go accountability then as anyanya kan people go accountability something strong, something powerful. Kan في تجاتا ندل لنا بهناك في تجاتا في بقولوا شنو في لوكايا we know قال it's the same thing. كان في تجاتا في كوكو نعرف قال it's the same thing the same mission. كان في تجاتا بنعرف it's the same mission في collaboration في communication people can move from place to place to communicate with each other or collaborate with one another. These are the things that we are talking about, you know. Can isn't to gija kun shunu, but these are the things that I think that's what we are talking about. So I want to leave it here. I'm sorry that I went a bit longer, but if I offended anybody, please, I am sorry. This should not really overcloud your judgment. We are thinking about what is best for Equatoria. You know, just consider this is my ignorant side of using words that are wrong. So that I just wanted to say that I think they might likely, if you think about it. They might have try something, attempts, and then give costing them more life. They had another sustain life, another preserve life. It needs wisdom, it needs intelligence, it needs well thought people that can think, not people who are thinking with hatred, not people who are thinking with anger, not people who are thinking to manipulate situations or thinking about leadership and fame and thinking about manipulating positions of finance towards where they want it to go and stuff like that. This is not a game. It sickened me when I saw recently the things that are happening until I even spoke to this and said, I'm done. Because these people, you cannot bring anything without people will act up. The barbarism tanas become out. The backwardness tanas become out. The hatred tanas become out. It's just really this is what is taking being. I think with my Jamadel there, I think change mindsets the Equatorian totally. Equatorians are in denial. Like in Equatorians, by them realize gali some elements that are there attribute low monshia change monshia because then as the Equatorians tani. Haja shia za result bijera su bra Wilson su watara lock badunda mun room kamina galgija di zoltani. Ma ita ya zalan ita ya ditana ita ya bamla jeta gida kulta ya zalan ta ya bimofu buita ya begin beiti nak ta ya bamla jeta lakin we still going. Zay magibel na sije kan itnini they were discussing na ja join munu ja join. But they gedieta belet dema gedieta zol barau dema gedieta beta zoltani dema ta betai. Ebe gedieta belet de gedieta ahal tanna ahal tak ya mutu zoltani yagi katul ahal tanna dema enna yagi katul badun. Manin nagi shilu haja de taqul يعني انت بلقوا الزول بيشيل حاجه ده باللايك ما دينكا القيكا تولود بقالي يا اخوي انا من دميت مشكله ناكونا لكن انت بيشيلوا دي كده انت بيجي كنت في راس ايكواتوريا انت دي مانتيكا صفوقنا يا جماعه دي ما مانتيك بس كدنا كام داون ان كل يا ايكواتوريا واحد ده نا ايكواتوريان ده لاك بتا وشاك بتا وانكا بتا رسول اجاد مسجز رونغ لناس وناس رجين وناس the wrong way قال ناس جي بويكوت ناس جي سانكشن ناس ده كده سيبو ناس الجي سانكشن ناس ده ذاته ناس زي يجي في ميديا ده يجي سيتي والناس انا ذات جي جبر دور فرومتو تشان انجي جبر ونسو فوكي ناس زي يجي سيتي والناس زي قاملا جد كول يلا ناس بيجي قال في ناس تانيين بطالين في ناس تانيين كويسين لكن في ناس جي كافوا ناس تانيين سالك الناس دي بستي مون بعملوا من كيفهم بيكافوا الناس دي من برا جيني هناك يلا الناس القنص الحقيقة ده ما داريتكم من باقي اللي بقلتكم باتاك. These are the things that ما جي وقت لنا Equatorians يا كتنا في decades and decades إننا لسه يا ده كدام إننا لسه يا slave إننا لسه يا جي موتو إننا lost the ground إننا we've been conquered بس أقول حسوت أنا سوق حسوت أنا ده بس أنا جيتين كبات جسم تاي كأنا ناس ما حاجة أنا درجة أنا بتجرب في مال داك because under ambitions تاي under promotions تاي أنا بجيب فكرة بات ناس يا كلام أنا جي كلم ده أنا برد أكل في محل تاني لكن أنا يبجي جيني ما أدو في بيت أهل تاي في جيني برا أهل تاي في جي موتو أنا قاعد مرتاح يلا أنا بس بديفايد يتاكل أنا في قاعد مرتاح يتاكليني بجرجر وي الدرس جانا الدر عمل شنو الجيجا وري قال ديدي بطلت ببدا حيد ديدي وانت ما مستفيد حاجه أليس انت مستفيد حاجه من انا لانه بدت كده هل انت ما جيش قروش ما زول ده ما جي دافع برايب انت ما قاعد تايب تاناز ده بمعنى في زول ده جي دافع قروش كده سولتا برايب بوارا لانه كان ما جي برايبيتا انت ما بيكتو كده حتى كتابان تقدر زلان ما زول تانا القونس حقيقه انت كده اقعد تحت انالايز حاجات calm your farm رجع نفسك what are your goals وانت انت تقدر شنو calm your farm انت chill down take a chill pill انت assess حاجات كمان بطريقه تاكي يريد كده افكار الزول تاني بونس اللي ده الزول تاني يجيب بريك انت داون عشان كده سميت لو ده يريد كده حاجات ده برا من راسك انت come up with your own draft with your own understanding in how way to go how you want to go this is how we can go clearly head on and we can tackle this issue straight on ما من اتجاه تاني براو we cannot tackle it with اتجاه قال انا كان جني هناك فانا كان جا في Equatoria that's where I can tackle the issue انك الرجع في بيت then كل الناس الرجع في بيت في جو Equatoria انك كان جيت about Equatoria ما جي كيلين قال انا يا Equatorian how can we be Equatorians براو this is insane if we begin to speak like that we are insane but إن الرجع في بيت كإيكوتوريا إن الرجع في بيت as the prodigal sons which is and daughters which is far away before but we came back home to rescue the situation لكن أنت بتجي لك زول تاني زلان ميتا زول تاني يجي compete for leadership زول تاني در كده حالته يا compete for leadership زول تاني در كده تك يا مصدر يلو زلان ميتا but we came here to rescue the situation because you failed to rescue the situation all these years حتى كده failed to rescue the situation these years الناس أنا ياجي تبان دي مشكلة هنا سو حاجة ما كده حاجة كده نتين كمان دي هل تنا ياكل جيموتو ده نما strangers أنا بس درسي بيني قال كان أنا friend يا زول تاني معلش this is why أنا درسي بيني زي thank you
Wow, Didi. You said all the things that are in my heart. Thank you so much. I don't think I will ever stand on your comments and what you said. لكن بس أنا بقول من كل قلبي I hope في أذن يعني أذان بيسمع كلام أنت قلته ده and the hearts to receive it. ناس عندهم قلب طيب you receive what you said and you wise up لمصلحة بتاع Equatoria. For me really I don't care if you يعني if the person who is listening to my voice or what I'm saying like me or not, because that's not about me, but it's about the people of Equatoria. And what Didi mentioned is truth. Ugal Hagiga. She lived in Juba. I never seen Juba with my eyes. And I'm not sure to be any. You know, she knows what our people gone through. Like last year, when I look back, I lost 3 of my family members. And then, so add to it, all of them were 4. Del Kullu, في أحداث 2013 and then up to 2022. These things happen because of these 2 groups that Dinka Nuer. And for those who are doubting my identities, yeah, last time I belong. That one is funny how they say I'm a Dinka or whatever. It's so funny, but I just want to joke on that. You know, the Ahaltai, they're Equatorians, pure Equatorians, my uncles. They died with honor and dignity. and they were murdered by these savages. يلا كيف انت تقعد مع ناس اللي بيقتلوا الاهل بتاعك؟ ده بس سؤالي للناس اللي قاعدين يقولوا هم ده قاعدين كده. يا جبالك brother Nakuro mentioned clearly, as much as he tried to speak and reason with these people do not reason. At the Gibelli, Mr. CJ was talking in a point of explaining to them the things once our people shared, the Equatorian people shared with the people of Upper Nile. Like these people never respected the Equatorians, let me be honest. They never cared about the Equatorian pain. They never respected the Equatorian people in their land or the people of Equatoria. هم عاملين حالهم يا masters بتاعنا. While we, the people of Equatoria, rescued them from Arab, so-called Arab remnant of Khartoum. Today, these Upper Nilers are abusing us to the extent كأنهم يا masters بتاعنا. So, at the end, my conclusion to the point, the arming of community, I think Didi have summoned it perfectly. We Equatorians need to be very wise لمصلحة الاستوائية. خلينا ما نقع شرك فريسة لهؤلاء لأنه في حاجة reason why أنا جيت بكلام ده قبالي أو بتوبيك ده عندما موضوع ده حصل. لكن في كان واحد من المعارضات دينا أبناء النيل هو من دينكا كمان قال يقول يا خلاص بعد كده خلي كوميونيتي. أنا كنت عاوز ران شريط ده لكن ما قدرت ألقى الفرصة. ممكن next time I will run it because I really don't want to even run it لأنه إحنا كثير ما أنا شفت في أخواننا استوائيين دل ومن الناس الجنوبيين شافوا الناس بيتكلموا يعني ده كان في صوت الشعب. واحد من المعارضة من الشخصيات بتاع المعارضة اتكلم الموضوع ده واضح قال يا أخي لازم كوميونيتي تاع جنوبيين يعني خليهم يسلعوا حاله. أنا قمت استغربت قلت الزول ده صحيح قاعد يفهم هو داير يعمل يعني تشويش في الفكرة تاع مجتمع ولا شنو؟ لأن إحنا عارفين المشاكل ده واضح منها سببه. It is Dinka in a way they need to solve it by themselves. They cannot bring the whole country in it. بعدين إيكاتوريا هسه طلع ضحية أكبر في القضية ده كلها لأنه إيكاتوريا بقى محتل وبقى فتح يعني أجواف أو يعني حفر عشان الناس يدخلوا فوق ويعمل استغلال ويعمل استولاء. يعني زي تقول فتحوا الباب، بس نقول فتحوا باب بتاع طروادة أو التروجن دور عشان يقدر يدخلوا ويعمل احتلال في أرض استوائية. ولقوا فرصة ده لأنه لقوا إحنا القادة بتاعنا قادة ضعاف ما قادرين يتكلموا بمصلحة استوائية ولا قادرين يقدروا يكونوا الشخصيات اللي بيقدر يعني يعمل إنجازات لمصلحة استوائية. عشان كده إحنا اليوم كإيكاتوريان بنطالب بإنه إحنا لازم نقيف دفاعا للنفس، لكن الدفاع للنفس ما يكون دفاع على الحمج على اساس احنا نقيف كقبيله. ودي منشن بيرفكتلي لان انت كيف تسلح. احنا هسه جنوب السودان يعني كدوله متهم because بقياده الحركه الشعبيه متهم بانه هم قاعدين يعملوا شنو recruitment of children او تجنيد الاطفال. So this recruitment of children have put South Sudan as one of the countries that violate human rights. يعني قاعد ينتهك حقوق الإنسان. فبمعنى تاني جنوب السودان already is in crisis or is is an implication of this human right abuse. إحنا كاستوائيين مفترض ما نخلي الفكرة الغير ناضج ده يجي في راسنا نحن نقول اوه خلاص بس نسلح ايه زول، لانه معناته هنا جاي نسلح حتى جانا صغير. عشان كده قلنا we have to have a force. And like I said, and I know I have to apologize to my family and to my loved one and to my, especially to my sweetheart. I just want to say to you honestly, I feel like it's time for us as Equatorian. لو ما في رجال في Equatoria, there is no other. But I'm not going to give up on that. And I'm going to die for it if I have to. لأنه this is what we need to. I know it hurts when some people hear it, especially the people who care about me, but I don't want to see our people die while إحنا قاعد نقعد نيجي نتكلم. لأن I'm sick of it. يعني really it annoys me. أنا قاعد نكلمكم كلام ده from my heart because I'm really sick of it. Like how long Equatoria get killed. يلا في ناس يعني بس بيعملوا بس دي نقاش ومنافسة ومنو ياو ليدر ومنو ياو كويس ومنو ياو كاب. I don't care if أنا كاب ولا كويس، لكن خلي الرجولة دي يظهر في action. These people are dying. How can we save them?
You know, last time I brought my friend from Israel, you remember, Didi? We brought him, and a lot of Equatorian even didn't benefit from it, sadly. زول ده من إسرائيل هو واحد من القوات الخاصة special force to Israel, and he was in a Mossad and also في حاجة ده اسمه شنو ده special force to Israel ده. He came in and narrate يعني أدى history بتاع إسرائيل، يعني تاريخ إسرائيل على أساس كيف إسرائيل قدر ينجز لمن قدروا يكونوا دولة بنفسه. you know ما خلوا أي ضعف، بالعكس هم وحدوا الشعب بتاعهم، قدروا يكونوا دولة إسرائيل من خلال دفاعهم للمواطنين تاع إسرائيل، ومن خلال تكاتف تاع أخوانهم الإسرائيليين في الخارج، وما خلوا أي زول من أجانب ده يجي يستغلهم. وحتى ما إنه كان في معارضات من دول تانيين ما دايرين نخلي إسرائيل يكون دولة، هم قال ما بيهمنا، إحنا الشعب تاع إسرائيل ده أرضنا وأرض أجدادنا، إحنا هنعمله، هنكون دولة ده. وفعلا هم كونوها. اليوم إسرائيل من الدول اللي بقى كرمز بتاع الديمقراطية في الشرق الأوسط. and this guy ورانا تاريخ بكله. يعني في حلقات عندنا عملنا حلقتين، لو انت راجعت في إيكوتوريا نيشن انت بتلقاه هناك، هو والله يتكلم يعني زول متواضع جاء ادانا النبذه بتاع تاريخ تام واضح، وانا قريت عنهم already. I know about history of Israel all that. يعني ما في شيء جديد فوق، لكن for people اللي ما عارفين عن تاريخ إسرائيل ولا عاشوا في وسط إسرائيليين they cannot know about it. But for me I know about it, and I brought him. He was really kind enough to come in لأنه زول كمان كان عسكري، ده ما زول ساهل، ده زول كان حارب من أجل أرض بتاعه. and he was telling us the history طبعا باللغة الإنجليزية، and هو كان يعني فخور إنه يجي يتكلم ويشجعنا. حتى هو جاب إنه يس جوزيف لاغو كان من الشخصيات اللي موساد، حتى جاب لنا الشخصية اللي كان ساعد إسرائيليين، لأنه كان إسرائيليين ساعدوا أنيانيا. يعني تخيل مستوى إيكواتوريا كان مستوى كبير مقارنة مع الحركة الشعبية الجاهل، مقارنة مع اليوم الدولة جنوب السودان الفاشل. يعني استوائيين هم اللي بنوا الكبري اللي خلى إسرائيل يفكر في مصلحة بتاع الشعب المذلول في جوا جنوب السودان. ووقت داك استوائيين ما ركزوا على نفسهم أكتر ما ركزوا على الجنوبين كله، لأنه كان هم حاسين إنه كاستوائيين يس هم استوائيين عارفين نفسهم، لكن أخوانهم الباقيين في على النيل بحر الغزال ده أخوانهم. لكن في النهاية جيت لنا طلعوا أخوانا، لأن من قبل أن جاء ظهر في اتفاقية ده وما باقي أحشاء مين بيقولوا شنو أصدقاء بتاعه اللي ولا أقربائهم هناك ده، ناس يعملوا تغيير جيم، والجيم طلع ضد استوائيه. يعني اللعبه طلعت الاستوائيه نهائي. لما اسرائيل قام زاح باي تكل لاحظت اسرائيليين فعلا، يعني هو ما عاوز يقول لكنه قال لي شخصيا اسرائيليين باك اب because that moment they see these people they want to be with the Arab, so they say okay we can't do anything with you. يا وقت ده استوائيه سقط هنا. and then from there today لما الحركه الشعبيه جت تكون، جون جارين كان بيعمل حركات بيجي يستغل الناس زي ناس جوزيف دوهو. وانا this is something factual. استغلوا ناس جوزيف دوهو عشان يقدر يمشي يتوسطوا مع اسرائيل and then they got something. لكن في النهايه where Equatoria is Equatoria استغلونا. عشان كده قاعد نقول Equatoria خلاص enough استغلال enough احنا نكون ضعاف. and late جوزيف دوهو كان wise enough ربنا يرحمه، قتلوه مع جون جارين قتلوا لحد هسه دينكا ما قدر يعترف بالقتل بتاعه. دينكا ده يقولوا يا اخي الموت بتاعه كان كيف المهم عاوزين يبرروا حالهم انه ده ما جون جارين يا قتل. لكن we know John Gering Yao can behind it because John Gering was threatened by this guy. This guy was like was almost like a dictionary. كانت قلت dictionary لما انا اوصف dictionary بمعنى ان هو dictionary to everything. dictionary to everything في مرحلة بتاع سياسة، مرحلة بتاع connection، مرحلة بتاع حتى ذاته عشان يلقى resource money. it was him. يعني كان زول ده كان في زول تاني مثلا يعني هو مش اتجه لاتجاه تاني he will be dangerous to Gering خاف منه شديد، وجارين فعلا have to eliminate him quickly. وده حاجة واضح. احنا ما عاوزين نواجه الحقائق ديل. and جون جارين ما بس هو قتل زي قائد مشهور زي جوزيف أودوهو، وقتل عدة قادة إيكواتوريان واستغل باقين ديل بطريقة تضوفهم، لأنه ديل بقى قاعدين خلاص سبمسيف. يعني اليوم احنا بنلقى في شخصيات هسه هم عايشين they're not standing up for Equatoria, they're standing up against Equatoria، لأنه هم شايفين انه يعني لانه العقليه اللي بنوه في راسهم طبعا عملوا برمجه يعني they reprogram them to the extent to not to think for Equatoria, to think only against Equatoria. يلا هم قاعدين يقولوا قاعدين do the good thing but they're not doing any good thing. مرحله يعني if we look at the episode بتاع Anyanya and today episode we are different. Today episode we sorry guys. Today episode we have noticed that احنا enemies تانا who's our real enemies. As the Gibelic, Brother Nyukuru and others, we know who's the enemy. The clear enemy is that enemy allegedly oppressed and they occupy the land of Equatoria. And then the other enemy, also the hidden enemy, those who are not trying to reveal themselves, but they're using themselves as their sympathizers with Equatoria, and they understand. لأنه متى تلاحظهم when they come to where they stand انت تلقاهم بيتكاتفوا مع اخوه. قال ما احنا كنا ما انا متذكر كان قاعد نشوف في فيسبوك. انا متذكر واحد من السياسيين ده واضح كده قاعد يقول شنو؟ قال يا اخي احنا الدنكا نويرو شلوك احنا one people احنا relative. We are Nilotic they call themselves. Equatoria is nothing. Today لما احنا بقينا نشدد في مرحله independent Equatoria بقى بيجي بلغه جديد. قال يا اخي في لغه هنا كده تخيل بقى في لغه عشان يلعبوا في راسنا. خلاص هم بقى ما لقوا فرصه ثانيه they have to bring the word لغه. ما يمشي كينيا اول امشي شيلوا كينياتا ده قول له انت كمان مننا عشان يبقوا يقولوا يدوا هناك حاجات دبابير تاعكم تا اهل تاعكم هناك تا اللغه ده. يلا بعد كده نجي نقول ايه اللغه. Please let's not play a game. Equatoria is different. حتى يوروب ده لما اتكونت اوروبا ده اتقسم للدوليات ده هم كلهم different. They have different languages and different culture, different history. What united European is the culture بتاع Christianity لما جاء دخل فوقهم. And also when they were fighting the Romans لما هم كانوا بيحاربوا الرومانيين that's what united those so-called Vikings and those Scandinavians ناس Nordics. طبعا في قبائل هناك معروف ناس Nordics ناس Fenzeketrick one of the French leader later Caesar جا قتله عمل له إعدام. Those from the Gallian which is the French. Those قبائل ده كله كان هم قبائل موسع زي هسه Equatoria. But they established themselves and they united under the notion that they are one people to fight against the other tyranny outside. Because huma cultures they understand each other. Ka language huma already share some languages to commonality to make them a community of one standard. عشان كده لما Fenzeketrick I can't pronounce it correctly. Fenzeketrick لما هو جا declare war on Rome ونادى قبائل تا Gallians كله خليه يجتمعوا عشان fight against Romans. And he stood up very clear. لكن the problem is the Romans قدروا understand the time الزول ده جاي فوقه. And then they have also جواسيس ممتازين قدروا يعملوا infiltration في territories هناك ده. And then they found out that these people are coming on what time. So they stop him. طبعا ذاك a different time and different era. وكان ده كان was a simple what do you call it كشافة يعني. زول اللي قاعدين هناك منتظرين لما هم عملوا alert لسيزا. سيزا made sure وعمل circling around to the Gallians. Fenzeketrick lost the war. Fenzeketrick كمان lost the war out of giving up. يعني هو ما felt like if he proceeded he would have won. لأنه حتى سيزا كان feared. لأن زول كان really very persistent he would have defeated him. لكن طبعا زول من ما شاف بقى الجيش تاعه قاعد يقتلوه قام gave up وبعدين already they are suffering. So I'm just talking in the military standard and that's how he defeated. But I'm talking in my main objective is احنا كإيكواتوريان when we look at our situation عدو بتاعنا they have no capability to defeat us. يعني نرجع لأساس بتاعنا احنا unity بتاعنا as Equatorian is what made us who we are. Not South Sudan ولا تقول لي على النيل وحدوا معانا ولا تقول لي بحر الغزال وحدوا معانا. بكل احترام لكل القبائل اللي في على النيل بحر الغزال. احنا كإيكواتوريان كقبائل الاستوائية وحدة بتاعنا من أجدادنا اللي أسسوها قدر يخلينا نحن نتحدى أي إمبراطورية في العالم. اليوم نيجي نلقى واحد لبس بنطلون امبارح جاي يتحدى علينا. This is the problem. أنا قاعد نستغرب من أخواني لأن الناس بيقوا خدم لهؤلاء الشخصيات. يا منك سلفكير بقى يقود الدولة. يا جماعة الزول لنا من ربنا فضحه بال في نفسه. خليك من ده. بوب باس كورينو زول ما تاب جا قتل أخواننا الإيكواتوريان في وقت البوب جاي قال جاي يصلي للشياطين دي. احنا استوائين لسه هنقعد نجي نغني انها عاوزين وحده، عاوزين نجي نتكلم عن احنا جنوبيين. Let us stand for ourselves. عشان احنا get out of this slavery, let's speak for ourselves. Didi mentioned everything clear. احنا عاوزين the right decision. I'm talking to you as a brother. I know some of you don't like this, don't like me in particular, but it's okay. But what I'm talking, listen to the voices like Didi, like Brother Richard, Mr. CJ, or whoever came and spoke, Brother Nakuru. Loita don't even want to hear, but hear those people. Hear them and act upon them. Because wada bitan hasehna, we need help. But I will not agree the armament of innocent civilians so عشان هم defend themselves لأنه ده احنا ما أمريكا. Let me remind something. في مثل هنا كثير أنا قاعد نسمعه من أخواننا وأخواتنا لما الأمريكان عندهم سلاح ده القال second amendment ده. second amendment ده ما جاء وقت revolution يا جماعة. Let me remind you. revolution ده كان these are the former soldiers and millionaires الناس البيزنسmen. Okay? الناس المستفيدين في تجارة بتاع business بتاع رقيق التجارة بتاع exchanging those food like حاجات اللي كان بيستخدموها بيستخرجوه من أمريكا بيدوا لأوروبا وكده. كان في ضريبة مشكلة الضريبة. That's why it كان سميت tea party. tea party بدأ في بوسطن. Those are the people who started the revolution. لما نازل قاموا احتجوا ضد بريطانيا عشان رفع الضريبة وهم في نفس الوقت كانوا خدموا في الجيش البريطاني وعايشين في امريكا خلاص بقى عندهم يعني طبعا انت كان خدمت في الجيش البريطاني حتى في استراليا كان بيرسلوهم يلا هم بيجي بياخدوا اراضي زي نفس حركه الرومان بيجي بيحتلوا ارض وبيقول ده ارضك خلاص انت عسكري انت جنرال بدك ترجع المهم ترجع ولا انت بتكون عندك ارض هناك وانت خلاص مواطن تمام وانت هنا بتكون مليونير you build your own life يعني this is a beginning for you يعني ده كانه investment at that time احتلال اراضي مواطنين اللي كانوا موجودين في دول الهسه زي امريكا واصلا ده كان a new beginning for those who never had a life who never been born from a privileged family يعني ما مولودين في عائله ثريه وعندهم غنى so that's how they كان بيبنوا حالهم يعني لما بوسطن باري ده the group اللي جا قاموا عملوا ثوره بكام نازل رفضوا انه يدفعوا ضريبه قال ضريبه ده غالي هم بقى يحتجوا قام قتلوا منهم يمكن 14 ولا كم كده قال ده مجزره طوالي من هناك بقى عملوا اعلان لكل الناس اللي حاسين بضغوطات الضريبه قال يا اخي نعمل ريفولوشن that's how revolution امريكا بدا او revolution امريكا ما بدا على اساس فكري بتاع انه احنا عاوزين حريه بتاع كل انسان زي بتاع فرنسا كان عندهم اسباب واضح لكن بتاع امريكا ما كان واضح على اساس اغنياء عاوزين يسيطروا عشان كده تلقى اليوم امريكا متمسك بحاجه اسمه راسماليه and then when America became powerful and defeated the British السكن كمان amendment ده ما جاء ساكن كده جاء بعد ما هم شافوا بقى في تهديد للمستقبل بتاعهم على اساس ان الزول الاسود ده كان لقى حريه they have to defend themselves. Second Amendment was made against the black slaves not made for هنا made for slave and made for the Native American ده نذكركم slave and Native American يعني الناس السود اللي بيقول لهم زنوج والامريكان الحنود الحمر ديل دي اسباب بتاع هنا ده ففي هنا في نوع من عدم الفهم في كلام ده فالناس بيقولوا والله كان حاجه ده امريكا نو عشان يدفند بريتن بالعكس هم اخوان هسه هم قاعدين كيف هم يتحالفوا هسه بيحاربوا دول ثانيين فانت you don't have to play the game بتاع مستعمر عشان كده في التاريخ مرات بيحاولوا يزوروها لنا عشان احنا نؤمن بانه ده تاريخ صحيح the truth is about it is they actually made it against the state لانه الخواجه كان قاعد يفكر 100 سنه قدام لحد هسه خواجه هسه قاعد يفكر 100 سنه قدام انت هنا افريقيا تفكر 10 سنه عشان كده ممكن دينجا حاولوا يفكروا قالوا هم يحكموا الدوله ده 100 سنه لكن افكارهم كله رجعي افكار قبيله عاوز يسيطر ل 10 ولا 1000 قبيله ولا 400 قبيله تقول يعني انا بس بدي تخمين لكن احنا عارفين عندنا كم 50 قبيله في استواء مستحيل قبيله واحد يجي يحكم كم 50 قبيله يا عشان كده استواء اليوم قاعد يقوم قاعد نحن قاعد ننهض للموضوع ده and we want Equatoria to come together as one people not as tribes ولا as شرق وغرب ووسط نقيف على اساس احنا استوائنا المعروفين باستواء الكبرى اليوم انا بس بستغرب مرات بسمع في على النيل بحر غزال يقول انا استواء احنا على النيل الكبرى بحر غزال الكبرى let me remind them something حاجات دي كان ما موجود. هم اليوم بيعلنوا انه حاجات دي كان سالته ليه انت قاعد تقول الكبرى، they cannot even answer you. كان يقول لي انتوا ليه بتسموا حالكم على النيل الكبرى؟ احنا بنعرف ليه قاعد يقول لنا استواء الكبرى for a reason. ده ما كان جا ساكت كده، لكن هم عشان غيره بقى بيقول. لما تلقى في الثانيين بيقولوا الكلام ده، ما يعني الناس دي ما عندهم شيء جديد. احنا استوينا نفتخر بانفسنا وناخد كرامتنا ونقيف على العزه بتاعنا ونقول يا جماعه حان الوقت لاستوائيه يقيف لمصلحه بتاعه، ندافع لارضنا ونطرد كل الناس اللي ما من استوائيه يرجعوا لاراضيهم بكل احترام لهم وخليهم يرجعوا ما يجوا لنا ثاني في ارضنا. and then Equatoria declares nation. ده المشكله اللي احنا قاعدين نختلف مع اخواننا اللي يقولوا وحده بتاعهم عاوزين يحبوا ناس انا ما اعرف في شنو. بترول ما دايرين بترول، كان جنوب السودان ما دايرين. ديل دبحونا، استهتروا اهلنا اخواتنا بناتنا، حتى مقبره اجدادنا ما خلوها. انت تقول شنو؟ عمارات وي دونت كير، دمروا عمارات نقدر بيوت احسن منهم. هسه مش عماره يا قتل اتراك. هسه انت شفت 12000 وماشي ل 13000 اللي ماتوا في 3 يوم الماضي ده بس عماره. اتخيل انت تبني عمارات، فاكر عماره دي او ده حضاره؟ ده ما حضاره، ده تخلف. لانه حتى عمارات ذاته ما قد يدي اي تقدم. التقدم هو لما توعي الشعب، لما تبنوا مستقبل للجيل الجاي، لما تبنوا مستقبل للجيل الجاي ل 100 سنه قدام. حاجه ده ما صعب، خواجه قدر يعمله. السوين هسه وصل لمرحله ده. هسه اليوم الصين بيتحدى بقى امريكا، لما بقى بيجيب بالون بتاعه في جو امريكا عشان يتحداهم. عندك روسيا، عندك دول ده. ليه نازل القلم؟ احنا في القرن 21 ما في القرن 16 ولا 11. لكن الناس اللي عايشين في القرن 11 العقليه بتاعهم عايزين يجيبونا كاننا لسه عايشين معاهم في القرن 11. Ecuadorian wake up, time to rise up, time to stand up as people. يا عندنا فرصه هو نوحد انفسنا لفكره بتاع استوائيه. هؤلاء الناس اللي قاعدين يمشوا ببرنامج بتاع جنوب السودان ديل اصلا فشلوا، وديل اصلا ناس خانوا ايكاتوريا بوضوح. خانوا ايكاتوريا، خانوا استوائيه، لانه كانوا ما خونه. ما بيتكلموا لمصلحه بتاع زول القاعد يضحك، بيتكلم لمصلحه بتاعك انت. لكن هم رفضوا يتكلموا لمصلحتك، بيجي بيعملوا بكى تماسيح قدامنا. اوه والله احنا قتلوا. انت كم تعرف احنا قتلوا؟ ما ابدا جيف ادعم الشعب الاستوائي اولا. وري انت زول استوائي، مش تقول لنا تتكلم عن جنوب السودان. ده خيانه عظمى. فانا عارف في ناس ما بيقبلوا كلامنا ده، لكن الله يساعدكم. هؤلاء الناس اللي لسه عايشين في الظلام بتاع ده قريبي وده اخوي وده قبيلتي، احنا ما بنفكر بافكار ده. احنا استوائيه الكبرى، واحنا بنفكر لمصلحه قوميه بتاع استوائيه. ونحن لا نؤمن بحاجه اسمها جنوب السودان. يعني بنقول، يعني انا ما عايز اقول كلام مسيء، لكن انا بقول كلا لحاجه اسمها جنوب السودان. وما في حاجه حيخلينا نوصل نكون جنوبيين تاني. كلام ده جنوب السودان ده حيتمسح من وجودنا، من تاريخنا ذاته. حنكون اساس جديد هو استوائيه الكبرى، دوله Republic of Equatoria, Democratic Republic of Equatoria, like my brother and comrade General Charles Tahili always address the people of Federal Republic of Democratic of Greater Equatoria. And I'm proud to stand with people like brother Charles, brother Richard, and all the brothers from the separatists, Didi, Mr. CJ, and all this, because we're going to speak for the facts of our land. This is the people, when you speak to them, they tell you straightforward, they believe in Equatoria. They don't go and twist around, talk about Federalia, Confederalia, Ana Junubi, Ana. No, we are straightforward Equatorians. We are nationalists. We believe in the people of Equatoria, the land of Equatoria, and we are ready to fight for it. And like I said, it's time to volunteer and commit. انت كان مستعد تقيف معانا عشان احنا نعمل شيء، وانت كنت former soldier، ان كان في الحركه الشعبيه ولا كان في احنا هنعمل معك interview. When you come and call, you contact us. انا بقول لك عندك chance to contact me directly. We want to know انت كان ready. Come to us. Let's make it happen, and we will do it. We don't need your money. We don't need your money. Just we want your presence and your volunteer, like your volunteerism, to make sure that we achieve this objective. عشان نحن في اخواننا تحت محتاجين دعم بتاعنا فكريا، logistically زي ما ديدي mentioned، and حاجات كتير. And these things will come to fruition. انا ما هكتر هنا، هجيب هنا عشان ما قدرنا نكتر اي معلومات كتير، لكن if you're ready we do it. والا زي ما ديدي جبالك قال نجيب اشكنازي جوزي او بيجي بيحررنا، ولما اشكنازي جوزي يجي يحررونا اتاكدوا هم يجي يكونوا اصحاب إيكواتوريا. انتوا بعد كده الجوبة انا ده اقعدوا في غربه forget you مع عيالكم كلكم. you're just like Palestinians to us. لكن ده اشكنازي جوزي جاي يسكن المكان ده، ولا كيف يا ديدي؟
Yeah, Richard Alpha قال ما يجيبوا زول تاني لإكواتوريين.
ما ياهو إيكواتوريا سكان عمل لهم نداء come on be man up, let's come together, you know, let's fight for this land. خلي الرجال يظهروا هناك، خلي أبطال يظهروا هناك. زي ما قاعدين نتكلم عن قصة ناس how Troy and the people of Troy and the Spartans when they fought, a lot of heroes came out. في ناس اللي ماتوا كشهداء، وفي ناس اللي طلعوا أبطال في قصص وعملوا حاجات. وبكره احنا بنشجع الشعب بتاعنا الجايين ورانا ما يموتوا. اليوم احنا بنتكلم عن ناس زي ناس جوزيف لاغو، بنتكلم زي ناس اودوهو، بنتكلم زي ناس منو اجرين دينغ ومنو كثير ناس اللي ظهروا في التاريخ بتاع إيكواتوريا. ما ناس ضحوا، ناس gave their life for it. نما تانيين they died poor, they died without any penny in their hand. فايتوا كده ورونا الشهامه بتاعكم. بعد تقعدوا بس تقعدوا من غرفه لغرفه وتقعدوا تمشي تقعدوا مؤامرات مع عصابات وتانيين بيجي بيحرشوكم. كونوا بعزيمه، شجعوا وكلموا الاخوان التحت، اخواننا اللي برا واللي جوا. خلينا this is the time for us. ودانين اكشن ده time is ready. دارين 200 يجي نبي من ربنا عشان يجي يجيب لكم هنا يقول لكم يا هو انا جاهز يعمل لكم ميراكل. ده مو وقت بتاع موسى، ده وقت احنا في القرن ال21. technology and the mind وحاجه اسمه عزيمه على سننا بنمشي على هدف. let's do it. so I'll stop هنا وشكرا. Oh, Didi. Okay, so let me play the music and then we go. Liza like it's another. I got command. Sorry.
Gado, Lohai, Shiuki Gado, Lohai, Kol Chadile, Gado, how great is our God.